Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June the 20th, 2023 Orange County Board of County Commission meeting. As we begin this morning, we're going to hear from Commissioner Wilson in just a moment, who will be introducing her guests who will bring the invocation. Following the invocation, Commissioner Wilson, we're going to ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And following that, our division manager, Dr. Jeff Williamson, will present the National Association of Counties Awards and the Tally Awards, various recognitions for members of our county and the county in general. With that, Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Good morning, everybody, and happy Tuesday. I am very honored this morning to introduce Reverend David Larry Kim, who is the lead pastor at the Harvest Church in Winter Garden, which actually it's a Winter Garden address, but the thing that, the way that we've been able to get to know each other is it's actually situated in the Avalon Rural Settlement. And the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement is a very close-knit community, and they don't have a community building, and this becomes, the place where really Pastor Kim and his community have opened their doors and provided us a place to gather in times of good and sometimes times to work out some of our difficulties. And so having that community partnership has been such a blessing to me. And I just want to make sure that I'm giving him his full moment up here. But just to give a little background, he was graduated from the University of Virginia, and then the Reformed Theological Seminary. He serves on the Executive Search Committee and Permanent Judicial Committee of the Central Florida Presbytery, and served on boards and councils for several local, national, and international organizations. He is happily married to Olivia and the proud father of Manuel, Manny, Elijah, and Elise. I have to share a little bit about what's on, what they share about their church, which is our desire to transform the world involves not only crossing the seas, it means crossing the streets also. In longing to bring transformation to our community, we've partnered with organizations such as Christian Service Center, West Orange Food Pantry, Matthew's Hope, Helping Hands, Mending Hearts, Rachel's House, and the list goes on. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Pastor.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Would you pray with me? Our great and awesome God, we thank you so much for this morning, that we could breathe the breath of life. We thank you for the many blessings that you've poured into our lives, the grace and the gift of being able to be here in Central Florida and Orange County. We thank you for the many things that make this place home and make this place beautiful. We thank you for the leaders, the public servants that you've called to serve this blessed community. We thank you this morning as we lift up to you our prayers of gratitude and thankfulness for the leadership of Mayor Demings, for our county commissioners, for Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, Commissioner Bonilla, Commissioner Scott. We thank you so much for their faithful servant leadership in order to bring blessing and wholeness and healing to our communities. We thank you for the work they do in a world that is so broken. The work that they do is so vital and so important, and so we thank you that they've responded to this call. We also recognize that in the invocation, we're in need of help beyond what we can do. We know that when we work, but when we pray, you work, and so we call on the name of God to do things that only you can do. I remember well in the year 2007 when violent crime was in the headlines almost every day here in Central Florida, and oftentimes we pray when we don't know what to do. We call on the help of a divine being and divine intervention. I remember that year, and the 40 days of prayer, that violent crime dropped precipitously to the point where detectives and newspapers did not know what was causing it. They said, quote, "The cause is unclear." But we understand that when we work, and when we pray, you work. And so we call on the same God who worked in 2007. We call on you again today, the God of Scripture, the God of creation. And we ask that you would again do what only you can do. Today, as the Board of County Commissioners meet, we ask that you would give them wisdom beyond their scholarship and understanding, and insight into the needs of their constituents in order that they might serve them with creativity and grace and love. We pray for harmony among disparate viewpoints and the courage to do what is right, even when it feels like they're alone in voicing those opinions. We pray that for the greater good of our community, you would bring blessing to this meeting. So we welcome your insight and your provision into this place, and thank you so much for the leaders who are here. Would you again do your work and allow there to be healing in the hearts of, and the lives, and the homes and the families and communities represented here in Orange County. We thank you so much for hearing our prayer. And I pray all these things in the name of my Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Kim. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And thank you, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioners, Mayor. As the Mayor said, we do have a number of awards we'd like to present today at the Board of County Commission meeting for many of our hard-working county staff. I am proud to have this opportunity to shine a light on our team of amazing public servants. Several regional, state, and national organizations have honored the work of our Orange County teams and leaders and their unwavering dedication to the residents of Orange County. I'll begin by telling you a little bit about each award or recognition. Then I will invite each department to come up for a photo with the mayor and the commissioners. Let's start with our great Parks Department. Orange County Parks and Recreation was recently recognized by the National Association of County Parks and Recreation officials for their work on opening the Eco Education Center at Magnolia Park in Apopka. The Eco Education Center opened last fall, and new amenities were added to the park, including a fishing and mooring pier, dock, pavilion, inclusive playground, and interpretive signage. It was a wonderful event, and if you haven't been out to the park, you need to do so. We give our congratulations right now to our Parks Department. Mayor and Parks, please move forward for a photo, and Commissioners, thank you very much. Congratulations, Parks. Give another round of applause. Job well done. Now we move to Orange TV, a department that I love so well. Let's recognize Orange TV's broadcast team. They recently earned 8 Telly Awards for excellence in video and television program. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 8. The programs include Orange County Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Initiative's virtual spoken word event, the History Center's figurehead exhibition, the Convention Center's 4 years of transformational experiences and business better than usual, Rollins College's tribute to Mr. Rogers, and 2 original programs created for the Legal Connection series. Congratulations to Orange TV, and I want to get in this photo myself, so let me run in here. Where's Roseanne Harrington, our boss? Roseanne? Get Roseanne, please, Danny. Now we'll talk about the DACO Awards. At the national level, the National Association of Counties recognized 7 Orange County programs within 6 different departments. So bear with me here. We've got 6 different departments we're going to honor one by one. Each group earned top honors for excellence in public service and innovative programming. Commissioner Bonilla. Come on down, Commissioner Bonilla. I would like to begin with our Orange County District 5 Commissioner, Emily Bonilla. Commissioner Bonilla was recognized for her talk show, Emily Tells All, an interview series that highlights community issues. The show informs constituents of available services and resources, as well as encourages community involvement. Congratulations, Commissioner, on winning your award. Mayor, the Commissioner. She wanted me to tell you can be found on YouTube and Roku. All right. Go on. Congratulations, Commissioner. Next, we have the Office of Communications. This group of communicators was honored for supporting residents before, during, and after last year's hurricane season. First, Communications was recognized for their social media response to Hurricane Ian. They delivered critical, life-saving information to residents by utilizing innovative digital tools. The team was also recognized for their handling of the Mayor's Holiday Toy Drive, which faced 2 late-season hurricanes that displaced families, threatened donations, and added to the need for toys in our community. These challenges were overcome by targeted messaging, the help of our partner, Fox 35, and a plan to ensure the children most impacted by the storms had gifts to open during the holiday season. Good job. Congratulations, Communications. Fantastic. Thank you, Communications. Next, we have our Utilities Department. Where's Utilities? There's Ed. All right. We love our Utilities Department. They also won the NACO Award. Their innovative H2O Pipeline Classroom to Career program, a well-done program in partnership with OCPS, helped identify and develop a skilled utility workforce. High school students seeking trade education were provided hands-on experience to put them on the path to become wastewater plant operators. Isn't that interesting? In its inaugural class, 10 students passed their first certification exam. These students are now recruiting their peers and laying the groundwork to fill the pipeline program with future utilities professionals. So congratulations to our utilities. Come on up, folks, and grab a photo with the mayor and our county commissioners. Excellent work. So, Ed, while they're up there, Ed, what schools are these students from? University High School. All right. Move on down a little bit further there. Move all the way down. Congratulations, Ed. Congratulations, Utilities Department. Awesome, worthy award. Next, Health Services, Dr. Raul Pino. Now I would like to recognize our Health Services Department and their on-site medication-assisted treatment program at the Orange County Jail. This program was honored for being the first of its kind for a jail in the entire state of Florida. To create a positive service delivery experience for their patients, the program incorporated a combination of medications, counseling, and behavioral therapies to treat inmates with opiate use disorder. In 1 year, 60 individuals received full treatments and more than 200 patients have been treated at the on-site clinic. A job well done by our Health Services Department. Congratulations. Congratulations, Health Services. Next, we have our Office of Management and Budget, OMB, as they're known around here. They're all back there in the back. Start coming on up, everybody. The Office of Management and Budget. They're a very important department where they keep us all straight financially. The National Association of Counties recognized their achievement in research, planning, and allocating the $243.1 million in federal CARES Act funding that Orange County received because of the pandemic. The office quickly established the Orange Cares program that distributed economic assistance to Orange County families, workers, and small businesses. Congratulations to all the county employees in our OMB department who worked so hard to provide this CARES funding in an organized and methodical fashion. Let's give them a round of applause as they take this picture. Congratulations to Kurt, Fred, all of you all did a wonderful job. Thank you so much. Last and certainly not least in the NACO Awards is our Human Resource Department. Yeah, there they are. This last award goes to Human Resources and their work in creating our Employee Curbside Service Awards. If you recall, during the pandemic, we had Curbside Awards. It was a first-of-its-kind ceremony. The awards were created as a fun and safe way to celebrate important career milestones during the pandemic. Very good. Congratulations, Human Resources. And for all, there's one more award, just one more, commissioners. All right, one more award. I'd like to welcome back our Office of Communications, who on June 8th were honored in New York City by the Public Relations Society of America, the largest public PR organization on the country, earning 2 prestigious Anvil Awards. For more than 75 years, the Anvils have been considered the icon of the public relations profession. The team earned a Silver Anvil, the biggest award, for Best Strategic PR Campaign of the Year for its work on the Mayor's Holiday Toy Drive. They also won a Bronze Anvil for Most Outstanding Public Relations in the use of category for social media, multi-use channels for its Hurricane Ian response and public safety communications through social and digital media. Congratulations. Oh, I'm coming. Those are all the awards. Mayor and Commissioners, give everyone who won an award a big round of applause. Thank you all so much for your patience in recognizing our county employees.
Once again, this was an opportunity to say we do appreciate the men and women who work as public servants here in Orange County. Whenever we receive awards, it's really recognition by others that the service that was given here in Orange County is above many others throughout the country. And so let me just say on behalf of the Board of County Commission, thank you to all of our employees who made it happen today. We say that's how we make the magic happen here within Orange County. So with that, we're going to move forward on our agenda at this time. It's the time for public comment. I'd like to invite members of the public who are present, who wish to be heard at this time, to come forward. This will be in regards to matters that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. With that, Mr. Boyce, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, sir. We have 7 individuals that wish to be heard at this time during public comment. Just a few housekeeping items before we begin. As I call your name, please line up on that far wall. I'll call you all in groups of 3. There is one caveat this morning, Mayor and Commissioners, that our first 3 individuals are part of a group. They'll each have 2 minutes, but they'll be reading from a script in a continuous fashion, so they will be introducing themselves in that sequential order. So we will start with Chiago Cucci, followed by Mitchell Wilson, followed by Kyle Wilson. And if you'll each just state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Chiago. Address is 8415 Lovett Avenue, 832, I'm sorry. So first we would like to say good morning. Thank you, commissioners and mayor. Today we are continuing our fight to help kids underprivileged playing soccer. So we are here also to present few things that is happening in Orange County. So we would like to also highlight that some of the companies that we know, they choose to don't participate due to the fear of retaliation. So we are here to present some facts that youth sports partners are creating monopoly on Orange County fields. So what this means, some of the clubs, they block all the times. That way it's impossible for other clubs to rent fields. So also I would like to refer like the application from Orange County process to become a youth partners. So some of the requirements is to be a no-profit organization. The other requirement is to operate with 85% of residents. So this is not... And the third requirement is to provide a scholarship for youth. So this, most of the clubs, they do, but what we are noticing is with the kids underprivileged, just the scholarship is not enough for them. So we are here fighting for them, and we will continue this fight with the underprivileged kids to provide sports for everybody. Like what we work is with soccer, but to continue this fight, helping the kids underprivileged, and Kyle will continue my speak. Oh, Mitchell.
Mitchell, if you just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mitchell Wilson. My address is 8444 Tangelo Tree Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32836. Where'd you end? So now I would like to read to you an email received from Orange County staff. Good morning. After doing the field application process with our priority users, all we have open in West Orange is Fridays. We have field number 2, 3, 4 from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. available. Let us know if you are interested in taking Fridays. Thank you. However, they have 4 fields at West Orange. So now I would like to present the facts that we have about the organization using and monopolizing West Orange Soccer Complex. So you may or may not know, but there are 4 fields at that complex, and all 4 fields are monopolized by one organization. They are a 501c3, and after speaking with the Orange County Parks and Rec manager, they have not done anything to give back to the community in 10 years outside of a scholarship, and the last time was 2013, of a free programming to underprivileged children. However, if that is not concerning enough that they are in 3 or 4 different counties offering programming, West Orange Soccer Complex, National Training Center in Lake County, Mike Stone's Complex in Tavares, and East Lake Sports and Community Complex in Sorrento. We are able to find the information just by doing a quick Google search. They also revenue over $2 million a year. And the question we have is, if you're this organization, why would you ever leave Orange County Community Facility when you have the possibility to monopolize fields and rent them for close to nothing? Now moving on to example 2. There's another organization that is the priority user at the two complexes within the county, Barber Park and Young Pine Community Park Complex. I have spoken to 3 different community-based programs who have shared this information with us. Last year, they revenued $800,000, and they have full rights to 2 community complexes. This means no one else is allowed to use those fields, including families and people of the community. And Kyle will take over.
Kyle, if you just state your name and address, please.
Sure. Kyle Wilson, 366 W Taft Vineland Road. So and there's a little bit more to go to this, but basically, long story short, I have a bunch of documentation I'd like to give you guys as factual evidence of what we're discussing today, just to highlight it. And probably, one of the most disturbing things about this whole process to us is we've been trying to get fields for 9 years through the county as a youth sports partner. And we actually just found out last night, interestingly enough, and I have the documentation to show you, and I'm actually going to read the script. But one organization that is using Bomberos Field Complex, which just opened, I think, a year and a half ago, they are a for-profit organization. So, and I'll show you the documentation I have here. But it says in their thing, the club is a for-profit organization run by the president, and nobody's allowed to use those fields outside of them. And we've actually requested 3 times to rent that one complex just for games on Saturday. And the information we get back from staff is the fields are booked. They're used by this organization. And that's pretty much across the board for all of them. So to Tiago and Mitchell's point, we're trying to fight for kids and actual community programs that are very, very small that actually make an impact in the community that can't because fields are booked and they're used by these organizations that, in our opinion, are hiding under the 501c3 organization, but they're just big brands and organizations that are stopping small groups like us that want to help and provide completely free soccer classes to kids or other very small community programs. And then the last piece really is we had a individual meeting and a Zoom meeting with the Orange County Parks and Recreation manager. And during this conversation, in 2 of them, he said 3 things that were extremely concerning to us and as individuals of the county, business owners in the county, and people that try to make an impact. And the first one was, where's the piece? And he said the following, and actually it's a question I want to ask first, is were community parks like West Orange built for a specific club, or are they an Orange County asset for community members? And what he said to us was, West Orange was built for Florida Rush Soccer Club, Barber Park was built for South Orlando Soccer Club, and then the final thing that really disheartened us was he asked us, this question was, why are you guys providing free classes to children? And he's like, shouldn't you be charging? And we're like, there's kids in the community, hundreds if not thousands of them in Orange County that simply cannot afford to play. And we could not understand why we're being questioned with our nonprofit that we're offering free soccer classes to kids. And there's programs making $2 million a year in revenue.
You are out of time.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sir. Yeah.
All right. So we ask that you just respect the time that is allotted. We understand the issues that you have brought forward at this time. Several commissioners have voiced a desire to speak. This period of time is for public comment. We listen to what you're bringing forward, and we always follow up if there are any need for follow-up where staff does the research. And I can tell you from doing this work for a long time, there's usually 2 sides to every story. I don't know the particular circumstances in question here. The good news that I do hear in what you're saying is that there are countless youth who are playing on the fields, and the fields are designed to have the youth playing there. So I don't want us to lose sight of that fact. I'll look to the county administrator. I know that perhaps you have some additional information. Mr. Byron Brooks.
Mayor, I'm simply going to add one. Cal Kent is in the back, and I'd be more than happy to continue the conversation, the dialogue with you. What we have been following is the policy, the procedures. The board may recall there was a very robust work session discussion about a year and a half ago as we contemplated the demand. The demand has certainly outpaced the supply of fields we've had, and the Parks Advisory Board has been the vehicle in which a lot of these discussions, so certainly encourage them to have that conversation with the Parks Advisory Board, with Cal Kent as well, and we'd be more than happy, Mayor, at some point in time to bring back for future discussion with the board, revisit the discussion from about a year and a half, 2 years ago, when this board established a policy with respect to field usage.
All right, thank you. There's a lot to unpack in what has been said this morning, and we'll do our due diligence. We'll hear the additional information that can be shared at that time. Again, I say to our commissioners, this time is for the members of the public to be heard, and if commissioners, you have some brief comments. This really isn't a period of time where we get into a back and forth necessarily with it. It is public comment period of time. Okay. So, Commissioner Scott, if you have any quick comments.
I was just going to ask if you could, I know you said you have it, it'd be more efficient if you just email us whatever your backup is, so we'd appreciate that, and also include it to the Parks Department. So if you just share that information via email, I'd appreciate it.
The documentation?
Yeah, if you could email it to us,
Okay,
it's easy.
sure.
District number at ocfl.net for all of us.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was if you have been going to the park. I'm going to put Bomberos, which is the East Side park, and with the community kids, and it's empty, and you haven't been able to stay there. Somebody comes and take you out, or what? I want to know because that's a park for the community. And
So we've called to rent, and they said there's no space available to use because the field is booked by the youth sports partner.
oh, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Mine is really quick. I understand your frustration, but with all honesty, these people who have contracts went through the system, and the system allows it. What we want to try to bring back here is find a way when those parks are empty, if they're not being utilized, to allow that. But we open it up. It's an open process.
Yeah.
And these folks have been there. They may not be our favorite in all occasions, but we can't, if you signed a contract, it wouldn't be righteous for someone else to come in and say, well, we want it now. So I just, even though it's frustrating, I look forward to us having a discussion again, but we've been through this, and it's more about becoming more efficient so people can use it. So just keep that in mind. But thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, we have a new park in East Orange that we built some soccer fields because they wanted to play soccer. Have you been out there?
You talking about East Orange District Park?
Yeah.
That one's also, I know the guy that runs it, and it's heavily reserved. We're not looking to get on a bunch of fields. We just want to have one field, and I don't think it's just us, it's everybody. And our thought process is youth sports partners are fine, but they shouldn't have more than one field. If county fields have 4 fields or 3 fields, they should have one, and somebody else can have another. It's just, fair use is really what we're looking at.
All right, thank you. I just was wondering.
All right. Thank you for your comments this morning. We're going to move to the next speaker. At this time, we do have some others. Is that correct, Mr. Boyce?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Our next 3 speakers are Cheryl Rogers, Maria Bolton, and Lindsay Williams. Cheryl, if you state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Cheryl Rogers, 824 Main Street, Windermere, Florida, 34786. Thank you, everybody. I am both surprised and a little disappointed that the Board of County Commissioners has not yet endorsed the citizens' initiative that's called the Florida Right to Clean Water. So in 2020, this commission, you guys did a great job. You introduced a charter amendment for the right to clean water, which passed with 89% approval, which is amazing, which is like a mandate. So the Orange County Amendment granted rights of nature, which of course our state government chose to preempt. So this statewide amendment would grant people the right to clean water, which would eliminate any preemptions. The Florida Right to Clean Water Amendment would provide protection against recent legislation like SB 2502, that is the fertilizer ban. It would also prevent us from HB 1191, which allows radioactive material in our roads. And both of these are courtesy of big companies, TruGreen and Mosaic. And so beyond the radon gas that's going to affect people on the road, the runoff of these materials, including uranium, is going to end up in our waterways and in our aquifer. That's our drinking water. And that is just, I don't think anybody disputes how bad that would be. So don't let this public comment dispute or make you think that I and our organization does not appreciate all the fabulous work that you do. You do a lot. but we're asking for a little bit more. We appreciate all the work that you're doing for our wetlands. So unfortunately, during the next legislative session, or maybe the one after that, you're going to get preempted again. Senate Bill 1240 didn't get out of committee this time, but eventually it will. And unless the right to clean water is passed now before it's too late, that's going to be an issue. Orange County should be doing everything that they can to ensure that every county citizen knows about this initiative, to help get petitions signed, and so that it can be on the 2024 ballot where our rights will be protected. I apologize, I thought we had 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We're very familiar with the various issues, and we are a nation of laws, a state of laws, and we are a subdivision of the state. And when the courts speak or the legislature speaks, sometimes, that's the law until things changes. So we will have to deal with that going forward. But we do appreciate your comments today. We understand.
Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, it is public comment period,
I know,
not
this is just- I
designed
think
to
I wanted to
go
make sure because
back and forward. Okay. All right.
Because I know
Quick
that,
comments.
I'm sorry, I know she ran out of time, but I think what this is it's really looking for nothing more than but an endorsement of what the petition process has been in order to get it on a state ballot, so that the whole state does end up with the option that Orange County had approved and then had repealed. So I think that was the final ask.
That was exactly correct, Nicole. Thank you. And so that is what was missing, but we are looking for your endorsement so that we can use county communications so that people can be gathering petitions. Your Mayor Demings, you are absolutely correct in that the state has the right to do this, but we, the people, have the right to change those regulations and put the rights of the people and the right to clean water at a higher level than state legislation. And if we don't do that now, we are not going to have the opportunity to do that. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Maria Bolton, followed by Lindsay Williams, followed by Kara Blanco.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know why we went down to 2 minutes? Do you have a lot of speakers today? Oh, man, you're just going to have to see me again in a couple weeks.
It's all good.
I really sincerely appreciate public comment. I think it's important. As you can see, I dragged my kid here today. He's going to grow up in the county building. Alex, say hi to the mayor and the commissioners. Thank you for free Wi-Fi.
Your name and address, please. Your name and address for the
Yes, sir.
record.
Maria Bolton Jobert, 1377 Page Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806. So I will try to say this as quickly as possible, in less than 2 minutes. This has to do with affordable housing. I will send you an email with some links, with some videos, with some other content, because I can't say this all in 2 minutes. CNBC put out a video just 3 months ago. Diana Olick, senior real estate correspondent with CNBC Business News, states, home prices rose 40% from the start of the pandemic. In the final half of 2022, the typical U.S. home sold for a record-shattering $468,000. So these are my affordable housing concerns. Airbnbs. Is this being regulated or monitored at all? I realize it's not allowed in unincorporated Orange County, but what about the other municipalities? Do we have a number? Do we have liquor licenses? Is this something we need to regulate in such a way similar to liquor licenses? My concern is we are taking away from single-family homes. We are taking away from the single-family home supply for a regular residential community member. Just, is this being regulated? Back in the day, and I don't know if this is still happening, and maybe you know, are we still building and allowing for developers to build short-term rental communities, which they own, which they rent? So they're monopolizing on that. Again, I feel like this is taking away from the single-family home supply for a regular person, and companies like Blackstone. Ooh, hopefully I don't get sued after talking today. But apparently they're buying up or building single-family homes, right? So now we've got the stock market involved. Their argument is there's a shortage of single-family homes, so they're buying them, but then they're renting them, so they're, again, taking away from the single-family home supply. And international buyers. I'll send you the link. Trudeau in Canada just did this thing that he's blocking outside investors for 2 years. Can we block outside investors for maybe 2 years from buying up our properties to help with our issue? So we'll never satiate the need for affordable housing if we're trying to help the whole world get an investment in Florida. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Commissioner Uribe, any quick comments?
Maria, I just submitted a memo on fighting on those Airbnbs, so tune in shortly.
So, I'm
All right.
sorry,
You can check with my staff.
this coming Friday, you're saying?
No. In the future.
Oh, okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the next speaker, please. Bye.
Next speaker is Lindy Williams, followed by Cara Blanco.
Hi,
Good morning.
my name is Lindy Williams, and I live at 11221 Fangorn Road, Orlando, Florida. That's in East Orlando. I'm really concerned about the drainage in our area. Our house flooded with 2.5 feet of water. It's never flooded before. We've lived there 20 years. Our neighbors brought in hundreds of loads of fill dirt when they moved to the neighborhood. And I called about that, and I said, they brought in 75 loads, and I was told that that's okay, they can bring in as much as they want. We decided not to regulate that. I called the EPA, they were not helpful either. The county did a drainage study supposedly costing upwards of $250,000, and Commissioner Gomez Cordera assured us that the drainage was fine, that we would not flood. Although every time it rained, I got water in my garage, 4 inches of it. This has not happened in 20 years, but all of a sudden, over the years, it's gotten higher and higher. Lake Kehoe drains into Lake Burge, which doesn't drain fast enough, and they say that's why the water came up. We're allowing people to buy wetlands and fill them in, and this is wrong. This is not true in other counties. In Lee County, you can never fill a wetlands. You can never build on a wetlands. But Orange County seems to think that you can buy another wetlands, it's okay. As soon as we lived here since 2000, and we love our neighbors, our wildlife, and our neighborhood, but now we can't stay. Insurance will not rebuild our house. They will just repair it and renovate it, and I'm sure that it will flood again. Insurance only wants to pay us half of what it will cost to fix it. I'm having to hire an attorney and a public adjuster. The costs have not only been monetary. Boarding our dogs cost us $8,000 so far because we cannot have them with us. We're paying rent for a room for $1,200 a month. Thank God we have friends that have allowed us to rent a room. Storage containers will cost us over $500 a month. This is it's endless, and it's sad. And I'm not the only one.
So, Ms. Williams, we're sorry you're having the challenges that you are having there within your neighborhood. Do we have one of our public works managers or staff members in the audience? What neighborhood specifically is it that you live in?
It's unincorporated. It's right between Lake Burge Road and O'Berry Hoover Road off of 50. The nearest big intersection is 50 and Rouse.
Okay. All right, so we can do some investigation into that, but I can tell you that the members of our board are concerned about our wetlands and how we build and develop. So it's perhaps an oversimplification that Orange County doesn't care about it, but we do care about it. I'm not sure what happened in the specific example in question, but we can do some research into that and figure out how to assist you and your neighbors somehow in that process. But thank you for your presence today.
Mike Drozek is standing up, Mayor. He's manager stormwater.
Okay. Mr. Brett Blackadar is there in the back, and if you just provide them your contact information, these are senior managers within the department. They can follow up with you, I think, more succinctly and more specifically with your concerns. Okay. All right. Thank you for your presence. All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, did you have something?
Yes. Ms. Lindy. Ms. Lindy.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate that, and I have to say, since you said that I assure that it wasn't going to flood anymore, I don't remember saying that because not even drainage department assure that nothing is going to drain because of the rain and whatever is going on. But I know I have been there a lot with the department here, with Public Works, drainage, and so to help, through all the
I
routes.
can show you an email that you sent to Linda Mallinson, who is our neighborhood leader, and she said that you assured us the drainage was good, everything would be fine.
Well, that's part of what the drainage department said, because they went and they cleaned all the dish that they had all over,
They didn't clean all the
Oldbury,
ditches.
Hoover. Okay, but we're gonna get together, okay? Because I don't know if I had talked to you before, but let's get together and let's work through to see how we can help you. Okay?
I'd like that if you would contact me. I have not been able to reach you. I reached your assistants, but I've never been able to reach you. So-
Okay. If you, I'll be there. Okay? I'm accessible all the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Cara Blanco. You'll just state your name and address for the record, ma'am. Thank you.
Cara Blanco, 6016 Montel Court, Orlando 32810, District 2. This is my fourth time here. The first time was February 2022. We can't afford to move, and that's why I'm here again. Our situation hasn't changed. We can't get the noise ordinance enforced. On Sunday alone, it was 13 hours of noise on and off until 11 o'clock at night, and this is coming from a residential area. We have done everything we were told to do. Keep a log of activity. Try to get a restraining order, which couldn't get enforced. Talk to Alan Marshall. Do mediation. We keep getting deferred, and anyone who can do something won't. Last month, the deputy told me that we, and this is the neighbors collectively, have no credibility, and we were setting ourselves up for a harassment suit for all the times we have called the sheriff's department to essentially get some peace and quiet on our own property, and they won't do breach of peace. And we were also told that this is our fault for not having an HOA and living on a zero lot. Well, guess what? That's not my problem anymore. It's your problem. It's the board, it's planning, and EPD to solve. I called the sheriff's department on Friday, just this Friday, and I told dispatch that I was at a location that was more than 500 feet from the noise source. And from my home security app, I saw deputies arrive while I'm recording myself at that 500 feet plus, and you can hear the music in the background of my video. They did nothing. They drove away over 150 calls for service. This is your problem if deputies won't enforce the noise ordinance the way it is written. So what are you going to do? That's it.
All right, thank you for your comments this morning, and not sure all of the circumstances there, but it sounds like you have availed yourself of contacting the sheriff's office. Of course, the sheriff's office has their own procedures that they follow, and I'm going to presume that you've been following up with the sheriff, and so that's a process that we will follow up. I will tell you that we do see some challenges with our current Orange County noise ordinance. Our county attorney's office has been working with the sheriff's office to see if there are any ways that we can make improvements to our own county ordinances that are consistent with Florida law, as well as U.S. constitutional law. So there's some challenges there, but that's a work in progress. So we hear you. We hear others with similar situations like yours, and we're trying to resolve that through our regulatory authority that we are entrusted with. So thank you for your presence this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other speakers?
No, sir. That concludes our public comment period for this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for your presence, those who came during public comment. We're going to move forward then. At this time, to our consent agenda, I'm going to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda. And Mr. Brooks, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We don't have any changes to the consent agenda, so staff presents the consent agenda for board consideration as submitted.
Second, Wilson.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott. I believe I heard Commissioner Wilson next as the seconder on the motion. If there's nothing else in regards to the consent agenda, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does pass, and it is unanimous of those who are present. We do not have Commissioner Gomez Cordero, who is present. Let the record reflect that. Commissioners, with the vote that was just taken, I would like to bring to your attention an important consent agenda item that was just approved. It was item D8, the award of a pedestrian safety construction contract along the Alafaya Trail and University Boulevard. Of course, over time, we've seen several different tragic accidents involving pedestrians, in particular impacting most often students from the University of Central Florida. But this project is a $13 million project and is being completed in collaboration with the University of Central Florida and the Florida Department of Transportation to provide safety improvements to the pedestrian network in the UCF area. As you may be aware, these UCF corridors have some of the highest pedestrian activities in all of Orange County. The project will include the creation of signalized mid-block crossings and pedestrian channelization on the Alafaya Trail, which will accommodate current student housing locations and also includes enhanced crosswalks, wider sidewalks, landscaping, and pedestrian level lighting. It is due to be completed in 16 months after a notice to proceed is given. This project is an example of Orange County's commitment to meet our pedestrian needs and strive towards our Vision Zero goals. Of course, that goal includes having zero traffic fatalities within our community. And with that, let me just say thank you to our team from Public Works and Transportation Engineering for taking a leadership role in this effort. And now we're going to move forward on our agenda. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yes, that's definitely a project I've been working on for a long time, and waiting for this project to move forward. Definitely has been a lot of issues, and we've been over the years trying to get some small improvements done on that corridor as well in order to help. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this moving forward, and hopefully a lot faster than it's been moving, because it's really needed. And like you said, there is a lot of issues that we have there and fatalities, and I really hope that the changes that are made really brings us to a Vision Zero fatalities in that section. Thank you.
Absolutely. I know the university has been, they have a whole proactive awareness campaign that they're using with the students as well to help, as well as pedestrians. And I think moving forward, some of the technology that's been built into automobiles and cellular phones, we're exploring all of those potentials to help alert the drivers and the pedestrians to the hazards that are in the area. So, but this is a $13 million effort, so I think it is absolutely a step in the right direction. With that, we're going to move to the discussion agenda at this time. Mr. Terry Olson is coming forward, our Administrator for Arts and Cultural Affairs Office, to present the State of the Arts and the fiscal year 2023 cultural facilities funding recommendations. And I will say that this was a process that began before we impaneled the Tourist Development Task Force that will be soon making recommendations to the Tourist Development Council and the Board of County Commission about prioritizations for the use of tourist development tax receipts here within Orange County. Mr. Olson is going to go over the kind of status prior to the enactment of the task force itself. So with that, Mr. Olson, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mary Demings. Commissioners, County Comptroller, County Administrator, County Attorney, and folks. I'm glad to be here. I come at this time of year always to give a state of the arts. Also have our funding recommendations for cultural facilities. So I'll point out a number of things that are kind of highlights from the past year before I get to the cultural facilities recommendations. A reminder that our mission is to elevate Central Florida's arts and culture to that befitting a diverse, world-class community. And we have a great advisory council composed of members that you have approved for that. And they take great efforts to see that we meet that mission. A couple highlights from the past year. United Arts, their collaborative campaign this year raised over $6 million, which is up from about 4 years ago when we started a challenge to get them to find new donors. They were at about $2 million for a number of years, and they've increased each year to over $6 million, which is great. That's on an aggregate budget of all our arts groups of about $70 million. Central Florida Community Arts claims to have, and bigger is not always better, but the biggest symphony community orchestra in the country and the largest community choir in the country. And they had a great performance sold out at Steinmetz Hall this year. Open Scene is one of 2 Hispanic theater performing arts companies that have been around now for 4 years. And they had a week-long Latinx celebration festival this past year, and engaging some internationally known artists for that week-long Hispanic-related festival. The Orlando Fringe Festival this year hosted 70 representatives from fringe festivals all across the world, and the Fringe in Orlando is the largest and oldest in the United States. And SNAP also hosted the East Coast premiere of This Empty World exhibition, which was a high-profile traveling exhibition by internationally acclaimed photographer Nick Brandt. Just a few highlights of our arts community during this past year. At this time of year, our Arts and Culture Affairs Advisory Council takes what's planned for the budget for the next year, which is based on last year's collections from the tourist development tax, and decides how that should be put into various pools. As a reminder, we currently get 3% of the first 4 cents of the tourist development tax and a fixed funding of $2 million. So that's $8 million, and there were some adjustments, making a little bit more than that. As the mayor said, this is before any recommendations that might come from the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force. How the council plans to divide up that pot into smaller pools. The largest is our cultural tourism funding, and that we come to you in the fall with. We last year had 34 arts organizations that qualified and were funded through that. One new thing this year is our DEI Sustainability Pilot Grant, where those organizations that are eligible for the tourist development tax can apply for a bit more money if they do 2 things. They work in a meaningful collaboration with arts group or artists from an underserved community, and they are working on a project that will encourage the viewers to action for improvement in their community. So we're trying that out this year. A little bit of extra money set aside for that. Cultural Facilities is the next largest, and then other grants through United Arts and some smaller items. We've been involved in a number of planning and research things during this past year. The Orange County Arts Ecology Study I'm going to talk about more, but let me mention first, we are in the midst of the Arts and Economic Prosperity Study 6. Every 5 years we participate with Americans for the Art nationally to look at what is the impact of our nonprofit arts in our community. I know from the last one, for instance, that we have the economic impact of about 10,000 full-time equivalent jobs. We are also just about to get out our RFP on a cultural master plan that will use as a basis the arts ecology study that's just been done. And we're participating in Vision 2050. As I'm sure you know, one of the 10 chapters is tourism, arts, and culture. So there's town hall meetings going on, and I've been attending some of those where it might be appropriate that we get some questions related to that chapter. Now, about this arts ecology study, it came up in this past year, the DeVos Institute of Arts Management at the University of Maryland. It was funded by the Dick and Betsy DeVos Family Foundation, the Edith Bush Charitable Foundation, the United Arts of Central Florida, and Orange County Government. They provided a very hefty report. I'm just going to mention a few of the things. They surveyed over 80 organizations, 150 community and arts leaders, and they did comparisons with other comparable cities of similar population. And also some comments about cities competing for cultural tourists, because although we don't have the population of New York or Chicago or Austin, we are competing with them for tourists and cultural tourists. These are the 8 comparator cities: Seattle, Cincinnati, Tampa, Kansas City, Austin, Nashville, Charlotte, Pittsburgh, in a similar size population to ours. One of the ways that they can measure a community is looking at the top 10 organizations, the kind of flagship organizations, and looking at their budgets. So looking at the average budget of the top 10 organizations in these different markets brought us to the bottom of the pile. So we're a young community. We don't have the resources that many of these competitor cities do have. And so the point is, if we're going to compete for cultural tourism, we also need to step up the game in that way. Some other conclusions: we are low on our private philanthropy compared to others. And that is something, as I just mentioned with the United Arts Campaign, where we've set out the incentive for them to get new donors and new money, and they have been successful for 4 years in a row. As a community that is full of low-wage service workers but has a large tax, we are above average in our government support. We are low on organizations by and about minority organizations. I mentioned the 2 Hispanic groups that we have. They're 4 years old, but they're both still young and in need of lots of help and growth to become part of the full community in a year-round basis. And we don't have the national profile that our quality deserves. We are putting out artistic product that is better than some organizations in other communities that are more well-known. And they provided some reasons why and things we could do to improve that. So the next steps will be this cultural master plan that will help us know, how do we address these issues? What do we do next? What are the steps? And that'll be a county-wide cultural master plan that will be done before I'm here next year to talk to you, hopefully. And as mentioned, the TD Citizens Advisory Task Force, where we did propose moving that 3% to 5% and the $2 million fixed to $5 million. So we'll see what they come forth, and that may be a part of the process of getting us where we need to be according to the master plan based on the arts ecology study. One of the things that has expanded probably the most and has become the premier diversity cultural organization and was specifically pointed out by the arts ecology study is Fusion Fest. This quote, "Fusion Fest is such a life-changing experience and it contributed to me having the feeling of belonging here in Orlando," is from one particular person, but we've heard this time and time again from many people. And although it started with a festival downtown, it has expanded through many programs, both weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, regular participations around the area. In fact, here's a map showing all the locations of activations that Fusion Fest has had through its diversitastic dining, its sending performers to a multicultural event at a school, through parades, festivals, appearances, that kind of thing. And here's We've also found that citizens that we don't even know have been spreading the word. In fact, we know that more than 200 countries have been connecting through some media. This is just one example of some people that showed up before the festival is really
We're here in downtown Orlando, more specifically, Fusion Fest. It is a 2-day multicultural event celebrating all of the different cultures that make up this beautiful city. There's all kinds of vendors. I know there's like cultural dances too, and there's definitely food. So that's why we're here. You know, I'm not gonna show up to an event if they don't have any food. Let's eat.
And Fusion Fest was certainly a part, thank you, Mayor, of the state of the county. It was a pleasure to provide that entertainment there. So now I get to the action that we need. We have our cultural facilities funding recommendations, and this funding is open to nonprofit museums or government-owned auditorium venues. It's for equipping, renovating, maintaining, constructing, or acquiring those venues, and it's governed by the Florida statutes. The process, the review panel does its work, passes its recommendations to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council, who are unanimously recommending the 4 to you today. The review panel, where it starts, has 5 members from the Advisory Council plus 3 industry experts that are part of that panel. And what happened this year is in 2020, we had 4 applicants. They had site visits and were ready for the review process, and then the pandemic hit. So that money was pulled, and we didn't fund any of those. This year, we allowed only those 4 organizations to reapply with adjustments of the same application. We did another site visit. We had the panel review, scoring according to the matrix we have that looks at concept, facility, management, and budget. And all 4 received the minimum scoring threshold to be eligible. And so these are the 4 organizations being brought to you today. The Downtown Arts District, which is turning a alleyway kind of into a fun courtyard. The Manila Museum, $500,000 for one specific start to their future, hopeful expansion. The ballet for audio and lighting and security in their lobby, and the Science Center for parking for the visitors that are coming there. The total is $1,572,179. So the request for you today is to fund these 4 organizations' facility needs.
All right, so thank you, Terry, for the presentation. In the presentation, there's some key things that he talked about I want to reiterate. First, as a county, we are endeavoring to increase our contributions towards our cultural tourism events and activities. However, there's a process, and we do have a formula that is in place by which we have created some incentives for our various community-based organizations to make application to help support their budgets. But when I came into office as mayor, and I did a number of meetings with different community-based organizations and cultural tourism organizations. And one of the things that I wanted to make certain was that these nonprofits, that we didn't indirectly have a consequence of not challenging them to do what they could do to increase the giving and the support to their organizations. And so we created an incentive-based program, and I'm happy to see and note that continually each year we have seen those organizations increase their solicitations and their revenues by their own activities. In other words, we have said to them, we want you to be able to fish, rather than just giving you a fish and you eat for a day. We want you to be able to thrive for a lifetime. And so we are working with them through that process. Also, there is no shortage of community organizations who have made it known that they would like to be the recipients of our tourist development tax receipts. And you can see from the various meetings that we've had, there are, in fact, billions of dollars of requests coming from the myriad of community-based organizations who want a portion of the tourist development tax. So unfortunately, we do not have enough money to meet the needs of all of those requests that are before us as a community. So we do have to prioritize where we're going to spend our money and where we would get the greatest return on our investment. During that process, it is important to our community that there's diversity, equity, and inclusion in that process. And so what Terry's office will help us do as a Board of County Commission is to stay focused on that and work with our community organizations. We have some of them I know in the audience this morning who will be the benefactors of the dollars that are being recommended before us. So we do have to wait on the work of the Tourist Development Task Force to be completed as a board and listen to their recommendations and the merits of what they might recommend before we make significant changes. So because this was already in the pipeline, what Terry is doing is saying to us, let's stay true to what we know to be the rules of engagement, the planning strategies, and how we distribute the funds will continue through the formula that has been created over time. And one of the other things that Terry said this morning was that in terms of the government per capita funds, we are kind of at tops in that regard, but in terms of philanthropy, many of these other major metropolitan areas around the country, the philanthropic community contributes more dollars than the philanthropic community does here. So there's some work to be done to get the wealthy in our community and these various foundations, et cetera, to help support the arts as well. And that's something that is evolving as I think we mature as a cultural community and one that invests heavily in the arts. So it's a work in progress that we are working through. And with that, I'm going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Moore.
Mayor, can I just clarify? I didn't say we were top. I said we were above average.
I understand. All right. We're not at the bottom in that regard. Yes. So one of them you pointed out, we were at the bottom. But yeah. I think in terms of the point I'm trying to make here is the point that what we do contribute from the government perspective, we're not at the bottom there. And so as a maturing community, as a growing community, we still have work to do. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, I'm going to get to a question, but thank you for that line of conversation, Mayor. I know the time I served on United Arts that those matching grants were very successful, so thank you for your vision with that. Terry, you do such a wonderful job. You know, I was ready to just say, rah, rah, everything's great, and we've really arrived, and you burst up my bubble a little bit in that presentation, and I know that's been the ongoing conversation. How do we compare to these other large metropolitan organizations? But thank you for this cultural master plan. I mean, without strategic planning and really having a definitive, well-written, well-crafted plan, you know, you can't attack these things. And so please keep us apprised as to your process. My question with that is, I don't know if you've set the parameters or how deep you've gotten into the cultural master plan, but are any of the things you're looking at, would it be helpful for us, because we're going to have these TDT discussions and decisions to make in the next few weeks, and certainly even though we're above average, TDT at this point has been a major factor in us trying to have a stronger cultural community. And so I don't know if you can come see us or if you've got anything at this point you want to address that might help us to have that framework of, what role we can play in ensuring we're continually on the right path to catch up to Cleveland and what have you. And I spent several summers in all of these great places, and most of you know I have a musician dad and grew up at Eastman School of Music in Rochester, New York, and I had, and when I came down here, I obviously saw the difference, but I think we've made great strides. So just talk a little bit more about how this cultural master plan you think will help us to get where we want to be.
Well, it's an interesting process. We've actually been, I think I received the budgeting for this about 3 years ago, and so we've been in the process of figuring this out, and so many things have changed. I mean, we've had a pandemic. The arts ecology study came up, which was going to take a chunk of the research portion of that. We have a relationship with the City of Orlando, who's going to partially fund it, and so things have changed a lot. But we will definitely keep you involved in the process as soon as we can get that started. It's going to get out the door any day now.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Terry. I love, you've seen me out at some of these events, and I always look just giddy because I appreciate our arts and culture and the efforts that you all have really made. And I think this area, compared to when I moved here to now, it has absolutely been transformed, as I really believe, an up-and-coming and great arts and cultural mecca. So I really support all of the efforts and investment. Fusion Fest, there wasn't a dry eye out there for the citizenship ceremony. I got everybody's Christmas shopping done in one place. I went home very full and very tired. So it was a great event. But what I wanted to ask about, and I think this is a challenge for those of us, especially I would say that are out in the corners of the county. We look at the funding priorities, and they are very much funneled into what is already probably the most well-funded municipality. As far as the amount of grants and arts and cultural philanthropic efforts. I think trying to leverage philanthropic efforts all over the county would also include maybe trying to make sure that we were proving to all areas of the county that we were bringing arts and culture to them. So, addressing sort of the usual customers' criticism I get sometimes when I have conversations with people that are trying to get a foothold in the far reaches of the county.
I understand that comment, and as you saw from the map, kind of like the I-4 corridors where the heavy distribution is, or has been of our activities, it's kind of where the heavy distribution of population is as well. But there were some out there in Winter Garden and some out east and north and south, so we understand that concern and keep it in mind.
Thank you. It's a shout out to my Horizon West Theater Company that's using a school stage right now in an elementary school. Thanks.
So, Commissioner Wilson, I do share in your observation. Many of the amenities that we have as a county and as a community are in the downtown corridor within the city of Orlando. And as a growing county, there's also a lot of population growth out on the periphery of our county. And I believe that it should be a priority of our board to make certain that we do more to invest in cultural amenities that are out in the different areas of our community. Horizons West is one of those areas. Perhaps East Orange County is another, West Orange County, North West Orange County. We should be looking to make significant investments in those areas. It will help with just the movement of people, with the traffic congestion and everything like that. So it's something that over time we'll have to lean into, but we are fortunate to have these world-class venues that are centrally located to the entire county that we're going to have to continue to support, but we should look outwardly as well. So I do support you in the observation there, and don't know if that is shared by the rest of our commissioners, but certainly we'll hear from them. And so when we make decisions, I think, about the expenditure of tourist development tax receipts to leverage the public dollars against the philanthropic and private dollars, we should take all of that into consideration. We heard this morning from a group that was concerned about the soccer fields and the like. There's underlying requirement statutorily that when we expend tourist development tax dollars, it has to support tourism, and that means people coming in to stay overnight within our community, and a derivative of all those dollars is from the tax on the heads and beds, those who stay within our hotels and motels who come into the community. And the tourists pay significantly to the overall benefit that we have as a community to make these investments. So, I believe that we have to be strategic. We have to do what we can do to make certain that we do protect the tourism. It's a $74 to $75 billion industry for our region here. And so that is significant to our overall GDP. And so this whole discussion that the TDT has been doing has been about how to make the priorities to make sure that the dollars continue to flow from our tourists, because that translates into jobs. Some of them are very good, high-paying jobs. Some maybe are not so high-paying, but it creates the opportunity for our entertainers, our performers, and others to have a place to go and to play, to present, to make a living, and we're supporting all of that. So this is part of, I think, the secret sauce into how we improve the overall quality of life for the people who live in our community. So I get it, and you're an advocate like all of the other commissioners for their respective areas. So, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Terry. How are you?
Good.
So you're doing a great job, man. I think about the 12 years I've got to know and work with you, and you've constantly advocated for the promotion and support of the arts. In particular, what you do for, I won't say marginalized artists, but those up-and-coming artists, those single artists that maybe don't know how to promote their brand. We seen that last night in the Juneteenth with a local artist. I think he's been doing it about 7 years, and some of his work was on display. And so I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing. I'd also like to give you a heads up, because I threw your name out there yesterday. I had the opportunity to meet with the Mothers Against, Moms Demand Action, and Seven Charleston, and they talked about, a mural program across the county. Commissioner Moore has just recently completed one in the past couple months, but they wanted to see something like that. And so I did tell them to reach out to you to maybe see areas across the county to do murals. Obviously, we have that Unbelievably Real campaign, the one that's downtown in the city of Orlando, and maybe not something to that level, but just things across the community to engage folks in, and just having artwork they could be proud of, not just in that wall that we have on Powers and Silver Star, but in areas across the community. And so they may be reaching out to you about that. But job well done, man. I mean, I've had an opportunity to see it both sides, and you're dedicated, and I appreciate you. So keep doing what you're doing. You got my support.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And just to our technical staff, check Commissioner Scott's microphone. It came across a little low, and Commissioner, just get closer to it as well.
Yes, sir.
This
is low. Oh.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure that we hear you clearly. So, okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, just so I definitely thank you for all the work that you do. And, I have to say I'm spoiled because a lot of these organizations are in my district. But like what was mentioned, there are concentrated in the Orlando area I-4 corridor. And my district does spread out a lot. But I have to say, I always tell people I love it where I live, because where I live, I always say I'm a half an hour from the beach and a half an hour from downtown Orlando, so I get the best of both worlds, right? And I live in a rural area. So I am totally spoiled. And I have chickens. Actually, the Hawks got to them, but we do have another delivery of chickens coming in July. So besides the chickens, though, and me being spoiled and where I live and being so happy, there are a lot of organizations out there who have been struggling to find theater space. And so I did get an email about the TDT Citizens Advisory Task Force, and I did send Roseanne an email. This was back in beginning of May. And I said, I'm unsure whom to address this concern to or what the proper procedure is, but I have a proposition and solution regarding the issue at hand. The problem is that there are numerous small performing arts groups who are incapable of affording performance or theater space. The solution that I suggest is constructing multiple community theaters throughout the county, which can be leased out free of charge for nonprofit performing arts groups. Thoughts? ? And then Roseanne wrote back that, thank you for your suggestions. Smaller venues throughout Orange County are needed. In addition to rent rates, Terry Olson, United Arts, have done research and identified cultural deserts where there is a lack of performance space. Co-locating at existing community centers might be an option since we have staff that knows how to run a facility. I wrote back, thank you for your attention to this matter. I wanted to bring to your attention that there is a community center desert in Orange County as well. Unfortunately, I'm facing difficulties finding suitable meeting spaces for my community meetings in my district due to a lack of community centers. I would appreciate if we could consider constructing community theaters throughout the county. Could you please provide information on the process for this? I'm aware that Decatur, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's in Georgia near Atlanta. They have a community theater with an annual community show that draws visitors from across the nation. It's a Christmas special. And I feel that building similar theaters in our area could increase tourism and enhance the quality of life for our residents. That Decatur theater is, in that show that they do, is such a great example of how community theaters and community groups can bring tourism from across the nation. And, that was just an innovative, idea. Just this, I think the commissioner, the county commissioner at that time was like, we want to do a Christmas show, and, found this guy who was in the community. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. And they did this Christmas show, and it just became so famous that people around the world come to it. I'm going to have to share that show with all of you. So is this something I'm hoping that we can have in our cultural master plan, looking at community theaters that Orange County can own around, and then, have that space that multiple different performing groups can rent out? And then it's spread out throughout the county, so it's equally geographically spread out.
Well, one of the requirements in our RFP for the master plan is that it will look at all the communities, not just one. So that is part of that.
And it's actually already happening with the Multicultural Center. It'll have a performing arts aspect to it. So that's kind of the blueprint for what I think will happen across the county. I'm looking at Roseanne, make sure I'm not saying this right. So I'm still kind of a new kid on the block here. But I think that we're moving in that direction. So I'm excited.
Yeah, wasn't that done with invest funds? Yes. Yeah, but we have TDT funds that we can use for these community centers, because that's what that money is for. So, we have millions and millions of dollars coming to Orange County. This funding is easily accessible to be able to do this.
The only thing about the community centers, remember,
community theaters.
They are community theaters. It really needs to result in tourism promotion, bringing in people who are going to stay overnight.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if it's, you have to have the data to support that. So if they're just our local residents coming, it may not meet the current requirements on the law. So it's some challenges to get to that point.
Yes, which is why I was mentioning Decatur and their program and how they're attracting to their community theater and community show people across the nation. So they're bringing in tourism for their show.
So
That's an example that we could use of how these community theaters can bring in that tourism.
again, that's one of the reasons why I impaneled this task force, to get the input from our residents about what those priorities should be so that we can establish the ROI and what are the priorities. So we'll hear soon, what our community really thinks about all of that. And that should give great guidance to us as a board in making decisions that are in the best interest of our community once we've actually heard from our community. So we'll
All
see
right.
how it turns out.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to emphasize, though, that we hear from our citizens all the time, and we are also well in touch with our community and our citizens and what the needs are as well.
I don't dispute that. That's not what I'm saying here. But to the level of the complexity of the presentations that you've seen, that's not something that you hear from the community on, where they're asked to kind of come in with a plan of action and what have you. We all hear general kinds of comments, but they're coming in with some pretty sophisticated types of presentations, and that's something that you don't hear all at one time when you're trying to make a decision. You kind of hear it piecemeal all over, but we have to make decisions in the best interest of the entire county and how that benefits all. All right, so Commissioner Uribe, I'm going to go to you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know it was next. First of all, Terry, I do want to thank you because when I got started, there was a huge disconnect in the community, and you have been working diligently at trying to build on that. And while I appreciate it, but the more and more I've researched and I'm listening to people, and although I love hearing people come from out of town to Fusion Fest, I've been asking in my community, and I don't meet anybody who even knows what it is, okay? People who are plugged in downtown know what it is, but our folks in Taft, our folks in Pine Castle, only on the Historic Society, don't know what Fusion Fest is. And I've been advocating that we fund such a huge amount of this. Why is it in the city of Orlando where it costs $20 to park and it's not accessible for families? And I hope that in the long run, we will see this go out to unincorporated Orange County so it's inviting to families and there isn't a cost to come see these things, because we are still missing out on the edge. And as been said today, one of the things we notice in common is all these folks are in downtown Orlando. They're not in our communities. I don't even have a community center. We're working on it. I hope to see it before I leave office, where we'd love to see a space where kids can come together. I do want to I want to give props to like the Science Center that has purposely, through our conversations, have gone to unincorporated Orange County, and the Dr. Phillips Center, who prior to us being in office, and I know Commissioner Siplin used to complain about this, all of their outreach was to schools in the city of Orlando, and now we're seeing that change. We're seeing unincorporated Orange County schools, even though we fund at a higher level, we weren't getting those services or opportunities for our children. And the reality, though, too, is because, the TDT task force, I don't know about anyone else, we're kind of on the out on this. We're waiting to see what they do. We weren't included. We didn't know what the mission was, but I've been keeping track of the list and how much everybody's asking, is that we're also seeing double dipping. So we're seeing requests from them here, requests from them there, but what we don't see is, and we've been advocating, and Jennifer also with United Arts has been helping, is getting these small nonprofits to small organizations, cultural, to become nonprofits, but they don't have a grant writer and a development coordinator and all of these people to run this and request $500,000 a year. These are folks at $10,000 a year. They're all volunteering for free. And we need to start pivoting to helping these organizations, like the one in Winter Garden and the one in Taft and the one all over, because they're not as savvy, and they don't have a team that can sit out here on a Tuesday to advocate and put together a presentation in front of a task force asking for money or even know what heads and beds mean to qualify for TDT. So while the Cultural Arts Center on Hiawassee and Colonial was developed with invest funds, we don't have anything else mimicking that. We're using stages at schools, that's our means of community theater. Going to see The Lion King in the cafeteria of Sally Ride Elementary in Taft. That's what we're dealing with. When we talk about arts and really trying to make the arts, and you and I were at the Edith Bush, roundup from the folks, the high folks who came from up north who really know it, is that we're not even selling the investment at a young age. For instance, I'm a huge, advocate of the arts. We've seen each other. I love not the Rep Theater, the Family Stage.
The Family Stage.
Family Stage. That's going to be hard to roll off the tongue for a while. But, having my son's 6-year-old birthday at SpongeBob, the musical, is great, but it is a hefty investment. It is not like, so I really, really want to keep advocating for unincorporated Orange County. And while all of these folks are in downtown Orlando, and that's nice and it's how it is, until we start really making purposeful to be in unincorporated Orange County, until we realize these small nonprofits that are all volunteer-based, that are, I went and I saw a class being taught Colombian dances. A free teacher, free people who volunteered, doing performances, but no money. It's all free. It's all, it's all trying to get noticed. And on Fusion Fest, and until the day I'm out of this chair, unincorporated Orange County, free parking, free parking, and getting this message out to folks who have never even heard of it. How many years old is Fusion Fest?
There's been 5 festivals.
Okay. I just really wish we would be purposeful, because not only are we the largest investor, and yes, other folks commit, but they're also making a return on their parking and all of their businesses downtown that are doing this, as opposed to us getting it somewhere else. And one last thing I wanted to, actually, I got it all. I'm surprised at myself, but if we could be purposeful on those small nonprofits, we're getting them to be a nonprofit. Now let's get them to compete, because what has happened in Eatonville took decades. That did not happen overnight. And even I remember with Commissioner Moore, them proving their TDT funding when we all knew off of I-4 on that weekend, good luck getting off and getting over there. But when we continue, and the professionalism that is in all these organizations is admirable. It is a business nonprofit, and it is what it is. But until we really start emphasizing, focusing on the small nonprofits, like I said, the ones doing the Lion King in the cafeteria, the ones over on the east side, the ones on the west side, we're never really going to see change. Their logo, they don't even have a logo. Their name is never going to show up on this. And that's how we're going to make real impact, because as you're building out are these communities, we've got to see that same purposeful for those folks, because having folks say you can't really see the arts until you come to downtown Orlando does not say a lot about us as Orange County. So I would like to see some more intention on that, and hopefully we'll see a light to that as long as we keep advocating for it, because it is disappointing in a sense, but you have made strides to try to get that needle moving, but I really think we have to be more purposeful in that mission. Thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I definitely want to say, because I've sat on the board and I've seen the members, and Terry, I've seen what you've done, and I know that you all try to work so hard to reach out and implement whatever you can to incorporate smaller groups, smaller organizations who are new, who haven't been around that much, who don't have the funding. But it seems like the system perhaps is preventing, because that's what I've seen. It seems like the system is preventing you and the advisory board from being able to do as much as you can do. And, you know, we're the board, I guess, like, we are the ones who set policy. I would love to hear from you, what policy ideas do you have that would make your job and the advisory job easier to be able to give a platform and more funding to these smaller groups? I know that some policies have changed to offer smaller grants, but like what's been mentioned, I mean, a lot of these organizations, they struggle for, you know, forming nonprofits. It's not easy to form a nonprofit. Writing grants, they're new. How do you reach someone who's like, okay, we see this gap. It's a gap, so it's never been filled before, and we realize there's a need for it, but they start off new. So let's say they've been together for a month, they start a new nonprofit. They don't qualify for much of anything because now no one knows who they are. They've only been existing for a month, but there's a gap. So what policies can we provide for you or do in order to help?
Well, the biggest policy constraint is the state regulations regarding tourist development tax. By far, that constrains us the most. As you said, we've been trying to figure out ways to, within the state law, still like this fund that we've got this year, where it'll go through a qualifying organization, but only if they are giving a meaningful collaboration with a smaller group. So that's one of the ways we're trying to do that. But that's the biggest policy.
Okay, so I know I already mentioned about the community theaters. I mean, that's another thing. I mean, that's something we can do. What do you need in order to get those numbers to see how that could bring in tourism so that we can get these community theaters out there? Like, is there anything what do you need? Tell us what you need. Help us help you.
Well, many communities provide incubator services for small groups, and that is a way to accelerate the growth of small groups. But that takes resources to help administratively, to help them get to the place where they are better at writing grants, where they're better at asking people for money and developing as a self-sufficient organization. So an incubator program would be great. One of my first years here, we did a white paper about incubator programs. They take resources.
Okay, so you're saying like an incubator similar to UCF's incubator for small businesses in technology and simulation type of thing?
Yeah, and the Entrepreneurship Center, I was kind of involved as that was getting started too, but it's based on for-profit model. Nonprofits they're not part of their program.
Okay, but you, again, mentioned grant writing. Does an organization need to write an entire grant proposal? Can't we simplify that process where here's a question, they just put a paragraph answering that, or a couple of paragraphs? Does it have to be a whole grant proposal that you need a grant writer for and need to learn grant writing? Can we simplify that?
The easiest way that we as Orange County help right now is through United Arts, because United Arts, and they get general fund money, that doesn't have the requirements of the state TDT. So, and Jennifer's here, she can talk about, they have 5 different grants program. Some of them are very simple, and including an individual artist grant that they've developed this year. So individual artists can get $5,000, which is a big help to an individual artist. But they couldn't fund, with the $100,000 they had for that, not even half of the applicants for that. So it's a matter of resources.
Okay, and then the resources are held up with state legislation.
Well, general fund comes from Orange County. That's not related, and that's more what United Arts uses for that kind of thing. But
okay. All right, and what about
So you can give me a big pot of money. That'd be great. Just give me more money, and we'll do fabulous work.
All right, Terry. That's what everybody wants. We do
I
have
know.
a budget process that we'll work through, and as we try to leverage some of that. So anyway, we're not like the federal government. Our budget has to balance, and so we have just a myriad of competing interests as a community. But we hear you. We do have to kind of keep moving forward. Commissioner Bonilla, any final thoughts?
No, just that, no final thoughts.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Terry. I have to say that you did a very good presentation, information to our commission. And I am the one that it was appointed by the mayor to be in the art board. And we have a lot of fun, I have to say to my colleagues here, that it would be good if you appoint it next year or something, because this is a lot of good information that comes in. United Arts is there and bring a lot of information as well. And I can say, Terry, that you in those meetings have been advocated for everyone, not only this side or that side, everyone. So thank you for doing that. And we talk always about Fusion Fest because that's a very big, event that it comes out through to art and culture. And it's true, we have to promote it a little bit more in the community outside the area of the city, but we have talked about that and the promotion. And in our last meeting, it came somebody that says that we're going to do marketing, and you remember, and advertising. So it seems like it's going that way. Also, I want to say, again, that Bomberos Park from Moose Park, the District 4, the wall, the art that is there is from a local artist. So I love that, and we do as well, because that's promoting our local artists. And I think, like I always say, we have to continue giving them the opportunity, the local artists, to be, to exhibit and to do their work in here. And saying that, I want to do the motion for the approval of fiscal year 2023 cultural facility funding recommendation by the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Council in the amount of $1,572,179.
Second, Bonilla.
All right, I'm going to give the seconder to Commissioner Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does pass, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Terry, very much for the presentation, and for those who represent the different organizations who joined us this morning. Thank you for your presence here as well. Now we'll move forward to the next item on our agenda. We're going to ask Division Chief Laura Lee Avery to come forward from the Office of Emergency Management. She will be presenting an update on the 2023 hurricane season. This is an informational item. No action is being requested today, and we are currently in hurricane season, and we'll be in that through November. So with that, Chief Avery, you're recognized at this time.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. Hard to believe we're back here again already so fast for the 2023 hurricane season. So just a quick presentation overview. We're going to talk very quickly about what happened in 2022. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 2023 season outlook. Of course, season preparedness, most importantly, annual readiness, and going to discuss some preparedness reminders. And then we're going to have a short presentation from Public Works and Orange County Utilities. And then we'll conclude and, of course, give you the opportunity to ask any questions you all might have. So 2022, the season outlook was 65% chance of having above average season. So predicted 14 named storms, 7 hurricanes, and 3 major hurricanes. This is the hurricane season list. We had 3 storms that impacted Florida. Tropical Storm Alex, of course, everybody remembers Hurricane Ian, and Hurricane Nicole that was, somewhat late storm in November. So what's the outlook look like for 2023? So for this upcoming season, we have a 30% chance of having an above normal season. Prediction is for 12 to 17 named storms, 5 to 9 hurricanes, and 1 to 4 major hurricanes. And, just a quick note on this, remember, it only takes one bad storm to cause major damage. So this graph shows a normal pattern and the peaks of hurricane season. Again, that typical activity begins in late August with the highest activity normally occurring in September. Again, tropical activity can happen at any time. As you are probably aware, we're currently monitoring 2 systems. One that became Tropical Storm Brett as of yesterday. It's tracking westward, about 40 miles per hour. And unfortunately, we've got those warm waters and low wind shear. So it's expected to keep tracking west. And we also have Invest 93L right behind it that has an 80% chance of development, and that may become Cindy. So as you can see, when this was submitted yesterday, we didn't have a Brett. That's how rapidly things can change. And again, Hurricane Cindy not hurricane, but Cindy's up there as well. So we're monitoring that. And, just another note is that the first tropical system typically does not happen until like July 17th. So we're already seeing a little bit of a difference this year. And then the first hurricane typically does not happen until August 11th. So just some fun facts. And for our name list, the names are rotated every 5 years, and any of the storms that were major removed. So for county preparedness, so we have our Orange County Emergency Response Team made up of our executive policy group, the people that work in the EOC called our emergency support functions, and then of course our emergency coordinating officers. This includes all of our local municipalities, our partners, our theme parks, colleges, universities, anybody that comes together and helps us with storm response. So county preparedness before the storm. Of course, just as we're doing as I stand here today, we're monitoring the storm closely. We make sure that any sandbag locations are announced if, the impacts are stating that or showing that will be needed. Shelter locations are announced just as quickly as possible, and I know I've met with most of the commissioners already this year, but we do try to announce those shelters as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of decisions that go into being able to open them or, having the availability to open. But I promise that we try to, as a county, open those as quickly as possible, and also we try to spread them out through all of your districts to make sure that there's quick, local availability for shelters for all of our citizens. For mitigating all the hazard areas, before the storm, all of our county departments are out there making sure that, loose debris are put up, the county buildings are hardened, really anything that needs to be done to protect our county facilities and our, different areas, parks, are handled prior to the storm so that we can hunker down and, get ready for that impact. During the storm, of course, most importantly, if somebody has an emergency, they still need to call 911. If it's non-emergent, It's 311. 311 is a great information line to not only figure out or find out information or for questions they have, but also to report any damages, throughout the storm so that we can capture that information, know where the biggest impacts are, and respond accordingly. Plenty of incident planning is ongoing throughout the storm. As we know, storms change, situations change throughout the storm, so we're doing constant, continuous planning to make sure that we're addressing the immediate needs for whatever the situation warrants at that time. Many press briefings are held, and this is really with the number one goal of getting that information out to our citizens. And of course, curfew considerations are always something that's discussed, and if the need be, the mayor will make that decision. And then really after the storm, we talk about the infrastructure clearing and making sure that our damage assessment teams get out there as quickly and as safely as possible, recognizing that we're a very large county. We might have the north side damage assessment teams might be able to get out there and start doing that while the east side is still locked down waiting for safety. So just recognize that across the county, situations, statuses are going to be different, but knowing that as soon as the impact is over and it's safe to do so, our damage assessments are wonderful. They get out there and start doing that. In addition to that, fire rescue is very quick to get out there and start going through their areas, doing those windshield surveys and, evaluating the impacts from the system that went through so that we can know, get out there and address those needs or any citizens that have immediate needs. So an important to note is, for disaster recovery, this takes a team. It's a lot of people that come together, not just our municipalities and our partners, but all of our county departments. It's all hands on deck. And to have a successful disaster recovery, we have to be united and work towards that mission. Again, the 311 information line, really important to provide information, but also for reporting damages throughout for any needs. So annual readiness, as we've discussed, we are currently in our hurricane season, began on June 1st. So hopefully our citizens have quickly gotten ready and gotten everything they needed. But we do a number of annual readiness things to make sure that we as a county are ready to go. So we held a continuity of operation planning exercise prior to hurricane season. And this is really important, as we saw with Ian, how we had some of our structures were damaged and people had to get up and move. It is important that every department has their, we call it a COOP plan, so that if there are impacts to a certain department in our county, that they can get up, move, and keep functioning. So we held that exercise prior to hurricane season. And then we also held several OCERT meetings, and that is really bringing together all of the people that work in the EOC during an activation, and also different partners, FEMA, the Coast Guard, all of the people that are in the sandbox, if you will, in the EOC while we're activating. So we've been doing several meetings out at the convention center. That is where our current EOC is, while our primary EOC is under construction. So by having the meetings there, and we've actually exercised there as well, we get people used to working in our in that new space while we're under construction. So we had the National Hurricane Conference that we attended, 2 from the Office of Emergency Management and 1 from Public Works also attended that in New Orleans. And then recently we had the Governor's Hurricane Conference. And for that, we actually we had a 9 sponsored from a grant, the public assistance grant, 2 using the CERT grant, and 1 from our health administrative grant. So really great attendance on that. We had our county hurricane exercise on May 3rd, and then we're always having to keep our eye on any threat, any disaster. So because of that, we also, with the help of Peter Miller and his team, we held a cyber exercise on May 28th that included all of our departments and directors, just to make sure we're ready, because last thing we need is having something happen during an activation. So we recently, we held the senior officials workshop out at the convention center. This is where the National Weather Service, and we had actually the South Florida Water Management and St. John's Water Management came and did a presentation for our directors to make sure that they were ready for hurricane season, that they are ready for hurricane season. And then most recently, last Saturday, we had the Hurricane Expo at West Orange High School. And surprisingly enough, I ordered really terrible weather for it, but people still came. We actually were under a severe thunderstorm warning during it, but we packed them in. It was a full house, really great thing. And, kudos to my team. They did a lot of the work on getting all this ready, and all of the people that supported that event. So thank you to them. And then, of course, today, here doing the Board of County Commissioners presentation. So for the sheltering, we currently have 48 Orange County public schools that we can use. 5 of those are Magic Gyms. We've got the staffing trained, and we have some other partners that assist us in doing so. For annual readiness, we have we follow the National Incident Management System, and you can see here there's a lot of training that's done in preparation for that. For presentations, prior to hurricane season, we do a lot of presentations. We do different interviews, and the most important thing is to make sure that everybody is signed up for Orange County Alerting, the OCFL.net, and the alerting, so that we can make sure that if there's any impacts or predicted impacts, that they'll get notified. Orange TV has 13 videos on our OCFL.net/storm, just for generator safety, sandbags, debris, all of those things. So one of the most important things is making sure that every family has a plan, communicating where they're going to be during the storm. If their plan is to leave their home, to make sure their family knows where they are. Sheltering should be a last resort, so we ask that they stay with a friend or a family member. But if they can't do that, obviously we will have shelters open for them, and also to bring anything they need with them. For the disaster supply kit, there's many things to make sure they have, and so some of those are up here. But and staying informed through radio, local media, 311, and all over the alert applications. So quick preparedness reminder, making sure, the time is now before a storm is announced, making sure that the trees are trimmed, any loose yard debris are picked up. Be prepared to protect your windows, and designate one safe room that's free of windows or doors in your home. And for home policy, we should know where those are. Rental policies and flood insurance, not every insurance policy has flood insurance, so know whether you have it or not. Put those in a Ziploc bag. And for anybody that lives in a flood-prone area or manufactured home, just know where you're going to go when the storm prior to the storm impacting. I know Fire Rescue does a great job going out and canvassing the areas. If fire rescue is in your area, it is time to go. They're not out there just to entertain themselves. If they are going through these neighborhoods, there's impacts expected, and it is time to go. We do not want to put our first responders in harm's way because somebody did not leave when they should have. So just heed those warnings. We have 3 types of shelters: general, pet-friendly, and people with special needs. And just a quick note about the special needs. We ask everybody now, if they need to be on the special needs list, to call 311, get signed up. Now is the time, not when the storm's coming. But just as a quick note, we will not turn anybody away at a special needs shelter if they have not already signed up. So the plan is get signed up. We appreciate that ahead of time, but we will not turn anybody away at a shelter because they're not signed up. We'll actually help get them signed up and take care of them while they're there. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Charles for a quick presentation from Public Works.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mayor, Administrator Brooks. Really happy to be here to talk to you guys today about what Public Works actually does ahead of time. And right off the bat, we actually last year really created a more exclusive hotspot map, especially after Ian. We saw areas that we had never seen flooding before, so we've identified all those areas, and we're looking at them all year long. It's not just before the hurricane season. What we do is all year long. That's what we do. So when people say they're getting prepared, we're preparing every single day. That's what our guys and ladies do that are actually out there cleaning inlets or, jetting pipes, cleaning retention ponds, making sure all the structures are clear and everything. The hot spots we mapped, those are checked on a regular basis, at least every 2 weeks, and after a major storm event or rain event. One of the main things we do ahead of time as well is we check all of our mobile pumps. We have quite a few mobile pumps, I want to say upwards of about 30 of them, that we can dispatch at any time after a major event. So they're maintenance prior to a storm season, and they're checked every month just to make sure we're ready to go. We order all additional hose, everything like that as well for the pumps well in advance. Monthly, we're checking the lakes and the weirs to make sure everything is at a good level that we can maintain it at. And in this, in last year's event, we really saw a lot of things happen, and we even had a couple of weirs actually failed, and we're rebuilding them right now, so we're ready for this storm season. So we're in pretty good shape as far as our structures. Drawdown of the county maintained ponds. We do this only if the ponds are at the control structure level or endangering private property or residents. So before we do that, we make absolute sure where we're going to pump the water to is able to accept it, so we're not creating a problem for someone else. We establish critical intersections. We do this ahead of time to make sure that emergency services can get to you. So what we do is we stage equipment before the storm, so if there is a major storm that creates a lot of debris, we have equipment close by where we can clear the road so fire and police can get to you as quick as they can. We have multiple generators. We have them for our section in stormwater management, roads and drainage, and also traffic engineering. They have multiple generators for the traffic lights to keep things rolling, and we're always doing service on those as well. And just within the last 2 weeks, we actually had a really good meeting with the water management districts, with both of them. We started out with St. John's, South Florida was there, and a lot of our regional partners were there. And we had really good discussions of what they dealt with versus what we dealt with, and how we can work better together to move water and not cause problems again for someone else. We also really have made a good attempt at working with utility companies, and they're on board with us as well. So before storm season even starts at Public Works, we have a pre-hurricane season meeting with all of our staff. So everyone's fully aware of their roles, what they're expected to do, right after the storm, who they need to report to, and what they'll be doing. So there's absolutely no confusion. We get everybody on the same page well in advance of the storm. I know I kind of went through that kind of quick, but I want to turn it over to our Director, Joe Kunkel, who has a few additional things to say. Thank you for.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So moving on, as Jeff mentioned, we do have all those historical hotspots and that information that's available to us. And there's other areas that we've identified as well. And particularly in Ian, you may recall that we had identified a number of areas, one being Orla Vista, of course, as well as Bonnie Brook, and then also the Reams Road area out in West Orange County. And in advance of the storm, the mayor made some comments and issued some notices on folks being aware and prepared in those particular areas. So those are some of the advance notices that we utilize with our history, our historical data, as well as looking forward based on what the rain event would be. Currently, as you are probably all aware, we are working in the Orla Vista West Side Manor Basin. We are doing some additional mitigation where we are increasing the capacity of our storm system there, the pond system there, to providing additional protection up to that 100-year flood elevation. Also, we are meeting with Bonnie Brook and the community and discussing with the state some of the grant possibilities that are there. We are looking through, it's a HMGP grant that we are looking at, as well as some other grant that may be coming forward for us to do some things in the Bonnie Brook area. And recently we had a stormwater, series of stormwater meetings in front of the BCC, and one of the things we discussed was a predictive storm modeling, which would take the actual storm event and place it over various areas where the storm is intending to go. That's an advanced software that we are working with right now with one of our consultants. I'm bringing that on board. And the area that we're focusing on right now is the Little Econ area with Rio Pinar and Rouse Road. We had done some modeling and actually used this predictive storm model in the Orla Vista area, and now we're expanding that over to the Little Econ Basin. And eventually our goal is to have all of Orange County included in that modeling. As things occur last year, we did have some infrastructure impacts. One of the things that we had was Rouse Road area, and you can see in the upper right photo what Rouse Road looked like after the storm had ended. We had some significant damage to the sidewalk area, the roadway, particularly the northbound. We established some one-way traffic on the southbound lanes once the flood waters had cleared. And it took us a little while to get the road repaired. Not really long, but just a little while to get it repaired. And we can see the photo on the bottom side. One thing you may want to notice is that there's, well, you might not be able to notice it, but there was a utility pump station in the same area that we coordinated some of that activity with. And one of the things I wanted to identify, one of the partners that Chief had mentioned or had alluded to, is procurement. For us to be able to come in and do some of these activities, we worked real close with Kerry Mathis in the procurement area for us to be able to get a contractor on board and make some of those repairs in a quick manner. Another area, again, Little Econ Basin, was at Lake Underhill. This is where the Little Econ Primary Canal crosses underneath the Lake Underhill Road. It's just west of Dean. We had some significant erosion and undermining as well at that location. So we had to, again, close the road, establish a detour, work with procurement on getting an emergency contractor on board, and doing the repairs necessary so that the road would be safe and able to be used. You can see the repaired photo on the right. And a little different scenario is Reams Road. We didn't have massive erosion, but we did have standing water. And I learned early on in my career, or even in engineering school, that roads are not meant to be submerged. That's not how they're designed, and that's not how they're supposed to operate. So what happened here was we had sustained water on the roadway, and that created separation of the asphalt layers underneath, as well as degradation of the base. So the base got bad, the asphalt started to separate. We had to come in after the fact, repair the road, and then you can see the photo to the right with the road resurfaced and the base repaired as needed. Once again, though, as part of our hurricane preparation, and Chief had alluded to this as well, is we'll have establishing a number of sandbag distribution sites. As a reference, last year we distributed 225,000 sandbags, and a huge majority of those were prior to named storms, pre-storm events. We did have a outreach period prior to the storms where we distributed just a handful, thousands of bags only. So this year we're looking at, focusing on a pre-storm event. We do have 5 locations again. We had some logistical issues associated with Barnett Park, access for residents, access for material, and routing through the park created some challenges. So we had some discussions with our friends over at Parks as to where we can go. And we are looking at moving that Barnett Park location over the Claricona Horseman's Park. Still in the central part of the county, a little bit further west, but that location provides us a better opportunity for organizing the access and the logistics of picking up the bags. As I said, this year, sandbag distribution will be initiated when a storm is imminent. And last, but certainly not least, as part of our response, we do debris removal. Just for sort of a reference, last year we removed over 300,000 cubic yards over a 3.5-month period. And it's important to note that different storms, of course, have different responses and different activities. Looking back in time, when Charlie came through, it was a big wind event, more so than rain, and we had a tremendous amount of tree and vegetative debris. Ian came through. It was much more of a rain event, and we had, while we still had hurricane winds, the amount of debris was much more household items and repairs. That's a different process. We had worked with Orange County Utilities as well as communications and sending out some notifications on the need to separate your household items or your construction debris, if you would call it that, from your vegetative debris. And then likewise, we worked with Orange County Utilities on other pickup and how, the regular pickup would occur. One thing to point out, of course, is that any of the debris pickup, is predicated on a federal declared disaster if we are looking for reimbursement. If it is not a federal declared disaster, then all those costs will be borne by the county as opposed to looking for a reimbursement. So, early on in the process, when we do have a big storm, of course, that federal declaration comes forward, and then we follow some of the FEMA grant reimbursement processes with established contract and a monitoring contract, as well as the locations that the debris goes to. And as I mentioned, it's important that we have separation of the debris, vegetative debris from construction-type debris, as well as, separation to your regular pickup that's done by Orange County Utilities. And this last year, I know we had joint communications that were sent out with Orange County Utilities, and whenever we get into the debris removal response, we work very closely with Orange County Utilities as well. And so with that discussion on utilities, I'm pleased to present Ed Torres, and he will do his portion.
So good morning. So in Orange County Utilities, our main priority is continuity of services for our customers and, of course, the protection of the environment as we go through this. As Jeff mentioned and Joe, this is something that we do throughout the year. We don't only do it during the storm season. We do it throughout the year. We're a 24/7 operation, and we're always running our water plants, our water reclamation facilities, and our pump stations to provide those services. This takes a lot of preparation and practice. So we start early in the year, but we're running again 24/7 throughout the year. In April, we have our first leadership team meeting specifically discussing storm preparedness with our managers, with our assistant managers, and our communication staff. And that's followed up by a meeting that we conducted in May. We follow up hands-on drills and exercises throughout our divisions, where we started with our field services division, which is the one that manages all our pipes or pump stations, over 800 pump stations throughout the county. And this, as we go through these exercises, again, these are hands-on. We're looking at the movement of generators throughout our service area, how we're rotating those generators, how we're fueling those generators throughout our service area. We also have to be flexible and anticipate any scenario that is going to be thrown at us, right? That's part of what we do. And a critical element of that is having cross-training of our staff throughout our divisions, regardless if it's how to restore the landfill or having our meter readers being part of the fueling operation. That's part of what we need to do. We have to count with all of our resources, regardless of in what division they're from. Particularly now with workforce issues and everything else, all hands on deck. And as you can imagine, for us in utilities, the main challenge that we have is losing power, electricity. And therefore, that's what you see, how many generators we have there that we can move throughout our service area. We have stationary generators at our water plants or water reclamation facilities, and of course, our major or master pump stations. We have those generators available, along with fueling trucks that support that operation. I mentioned that we have those major water treatment facilities and water reclamation facilities, but all of these systems, these are advanced plants, treatment plants that have a lot of automation, okay? But we got to be prepared for anything that's thrown at us, like I mentioned, Murphy's Law. One of the exercises that we conduct is taking all of that automation offline, and operating our plants hands-on with, without that automation on fully manual mode. Again, everything fails, our operators can still run that plant and know what to do regardless if we lose automation, which can happen. In terms of the pump stations that I mentioned, a lot of pump stations throughout the county, they are critical not only to providing services to our customers, but also to protecting the environment in our county. And engineering, in the engineering division, one of the things that we have done beyond what we had been doing before is continuing to increase the dashboards that we have in our GIS systems, so we can see what's happening in our pump stations as the storms are coming through, see how they're operating, prioritizing, and allocating the resources where we need it the most. And again, that is happening live as we see the conditions throughout the storm. And of course, one of the main elements of our operation has to do with coordinating specifically with the solid waste division with regards to the landfill, our transfer stations. We develop storm preparedness reminders for customers using social media and outreach through our website. Reminding our customers to trim trees, shrubs ahead of the storm season, and how to properly bundle that yard waste for collection. We also took that opportunity to remind our customers of the importance of, keeping their account active and updated for any emergency notifications that we may have for any of the services that we provide, either water, wastewater, or solid waste. If we have your account active in our system, we can send you those messages directly. Also in May, and Joe mentioned this, and so did Jeff, we had a meeting with Public Works to specifically coordinate and prepare advanced messaging with regards what's being done for debris pickup as part of a storm event with Public Works and FEMA backing, versus what's being done normally for yard waste and how that works. We wanted to provide more clarity in advance of the storm, as opposed to putting those messages there, in the middle of the storm. So with that, I just want to say that we're ready again for another storm season. And again, our emphasis is on continuity of services. We're a 24-hour 24/7 organization, so we're used to this. But that added emphasis is always important. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Avery again.
Thank you, Ed. All right, so the conclusion, as we know, hurricanes can impact without a direct strike. Major flooding is always possible. And again, as we talked about, we're a very large county, so not all county areas will be affected the same. We encourage our citizens and our employees to remain prepared for 5 to 7 days and do that planning now if it's not already completed, because a prepared community is a safe community, so safe county. So we are available for questions if that is the last slide, to be storm informed. And Ed, Joe, and I are here if you have any questions.
There are questions or comments. We're going to start with Commissioner Wilson.
So I got a little both, but I really want to thank you so much, Chief Avery, and your team, the Orange County Fire Rescue, Utilities, Public Works, everybody that really, it is a full hands-on deck. What a great turnout at the expo. So grateful to all of the teams, all of the staff members, from mosquito control to animal services and all of the vendors. There were over 1,000 people who participated, but there had to have been several hundred volunteers, which to me gives you all the heart we need in our community to get through these things, because we know even with the best laid plans that there are going to be things that we maybe didn't expect. So seeing that compassion and the leadership that comes with love and care for the community, to me, is the thing I'm most proud of in our organization. So just a couple quick questions that came up actually following our expo from people that were really random, but they said, can you ask, if you have a newer house and it is 2-storied, and I think people have watched these houses kind of come out in the newer areas of town, and the ground floor is made of, you can see the cinder blocks going in, and we know that we have very specific code and inspection. The second floor is typically what looks like plywood or some kind of a wood frame. And so people ask, do we need to get downstairs? Does that room, the windowless room that we, the recommendations have, should that be ground floor? I've said yes, but it's because my parents were both from areas where there were basements, and I was raised in Florida going to the ground floor, no windows. But I wanted to kind of get you, maybe some clarification for those folks on that first question, then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I would go where the block is. That's where the most sturdy part of the home is. And I, again, go into that designated safe room that's free of any windows or doors.
Okay, so good. I'm not giving, because there are a lot of, interesting, I would say, wives' tales surrounding storms. You'll see the tape on the windows. I'm like, that is not a thing, right? The tape on the windows is not helpful. So I try to tell people, maybe base any decisions you make for that prep time in really strategically protecting your family. So the other one that I always try to bring up every year is, it makes me crazy to see the water bottling industry get a boon during hurricane season, because right now we have the most amazing water in the world coming out of our own fridges and taps. Fill your containers. I can guarantee you, if you have kids, you've got sports bottles, you've got pitchers, you've got bowls, you've got Tupperware, and so you don't have to run and push people out of the way in the grocery store and spend $300 on water. As long as you've got containers in your house, you've got free water, get it done as that storm comes in. And we freeze tons of it. We put it in all kinds of containers, throw it in the freezer, and then we've got ice and water and cold water. So, I think it's something that I try to make sure that my friends who feel like they need to rush out to the store, think about what you have on hand first. And then I had a question about the communications part, and I think I have one sort of on the growing areas, and then I have one on internal that I may need to hear from, other people about here, because I'm not sure who to go to with this. So we've had interactions with residents in areas that have very unreliable cell service. And right now what they do is they obviously just sort of they do a backup plan on their own Wi-Fi, and they kind of go back and forth, right? They like, when my cell goes down, I use my Wi-Fi. When my Wi-Fi's out, I use my cell. And we know when power goes out that router's down, and they have a hard time getting, their home service, internet service. And so they've asked, should we have a landline, until there is some steady service out here for cell? And I just don't even know the answer to that. I know there are areas where their service is coming, but strangely, some of the areas with spotty cell service are near our theme parks, because I think they utilize so much of what is out there. So I didn't know if you had anything I could help share to them about how to make sure that if they needed to call 911, that they could get out of their own house.
Yeah, so I think it's always encouraged to have a landline. I know with Hurricane Charlie, that's the only way we got through. Cell service was even down. So it's always a backup. It's always good to have a backup plan, but,
Backup to a backup to a backup is how we do it, right? Because I think that,
Exactly.
to your point, those redundancies are what keep us safe. So that's another piece of good advice and that I'm taking with me, because, so many people give up those landlines because they're like, well, why do I don't use it. But even if it's just to have to plug in, during storm season, or if you need to get out when your power's off. And then the special needs shelter, I found out, I think through our engagement, and then also when we were at the expo talking about it, that I think there are a lot of misconceptions about that, anybody with special needs needs to use those special needs shelters, but all of our shelters really are ADA accessible, right? So even if it's not at a school, if it's our Magic Center, if you have, somebody that has potentially special needs, but not particularly one that needs to go to a shelter across town for something, that they would still be in an ADA accessible place.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that, but, some people are auction dependent where they have to have power. That can be handled at any shelter. They can come to any shelter for that. If they've got something of a medical need, specifically that they might need nursing care or something like of that nature that doesn't require a hospital visit, those are the people that really, should focus on going to the special needs shelters.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then my next one, I'm sorry, Joe, I know you guys just sat down. I had a quick question about sort of the public works and that communication chain that I want to hammer out now, so that we're not, trying to figure it out when we get closer. I think part of our trouble last year in my office was trying to figure out sort of what was happening out in the field. And there were a couple days that I know, against, everyone's better judgment, I just kind of went down there because I was like, I got to figure out what's going on. And so, understanding that it is a rapidly changing situation as far as a closed road because of water standing on the road. Let me know a little bit about the communication chain from Public Works. It's going to be closed, it's submerged. I've talked to my chief, Representative Chief Buchan, who's amazing, who said, I haven't heard anything yet, about whether or not it's closed or when it's opening. And that, that in-between time is where it seems like there may be opportunities for us to close that gap. And so just letting me know a little bit about how, maybe having a Public Works contact in addition to Chief Buchan going into, if we have areas that are in some of these areas of concern. Maybe, promise I will not give out your cell number, but maybe if you have mine, so that there is some chain of where we're not having to relay for so long, because some of these are very specific to small geographical areas. So our communications team here, it's not going to be within the press briefing or, hitting the broad news outlets, but it's something that we're hearing geographically big concern about. So just kind of walking through that.
Well, Commissioner, one thing, part of the process that we do is we work through the EOC and we work through the various ESFs, thank you, at the EOC to make sure that that information is spread across all of the appropriate departments and divisions inside the county, as well as eventual outreach via communications to the news media as far as roads being closed and detours being established. One thing that, so the field staff goes out, they observe what's there, we call it into the EOC. Again, if barricades are required, we have a vendor that provides that. We issue a purchase order through procurement and get the barricades established, as well as the detour routes that are necessary. So those things are done as part of the process through the Emergency Operations Center. in regards to communications directly to you, I agree that that sounds like and should be part of our process. So this year, what we'll do is, I know I had identified some folks in relationship to specific issues associated with the Water Management District, which went into Mike Drozik's group in stormwater last year when we were dealing with South Florida and St. John's. But as far as outreach to the commissioners, I'll have staff established that will specifically have assignments to make sure that outreach occurs to each of the commissioners.
I would say also we can, hopefully maybe loop in our sheriff's officer, actually sector chiefs in some of these areas. There was also, some confusion about who was making those decisions. And so at some point there was some law enforcement presence because people were trying to move barricades and go into the water. And you couldn't see on that Reams stretch, you couldn't see the two ends of closure, right? So there was some mistaken belief that if they got past the first barricade and transversed the 9-foot water, that they'd be able to get out the other side, which was not the case. But there was, some interaction at that gate or at that barricade with law enforcement, and law enforcement also directed them, said this was a commissioner's, discretion, contact your commissioner. Listen, I know we've been in contact. I was worried about it. I absolutely approve of whatever our emergency services personnel believe is the safe thing to do, but by no means was it some arbitrary decision that came out of my office. So just making sure also that we have those lines of communication open for anybody that may be on scene about what the determination is, what it looks like on the other end, because those barricades, they went in on both sides. But to the point of the interaction with the public, there was no way, I guess the deputy wasn't totally aware of what was happening at the other end.
That's the sanction of the ESF. That's what we mentioned. That's what we did really for the internal purpose of the sheriff's office, all those. That's where we need that to occur. Right. So that's what we'll remind folks. We can't, it's difficult to get beyond that, get outside of that, because it creates a lot of confusion. So we will emphasize that in terms of our coordination. And that's the good part about having the sheriff's office as part of the EOC and DSF. So we'll take that note to be sure that we are emphasizing that reliance and use of the ESF for information sharing.
And I am in full awareness that by the time sort of some of these things happened, we were on shift 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 after the start. So, I understand that also everyone's working over double time, and at some point they're like, I'm doing it because I was told to do it. I don't know the hierarchy from there, and and that's okay. And I don't mind being the person that hunts down some answers about the determinations or maybe timeline or next steps. I just want to make sure that we're cutting out the middleman if we can, in that, if there's an easier way for me to be able to answer, and especially if there's something, in real time that we can do to prevent people from continuing past one of those barricades. Thank you very much for all your work, though, because I know that was really challenging.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes. Chief Avery, first of all, congratulations on your time with us here at Orange County. Again, it was an honor to see you get your award. Second of all, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Mr. Jeff Charles, who's here. I didn't think he had clothes that didn't have an emblem of Orange County in his attire. Looking good, Jeff. First of all, I want to start with the great. The communication was phenomenal. Deputy Banks was very much calling us on our phones, keeping us updated, and letting us know. One thing that I do want to reflect, I know Commissioner Cordero and I spent a lot of time at the EOC during press conferences where we were able, and I think we should utilize us and our social medias, because we were able to get this information out a lot quicker than getting people to follow Orange County. Through my personal pages, through all of those, it was a source. I mean, I had the city of Belle Isle using my Facebook as their way of updating what was going on. And I really think that communication-wise, we should do that more, because we're starting to see that not everyone is necessarily watching the news or not listening to the radio. And unless they're directly plugged into Orange TV or Orange County, they really don't know what's going on. I was so shocked at how much people are displaced, and they're kind of counting on what 2, 6, and 9 does, but there's so much more that we offer, especially when it comes to not only the shelters, but one of the things we worked with Director Banks is the transportation to the shelters, that Links was free, that Access Links was free, that these things were going on that people had no clue. One question I did want to ask, and then and then I'll go to the next step after. I'm kind of talking like what determines a shelter for Orange County? I know that we're limited on staff and we're limited on space, but one of the biggest pushbacks I got, especially kind of in my area, which is Renaissance is so far east, which is a very good and important shelter, but you've got a lot of the Pine Castle, you've got a lot of the more downtown folks in a sense of South Downtown, and I had a lot of requests for the Taft Community Center. And in the past, not while I was elected, Taft was a shelter, and I had a lot of folks refuse to go to a shelter that were in that area. What determines that for you guys? Because they've also told me that there were volunteers who would volunteer and help and things like that.
So first and foremost, we have almost 400 staff shelter people trained, so we're pretty good there. And we're continuously training more, but there's a lot of things that go into selection of the schools. We want to make sure that they have backup generator power, that they have this space. We really look to try to house or shelter at least 500 people. If we have a major impact, we know they're going to come. But we try to look throughout all the districts and make sure that every district is taken care of and that there's availability. We also look at bus routes. I know we try to make sure that anybody and everybody can get on a bus and be dropped off at a shelter. So we've got to make sure, we try to make sure that they are along a bus route. There's a lot of things that go into it, but certainly if any of, as far as the commissioners go, if any of you have any specific desires for a specific shelter, please communicate that with us. And then that will weigh in our mind when we're selecting from the 48 schools that we have. Because it is, some of those factors, talking about getting food there, bus there, bus route, and making sure that it's in a good area where transportation flows, because we know that's a challenge for people as well. Not just the people that have a car and can drive to a shelter for protection, but we also have people that live in cars that drive to a shelter, and then we have the people that don't have a vehicle or don't have any transportation that have to depend on the bus system. So those are some of the higher priorities that we look at when we're, looking at which shelters, which schools to open. But certainly, if you all have any recommendations, you've got our emails. Just let us know, and we can consider.
I would
those.
like to consider, because one of the things uniquely about Taft is we have a lot of homeless living in the woods directly right there behind the center. And it saddened me because we went out to provide hot meals the day after, and they came out of the woods and they just bared and did the best they could. They stayed. They didn't go. And then we have a lot of people who aren't as mobile, the seniors also in that area. So I would love for you to consider that area, because it was very sad to see after the effect of them not going. They're like, no, I'm not going. My mobile home is here, or, my spot in the woods is here, and then if I leave it, I won't have anything when I get back. I also wanted to go ahead and really, really give praise to Orange County Fire. When we got in the trucks day after and assessed areas, and one in particular was a private community, and we've talked about this in pond retention as we talked with Ed and everyone, that refused to do their pump, and Fire ordered pumps, got out there and was already assessing areas very quickly, but taking us and assessing areas. They were phenomenal, and it was just a sense of comfort too. There's nothing like people who are in distress when they see a firefighter in the area. It almost like it's a calming effect. Public Works, you guys did phenomenal. Your team, I have a unique situation like Commissioner Moore where we have a lot of septic. So when things weren't moving, they were moving up into people's homes. And to know that at 3 o'clock in the morning they were working, and it was very nice to hear the community say, I don't care that it's loud at 3 a.m. They're trying to get things moving in our area, and that was a lot. And I would be remiss if I didn't really thank you guys, because you were accessible by phone. You were addressing these needs in a very efficient manner as quickly as you could. When we would hear families say, I have stuff coming up through my tub, you know, and through my toilet. So I have nothing to say. It was remarkable how efficient and quick, and also in educating folks. A lot of the things that I really appreciate from communicating is that no one really thinks about, because the water went so high, the generators could no longer function, you know. And that was something that people would be like, it stopped pumping. Yeah, because the water was so high. Now it becomes an electrocution issue. And no, you can't turn it on, but to know that the team assessed it. And also how much we also get to communicate to you guys about things going on that aren't always on your radar. I always say the main ones show up, but it's the little areas that you're unaware of that we get to kind of go and say, hey, you know, this person in our community said, and one of them in particular, and my hats off go out to Stormwater also, is Lancaster and OBT. It was not on anyone's radar. Here we were, day 4 in, severely flooded, but me being able to make that call, it made it happen. Our partners with Salvation Army and Red Cross, wow. I have communities where they fed people for 2 weeks. I know my staff and I and my family went into waist-deep water in Gulfstream Harbor delivering hot meals. And those partnerships in our community were so essential, because those are the things we can't do. You know, we don't have the ability, and they have the relationships with Sonny's Barbecue and the the Italian restaurant that made 300 spaghetti and meatballs that we could take out. Were phenomenal, because those are life and death situations, and there's nothing like a hot meal and people kind of getting that at their door. But I continue to say we're top of the notch. There is not a safer place that I would feel than Orange County when we went through this. And the only thing I ask is that you utilize us more to communicate, because that is so key. And as much as you guys do, we're able to do more. And I know that all of us couldn't be there, and I know towards the end it became dangerous. I felt uncomfortable driving home after one of the later events, but phenomenal. And Public Works and Stormwater and Solid Waste. The only point of contact, and I probably already discussed this with Ed and David, is have more than one contractor when we do pick up in the future, because that became a major issue that we still deal with as far as the reputation and the reliability of just having one. And the last thing I guess I would ask is, in the past we've done where people have been able to take their debris somewhere. Are we ever going to look at that again as an option? You know, as instead of just waiting and putting it out in front of your yard, still having locations for drop-offs besides a landfill. Any thoughts on that?
Commissioner, I know in the past we had established citizen drop-off sites. That was when we had, again, major, not that we didn't have a lot of debris, but when we had the major vegetative debris events, that we created citizen drop-off sites. And that was able to provide a place for folks to take their material to and help get some of that material off the curbside. When we started with our evaluation with Ian, the vegetation was an issue, but we knew quickly that the different type of storm, there was going to be a lot of C&D, and then we were going to have to go in and pick all those materials up. With Ian, we made a determination not to open the citizen drop-off sites, but we'll learn from our experience, and we'll see where if needed, based on a track of the storm and where the debris is generated, the need to establish citizen drop-off sites.
Well, the only reason why I would love for the county to consider that again, because a lot of tree companies, after the fact, so you've had pickup, would come and we're cutting trees and telling people, don't worry, just leave it on the side, the county will pick it up. And the county wasn't coming back to pick it up. So I still have neighborhoods with trees, and the tree companies, even though they get paid to haul away, weren't hauling. They were telling residents, leave it there, they'll pick it up. And then residents are left holding the bag in a sense, because then they're getting tagged, because this stuff is still going on now, where they're getting tagged to bundle major trees. And I think that we should highly consider at least a place because that became no fault of you guys, but fault of an industry that was out there sometimes helping people, but other times taking advantage of the system.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Thank you all.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. I'm going back to what Commissioner Uribe was saying. Also, there were companies or people that were cutting the trees and putting it in a way that Orange County could pick it up, and they were not driving it to wherever the destination area is. So people were taking advantage of us as well. So we have to say that, please don't do that, please. So, okay. So thank you, everyone, for the presentation, all your presentation. I was going to hit on the homeless and, when they are in flooded areas and so, but Commissioner Uribe, did it. Thank you for that. I wanted to say also and say thank you to Director Banks and Anthony Rios, Captain Troy, Mike. They were with me during that Ian disaster. And Mr. Bank was very accessible. I mean, texting back and forth, like Commissioner Uribe said. And I have to say that I feel very proud of you all. Anthony, he immediately, text me, and we were back and forth. There was a lot of things going on in Orange County, but in District 4 as well, and I know with Commissioner Scott in Isla Vista as well. And I want to say that they helped me, and I want to say that they also helped, because I know in the beginning you said, if there is, if our staff is going to be in a dangerous position, we won't send them if you didn't evacuate. Well, let me tell you that, I want to say a little bit about it. And the staff did went and rescue people from Lake Birch. The lady that came this morning, she's in that area. It was flooded. And they went, the firefighters, in the airboat and, bring families out. And it was in the middle of the hurricane. It was terrible. I don't know, in the night, like in the dark, it was very high. And then when the morning came, it was no water. Where did the water go? But that happened during the night morning. Let's put it that way. Okay, so thank you all for that. I wanted to say also, that whatever happens in Isla Vista is not, the same as every side of our district. But we see and we hear the residents are nervous, they are concerned. It's going to happen to us, Can somebody come and talk about, if this is something that we're going to see, what can we do as county to prevent all this flooding thing coming in? Like somebody can say something, Joe? Maybe you?
Talk about that. So, Commissioner, I don't think I can prevent flooding.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
If we get 15, 18, 24 inches of rain, we're going to have a tremendous amount of flooding across Orange County. Our infrastructure wasn't designed nor built for that type of event. 10 inches, 12 inches, I've consistently told the mayor last year, 10 to 12 inches. Most of our areas, a lot of our areas are able to handle that type of rain event. There will be isolated flooding, and there are some areas that are low that are going to have flooding with 10 to 12 inches. But when we get above that, there's the things that we have in place just aren't there. Some of the things that we discussed at the two sessions with our stormwater, our preparation, updating our master basin plans, identifies where things are, where water is going, stormwater is going, and what we can expect in the future. With those updated master basin plans, we can also run various storm events and see where things are and how that water is going to react. Those master studies some of them are 10, 12 years old, so there's been a lot of development that has occurred and a lot of changes that have occurred in some of those basins. So these updates are essential for us to be able to more comfortably look forward as to what may occur. One of the other things that we're doing, because of last year's event and looking forward to this year's event, or this year's season, no event, right? This year's season is, we're looking at, I'll call them static storms, where we're taking the current basin map information that we have and we're putting a storm on top of that and seeing where some of the flooding may occur and where some of the water may go. One of the things that we talked about specifically with the presentation was this predictive modeling, where we can actually take the storm track and anticipated rain, run that model, and see what's going to happen where that water is actually going, as opposed to trying to guess where are we going to put the rain, right? Of course, storms move, so it's still a little bit of a challenge in trying to determine, even if we have the predictive modeling, to say that this is where it's going to go because, the storm initially was going to be a little bit further west and a little bit further north-south, and it sort of went easterly and then turned, and that's what impacted the Little Econ Basin so badly. So those are the things that we're doing. As far as prevention goes, we look at our systems and we look at trying to keep all of our systems clean and looking at the hot spots and removing debris and removing impediments that are part of the drainage system, and then having our other backup equipment, generators and pumps and the like in place so that we might be able to move things and try to evaluate some of the flooding. And then lastly, we had a lot of outreach with South Florida Water Management District, particularly in, Lake Hart area last year, along with Conway Chain as well. And, those interactions last year really led to better coordination and communication and knowing who is who down in the district or up in the district, depending which way you go. So those are things that we've done that are a little bit differently. Again, I wish I could say I could prevent all flooding, but, I really can't. Well, I know that we have systems and things in place that will take care of the standard rains as opposed to these large events.
Yes, and I have to say, Joe, not preventing, but you have been very accessible and, very upfront, responding to us, active, engaging with at least my office. So I have to say thank you for that. Okay. Thank you for Lake Hart, because that was terrible as well. That was back and forth. Right. And now that you're there, you said that the sandbags will be distributed in Clarkona, Ocoee, not in the east side? Yeah.
Well, no. There's 5 locations across.
Okay.
But at Barnett Park specifically, I know Mr. Banks was there, and I know Mayor was there, and others were there, and saw the difficulties we had with circulation and having folks get in and out and having our material get in and out, and it was backed up so badly that, all the sand was gone and we couldn't even get a sand truck in there to deliver more sand because of how the setup was over at Barnett. So the Barnett Park works great for a lot of things, but it wasn't working so great for the sandbag distribution. So we're moving away from Barnett, but we will have 4 other locations across the county.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, you can stay there. Well, not question, but I have to say that thank you, for doing all the work and answering all our calls in regards to the debris and to pick up and so. And I know you're short of staff and everything, but you still, were trying to accommodate to the residents. And one of my question is, when they are gated community, is there any instruction specific, since the trucks doesn't go in? Is there anything that they are allowed to bring it out, or how will that work?
Well, there is a number of Florida or state regulations, FEMA regulations, as well as county ordinance that identify things associated with gated communities. The policy and procedures that we've had in the past is that, that is a non-reimbursable activity. However, in the past, when coordination has occurred, we've allowed those gated communities to put their materials out in the road rights of way in front of their locations, and then we would have our vendor pick it up. And in certain instances, we had even provided the roll-offs, which are the large dumpsters, for them to use for debris as well, and then our vendor would go and pick up those debris. So we would need to have some specific discussions in regards to gated communities and make sure we're not crossing any boundaries that would cause us a problem. But, there's some things that we've done in the past.
Okay, so thank you.
All right.
And thank you also to Ed and his team for all the help and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott, and we do, just to remind all of you, staff included, we do have 2 other items this morning on our agenda, and I want us to kind of move through these items expeditiously. So let's try to get to it so we can have take care of our human needs and have a break between the morning and the afternoon. So please stay on task, and we'll move from there. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Avery, thank you for your presentation. We just met, so I don't really have any questions of you. Just want to say thank you for the work to our Public Works team. So I know it wasn't me. That's good with the sound. To our Public Works folks, I think you guys are rock stars, right? I'd like you to be rock legends if I had a way to describe it. And so look at the things that we do good and figure out what we can do better, and look at the things that we do better and figure out what we can do best. I think, as I've said many times, Orla Vista, Orla Vista, Orla Vista. We don't want that to happen again there or anywhere in the county. And so looking at what we did, I think of law enforcement, military background. When you do things, you have after-action reports. But also you have good levels and systems in place for accountability. And so like when the hurricane debris and things are still there, my thought process is, okay, well, whether it was a contractor or a county staff member, who went around to double check to make sure that what our contractor or our staff is saying was completed was actually done. And so for me, just making sure that you keep Orla Vista in the forefront of your mind as an example of how we missed the mark in some aspects, but also just thank you for you guys' work, because you work hard. I am so shocked to see Jeff in a suit with a tie and no hat on. I texted my dad. I was thinking the same thing that Commissioner Rive said. I was like, wow, you look great, Jeff. So, but again, thank you all for your work, and I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you to the team. We prepare for the worst, but hope for the best during the hurricane season. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda this morning, and this is a discussion item regarding our tentative mandatory refuse collection program. And Mr. David Gregory is coming forward and will lead us off in that, and you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller, Administrator. I'm here to provide a presentation on the mandatory refuse and recycling collection services tentative MSBU rate for next year, calendar year 2024. I'll cover the collection program, background on the MSBU, what the proposed rate is, how our rate compares to some other rates, and then also what our requested action is. So about our collection program, we provide through our contractors collection services to about 230,000 residential units in the Municipal Services Benefit Unit, or MSBU. The unincorporated area of the county is divided into 5 collection zones, and in each of their zones, there's one exclusive collection provider under contract. And as you know, we provide weekly garbage and recycling collection in carts, yard waste, and large item collection. This map shows how the county is divided, with the blue lines showing the commission districts and the colored areas showing the haulers designated areas. And so the green and the brown is waste management. They have 2 collection zones. The yellow and the red is FCC. They each have 2 collection zones. And Waste Pro has 1 collection zone, and they're the purple. One of the things that when I came before you last year, we were tracking very closely was the number of complaints we were having about collection. And as you can see, we've been tracking, elevated complaints since the pandemic started, basically. And that was particularly exacerbated by the hurricanes, which are the big spikes there, a little bit to the right-hand side of the graph. But the good news is we've seen improvement, and we've been working very closely with the haulers, reminding them of problems, receiving input from the commissioners' offices, sharing that with our haulers, trying to make sure that they, that they come come in compliance with our collection agreements. Recently, we have seen some more complaints related to cart damages and carts needing to be repaired, and that's a kind of a mixture of some new collection trucks, which we've had to work with the haulers to try to slow down those trucks, and also some warranty issues with the carts, but we think we're getting ahead of that challenge also. The hauler compensation is initially set by a bid. Each of those bids back in 2015 set the baseline of the bids, and that is escalated annually by a factor in the contract. So the Chapter 32 kind of designates that the board will set compensation by July 15. We set compensation to the haulers so that we can calculate the tentative MSBU rate that will be included on the property tax notices sent out in August. And the board will set the tentative rate today, and then the final rate is adopted at the first budget hearing in September. And the board can reduce the rate at that time, but cannot increase the rate from what you set today. So our proposed rate for next year, our rate is comprised of 6 components, which I'll cover on the next couple of slides. First is the collection component. So that cost component was originally set by the bids and has been escalated over time, so there is an escalation factor based on the contract. The disposal component is based on the amount of waste generated by all our customers times the tipping fee, and so we have to recover that. And our utilities department will be coming back later in the year with a requested tipping fee increase, and that's already built into this price to our customers. Administration reflects overhead and personnel costs. And then our recycling component of this cost includes the processing agreement with our contractor who processes our recyclables, and also our recycling quality improvement program. The carts, there's a cart component for purchasing new carts for new residential units as they come online, also replacement carts for any that get damaged by our customers, and we also prepare for the end-of-life cart replacement. The carts have about a 10-year life, and we know we're going to need to replace them, so we've got to put money away. And then we also try to set up some reserves to smooth out any future rate increases. A highlight of our recycling program is our Recycling Quality Improvement Program was recognized by the Solid Waste Association of North America for the Outstanding Awareness Campaign. There's a national group of professionals in our field, and we're very proud of that. We've actually been able to contact more than 200 of our 230,000 residential households and tag them with either good job tags or great job tags or the OOPS tags to help improve curbside recycling. We've been working with our partners of Seminole County, Osceola County, particularly City of Orlando, to try to have some coordinated awareness for recycling through our Central Florida Recycles program. And in the bottom of that slide is one of the billboards that we had up in partnership with City of Orlando to advise folks how to put the right stuff in their recycle bins. And finally, what I think is going to be a game changer for our recycling program is we have released the request for proposal for a new material recovery facility. So a new MRF will offer us a big opportunity to push more on recycling in Orange County. This slide shows the comparison of the rates from 2023 to 2024. Again, the collection component increases because of the rates, the contract rate we pay the haulers. The disposal rate increases generally associated with increase in the tipping fee. The administration increase is associated with overhead and salaries and payroll, et cetera. The recycling increase is associated principally with the collection contract, or I'm sorry, with the processing contract, which we had a price increase that went into effect at the first of this year. So we're seeing that the impacts of that. And then also the cart increase is associated generally with the increase in the cost of carts due to inflation, and we're actually reducing reserves and rate stabilization a little bit, but still putting money into that fund. And so the bottom line is we're looking at a $30 price increase to our customers from $260 a household per year to $290 per household per year. And this slide shows kind of how over time our rates have, our MSB rates have compared and how they've kind of increased and generally increasing at about the rate of inflation. How do our rates compare to our peer communities? Well, when we look at other counties, we can see that the rate that we're proposing is less than the rate that they're currently charging today. And some of that is due to a number of the counties have recently gone out for bid for their new collection contracts. So again, our price was bid back in 2015. So we're going to see an increase as we move forward with our next collection contract. We're working on those that request for proposal right now. And so you'll see that, again, when there's been recent bids, the prices have gone up. And also Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Hillsborough all have waste energy, which tends to increase their cost a little bit. Comparing us to the local cities, looks like, again, this is their current rates that they're charging their customers and our proposed rate. So we are a little bit more than some of the other cities. And again, it's a little challenging to compare what we provide, which is solely residential collection service. They provide a combined residential and commercial, and there may be other budgetary considerations that they take into effect that we don't, so our rates may be a little bit different than theirs. The requested action is to approve request tentative approval of the MSB rate at $290 per household for next year, and then we'll advertise that or send that out with the notice to customers of proposed rates for next year, and then set the hauler compensation as shown on this slide.
So moved, Scott.
Okay, we do have a question, Commissioner Uribe.
I wanted to, David, we've worked very closely over the last year, and I'm so appreciative, especially for me in Zone 3, which we've had our challenges. I did want to get a point of clarity when we look at the city rates, because, and I'm only asking this because I have a lot of municipality in my district. Comparatively, why you're saying that they only do residential, or we only do residential? So can you kind of elaborate on that?
We only have residential collection, so in the case of some of the cities, when they perform their own collection, they can set the rates for the commercial at one rate and the residential at another rate. I don't know how if one's set high, one's set low, and they can blend that rate. There could be franchise fees involved that support the program. We do not have a franchise fee currently. And also, I think we have a little bit more of a robust recycling program, which increases our costs a little bit more. But again, as we move forward with the new MRF, you're going to see some of those issues work out on the recycling side.
David, is it possible, I know my other two cities are very small, but is it possible to try to get that data for me also? On
Sure.
the city of Belle Isle, city of Edgewood?
Yep.
And are they actually visiting this right now, or do we feel comfortable they're going to stay at this rate moving forward?
I would not expect anybody's rates to stay the same as this year going into next year.
Okay. And I've shared with you, I would love for us to find a way, because I think a lot of the cart replacements, and we had a deep discussion about this as far as warranty and so forth, I would venture to say I'd love to keep a track in the data to show that, because I wholeheartedly, outside of the unusual cases, just from what's happened to me personally, I think a lot of this is just due because when they're in a hurry, sometimes the staff, it's tough right now to keep labor. But I don't want us paying for anything we don't have to. And I'm very appreciative of you and your leadership, Annette, on what you've done and holding them accountable when they're not doing what they're doing, and having that fee, our payment to them, a tribute. No work, no pay.
Right.
So, but appreciate that due diligence, because that means a lot. I always tell people, the minimal that taxpayers always expect is that their trash to be picked up, and that police and fire are available when they call. And, and it's right up there. So thank you guys for all your due diligence and all your hard work.
All right, we do have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous, and Commissioner Bonilla was not present for the vote. We'll move to the next presentation. At this time, it's on Vision Zero. And with that, we have Humberto Castellero from Traffic Engineering Division, who's going to come forward to lead us off with that presentation. And you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Mayor Demis and Commissioners. It is a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I am here to give you an update since the last time that we met for Division 0 adoption of the resolution, and this is just for discussion only. There is no action required by the board. Before we begin the presentation, I would like to take the time to recognize Christina Cruz from our Traffic Engineering Division. She has been awarded the Wheel of Achievement Award by the Bike Walk Central Florida. So it was very exciting. That was on June 15th, and you can see her with the CEO and Director for the Bike Walk Central Florida, Emily Hanna, and also we want to express our gratitude to the Mayor for recognizing her at the State of the County. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
On the presentation outline, we will talk about the purpose, the background, organizational approach, action plan, the next steps, and this summary. One of the key elements for the success of Division 0 is to integrate all county-wide transportation programs and projects. Also, making sure that we have great collaborations with our partners. Metroplan Orlando, we were very successful to partner with them and apply for one of the grants, the Safe Streets for All, which it was granted to Metroplan, so that was very successful. And then the other part is going to be the funding for all of these safety projects. We have identified some funding from the CIP for the fiscal year 23-24, and also from the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program, which we gave a presentation the last time that the board met. Just a reminder about the resolution for Division 0. It was approved on August 9, 2022. The goal is to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries by 2040. That is a very ambitious goal, but I think that we can try and make a dent on these things. The important thing is to recognize that Division 0 goes beyond developing safe infrastructure, but it considers the human element, recognizing that humans make mistakes and that we must do something in our designs to be redundant for safety. And last but not least, directing staff to create Division 0 action plan, which we're going to be talking a little bit forward, but include all the modes of transportation, if you can see at the bottom. So we go from the wheelchair, from the disabled to the walking, to the people biking, to the cars, to the school bus, and also to the trucking industry. From a national perspective, we know that fatalities and severe injuries, it is a national pandemic. The statistics said that more than 40,000 people are needlessly killed on our American streets. The result is that because of these staggering numbers, society has become numb to the death, and that might be a parent, a mother, a child, and we must do something about it. This loss of life is creating a tragic toll, extending beyond the personal loss, and here within our communities, we must understand about looking at the disadvantaged areas and transportation equity. It is of paramount importance in our communities. One thing that is worth mentioning is that safety is new to us in our transportation programs, and that is very important because ever since we started designing for roadways and planning for the transportation corridor, we have been adhering to the Florida Department of Transportation and also the Federal Highway Administration design and guidelines. But what is worth mentioning is that Vision 0 goes beyond those simple guidelines and takes into account the human factor. Humans, we make mistakes. And if we make mistakes, we must build redundancy in our systems. The picture that you see here is from the construction that is happening as a result of the Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Action Plan. This is the Oak Ridge Road Pedestrian Safety Project, and as you can see, we have a multi-use purpose. We have sideway construction, mid-block crosswalks, we have signals. This is an excellent project that is going to be giving that safety improvement to our community. And then building redundancy in our transportation systems. So we must begin from the planning aspect all the way to the maintenance and operation. So in essence, safety, it goes from concept to concrete all the way. the organizational approach. Vision Zero integrates safety-first approach, and actually I have a lanyard in here that was given to me, but our risk management, and it says safety first. So that was, rather remarkable, but it is critical that we must all say safety first. So Public Works, we're going to institute a Vision Zero champion, somebody that can take the message not only to the communities, but across the county in general. For us to be successful, we need to take a look at the Vision Zero and go beyond just the daily activities, but to have all our transportation programs and projects under the alignment of a Vision Zero umbrella, which is critical, and we will talk a little bit more about it. So all the development policies and guidelines and methodologies will be implemented in a consistent and uniform manner. Also, another thing that we have been talking as we implement projects is that sometimes we try to go to the ultimate project and we tell the citizens, just wait until the roadway is widened, just wait until these things happens, but the safety and the needs are now. So as part of our safety approach, we're looking at short, medium, and long-term safety countermeasures so we can address the needs immediately. And last but not least is the collaboration and the involvement and accountability that we have with all our partners. So we want to have a safe, accessible, reliable, sustainable, and equitable transportation system. Yeah. As you can see, and I want to give credit to John Weiss. He was helping us with this graphic, and he did spend a lot of time, so this is very remarkable. But in essence, we have three categories. We have the human scale for the vulnerable users. We have the systems enhancement, and that is for the roadway infrastructure. But also we have the forward planning, and that is how do we develop the planning and the design and eventually the construction for our safety projects. Everything must be integrated through the safety principles. Going in a little bit more detail, so these are the programs that we have at the human scale. So of course we have the sidewalk program. So we are building the curb ramps, the detectable warning surface. We are connecting the sidewalk, repairing the broken sidewalks. So whatever we are doing, but the Vision Zero is focusing beyond, and that is transportation equity and connectivity in the areas where we need it the most. Also, the ADA transition plan, the Vision Zero focuses on the technology, the accessible pedestrian signals with the measures for the people to be able to cross if they are impaired. With the pedestrian and the bicycle safety action plan, just to accommodate all of them, but not only on a bike lane, but also do we need to have buffer lanes, do we need to re-stripe the existing corridors so we can have more space. I beg to tell you that you will not see me riding a bike on Union Parkway in front of our Public Works Department. I don't know if that is a death sentence, but definitely it is very narrow, and this is something. So we must accommodate in a safe manner all users. What you see on the right-hand side, those are projects that we have already implemented, from the curb ramps and the sidewalk to the rectangular rapid flashing beacons on the school zone to, this is on OBT, the pedestrian hybrid beacon signal with the signing and markings, and in some of these they have raised crosswalks as well. From the systems enhancement, we know that lighting is very critical, but not only lighting for the roadway, but lighting at the intersections, and that is where we have the vulnerable users crossing it. Resurfacing is critical for us to maintain the pavement, but what do we do? If there's a broken sidewalk, if we need more lighting, if we need to reconstruct the curb ramps, this is the right time to come in and to do all of these improvements because we have maintenance of traffic. There is no need to come back after the fact and to impact the community again when it can be a one-stop shop. This is what the DOT does as part of their 3R restoration, reconstruction, and rehabilitation projects, and this will be an approach that we will take. Then the safety retrofits that we have done, critical directional median openings, some traffic circles, but the key is we are going to reduce the number of conflict points for all users. At a regular median open, regular intersection, you have 32 points of conflict. So if we can use a roundabout, we can decrease it tremendously, gets to 8, 10, or 12. What you can see in the pictures, you have the roadway lighting on Holden Avenue, speed cushions as part of residential areas, and the traffic circle that is in the Biltmore Shores. And last but not least, in the forward planning, is what do we do with all of these projects that we are designing, but the key is to implement the context-sensitive intersection designs as part of the intersection control evaluation, right there from the start, from day one. Also, the development review process. I know that we have been having several conversations about the Vision 2050, and we're talking that the tool is going to be the Orange Code. So how can we merge and use all of these documents, but expect that people are going to be driving on day one when the roadway is open at the targeted speed? If the speed is posted at 25 or 30 miles per hour, that is the acceptable speed and not 15 or 20 miles above the speed limit. And last but not least, having the trail studies, it is critical. So not only to provide these tools and this path to exercise, but also to know that we in the county we're promoting safe and ecological sustainable facilities. And that is also part of the recreation that we provide to our community. To the right, you see the Gothla runabout. That is the perfect traffic control because of the alignment of the legs coming at an askew angle. The directional median open, this one was on Hofner Avenue, and then we have the trail corridor. So in this organizational approach, the idea is to be cognizant that we all have a responsibility to make our roadways safer for everyone. That safety, it is a culture that it must be part of us in everything that we do as part of our transportation system, everything that we create, that we design, that we construct, and that we maintain. Safety first. And also to recognize that safety is not only within the geographical boundaries, but we also have incorporated cities. And what we do on a corridor perhaps is going to be traversing through a myriad of partners that we have. So we have internal stakeholders, not only public works, which will be the champion, but also the planning and the development, the parks and recreation, sustainability, health and social services, but then again with the external stakeholders, Metro Plan, OCPS, every kid should be able to walk or ride to school safely, and we're having so many issues. The Sheriff's Office, our partners, the DOT, and the Bike Walk Central Florida. It takes a village to develop a safe transportation system, but we are all needed and necessary in this environment of involvement, collaboration, and accountability. So the action plan, the key things about the action plan is that it must be a living document. So we're going to be starting with a framework, but that is going to be evolving as we are continuing developing this plan, building some of this infrastructure, and moving forward. Then there's going to be more projects that we will be taking on. Another thing is measurable goals with clear timelines for implementation, and we will talk a little bit more. We make reference with the Accelerated Transportation Improvement Program that it must be within 5 years. It should be across the county, not only with one program, but across the board with every project that we have for our transportation system. And last but not least, it should be built on robust data framework. We should have data that is telling us the conditions before and then the after, because then we can come back and say, yes, it worked according to plan, or maybe we need to retweak it, or maybe use something else. But having that feedback is very important for us to be successful. And last but not least, engage the community. Just on the graph, it talks about the steps for the Vision Zero action plan. But what you can see on the arrows is that we must service the underrepresented community, and transportation equity, we will be talking over and over, is very critical for this Vision Zero implementation. As we are creating the framework and the comprehensive strategy, also some key elements, and it is safe. Speed is critical. As the speed increases, the rate of survival for a pedestrian decreases exponentially. Also, designing the roadways with the redundancy, the culture that we have with the education, we are going to need everybody from this room to be part of the education process because it's so critical as we send the message to the community, the collaboration with the partnerships and the equity on the served communities. We must take action now. What you see on the right is just a picture of the cover of the City of Orlando Vision Zero Action Plan, and one of the key takeaways that we have, which they have it absolutely right, is that strategies should be tailored to fit the needs and priorities of each community. As we're talking about Vision 2050 and the different layers and the communities, we also should be mindful how do we implement it within the different neighborhoods that we have, and that will be very critical as we develop the action plan. The partnerships, you have the logos in here, but everybody, the common denominator for each one of these agencies is that they have vulnerable road users in their community, and they are facing the same challenges in terms of fatalities and severe injuries, and we must step to the plate and begin, well, we have done something, but be more aggressive and more mindful as we include the human element. Yeah. Part of the success is just the public engagement. So what you see in here is the era of communication. So we begin by developing a baseline assessment and the foundational elements. Then we move forward with conducting public workshops, so we are getting the feedback. And then the last step is in the presentation to the board through the session, a work session, and then ultimately the board approval. But we must have a process with balances and checks, so when we approve the plan, we are all in agreement, so we can hit the pavement running, so to speak, on day one. Branding and communication. Having a strong branding sends a very strong message. We already have engaged the Orange County, the Orange TV, and they have been helping us, and they are ready to help us out with the education materials, with the logo and the presentation templates, the infographics and the scripts for the communication, but it has to be in a deliberate and consistent manner. As you can see to the right, all of these municipalities, you have the City of Orlando, the City of Tampa, but also Cleveland and Louisville, they all have a very strong message through their logo. So we welcome for you to participate. If you want to help us out with the logo, maybe we can have a prize. So we will go ahead. So everybody should have the opportunity, and we welcome all ideas. But the logo, it must be stunning. Also funding. Funding is critical. I was very hopeful about the sales tax. I was very disappointed personally when it didn't pass, but the truth is that the needs are still there. So we must be creative in the way that we're looking for the funding. So one of the things after the Vision Zero resolution was adopted, MetroPlan approached Orange County, and Mr. Brooks wrote a letter of participation supporting this. As part of the support, we're very fortunate that the grant was approved, $3.7 million. The critical thing about this grant, I thought that they were going to give us the money to Orange County, but they said, no, you don't get the money. We get the money, we get reimbursed, but we will give you the consultant to develop your Vision Zero action plan. So I said, okay, the different strategy. But the great thing about this is that they will develop a Vision Zero action plan for each county and for each one of the 22 municipalities, and then a regional. So what does that do for us is that this grant, it was only for phase one, for the developing of the Vision Zero action plan, but once we finish as a region, we go for the second phase, and that would be for design and construction funding. This grant they have $5 billion in appropriated funds over 5 years. Certainly on the second phase, I think that we should be the happy recipients. I hope a couple of tens of millions of dollars. I don't know how much it is, but the sky is the limit, so let's dream big so we can get some more money. So what are the next steps? Well, part of the conversations, when the MetroPlan, they got the grant approved, they needed to establish conversations with the U.S. Department of Transportation It has been an arduous process. They have been going in those conversations for the last 3 to 4 months. I just put a call into them and said, where are we at? Because we're very excited to begin yesterday. So what they told us was that they already entered in the agreement with the Department of Transportation, and that the next step is for them to have the consultants engaging each one of the communities. They do have 2 consultants, but they have gone out to bid for an additional 3 consultants, because 2 consultants for 26 Vision Zero action plans we're not going to finish. So the goal, and I talked to them, I said, this is the plan and this is the schedule, 11 months. So we are anticipating that we will begin next month with the developing of the scope fee and a schedule in July 23, and then go through all the processes, but the final approval by the board is made 2024, so we're talking about 11 months. What that does for us is that it will get us ready for the Safe Streets for All for phase 2. So we must be very strategic in our approach. What else have we done? And you have seen the list of these projects as part of the Accelerated Transportation Safety Funding. But these projects, what we did in Public Works, specifically in Traffic Engineer, was that we, based on the conversations that we had with all of the commissioners, was that we already started the safety and operations studies. These are underway. So as part of the budget, Traffic Engineer requested, as part of the CIP for fiscal year 23-24, $1.5 million. So when we finish these studies, we immediately begin the design. So we are not waiting to get some additional money. So, I mean, we're here. Business is pressing. Also, as we were talking about the Safe Streets for All grant, so we will have that leverage. What you see on the right, that is the road diet that we have on Rio Grande from Gore Street to I-4. I'm happy to tell you that for the first phase is about doing signing and pavement markings, and we already have harbor contractors as part of a roads and drainage, and they will begin the construction in July after they finish the resurfacing on I-Drive. So we already have a schedule on that one. So this one is about the $100 million and how we're going to be breaking it down into Public Works. But the $55 million, again, we are talking about lighting that is critical, sidewalks, and also the safety projects. And just in the comparison, this is just a drop in the bucket in comparison to the $12 billion over 20 years. I was salivating and said, we can implement so much safety, but then again, we're not going to give up, and we're going to use whatever resources we have at our disposal now. And this is the list of projects. The critical thing about this list of projects is that we need to be mindful and deliberate how we are going to deploy these projects. So at this point, we're having conversations with the Deputy County Administrator, what are the mechanisms in place for us to be able to design and to take to construction these projects so we can have them implemented within the 5-year time frame that we committed to the board. And last but not least, the summary. So for the summary, the Vision Zero initiative will implement proven safety countermeasures to eliminate fatalities and severe injuries by 2040. The projects will be funded within our means that we have from CIP, from Public Works, and also from the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program. That all of these programs that we have existing and projects will be under the umbrella of the Vision Zero to continue to develop that culture and to be mindful and expeditious in our approach. That we will develop the Vision Zero action plan, and that will be the framework and a living document which it can stay with us today, but as this board, you complete your functions, that the next board will be able to have this time frame for now and for the future. And last but not least, let's not just limit ourselves to our own funding, but go after additional state and federal grants. I think that we have the capability and the tools to do that. And with this, it concludes my presentation.
All right, Humberto, you got to love that enthusiasm that he has. Whenever you see any of our employees and they have that level of enthusiasm, you know that it translates into them working hard and oftentimes going beyond what is expected. And that's the standard that we have. This is an important issue because it is all about public safety, and if we do our jobs well here, lives will be saved. So we do have questions or comments by members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I honestly just wanted to start like standing applause because you really do, you are the champion in more than one way. And I think for me, as somebody who stood out in the community and actually met with families who have lost children to preventable and tragic accidents, to stand in front of people who were rightfully angry and absorb that and then turn around and pour it into this, it makes me incredibly proud to work with you and to see this come to fruition. I think about one of our bike champions that came up to the podium and said, oh, this is just going to be a piece of paper. And I said, no, this is going to be a roadmap for us to be able to do, and now we're seeing this come. My 2 seconds up here right now, because I know we all want to get to lunch, is to say that, understanding the limitations of your own staff, and we have a very difficult time sometimes just being able to get nailed down those champions, right, of particular projects. We should, understanding this is going to be cultural, it's across all departments, we need champions in each department. Mm-hmm. So because we understand that this issue isn't just a roadway issue, it's an accessibility issue, it is a communication issue, it is a planning and development issue, it's an environmental, so all of those, to have that extra muscle to implement this. You're going to be under the gun time-wise to leverage those funds. You're definitely, I know you're struggling to staff up and you're, as far as having an amazing team, but to have champions in each department, I believe would be very helpful for this mission and for the culture shift that we need to see. So often I find myself trying to explain that human-centered approach to people here in our county. And I'm like, you got to listen to Umberto. He'll explain this. We've got to make sure that when we design that we're doing it for safety first. I don't have any problem loudly, proudly, and boldly saying safety before convenience, safety before capacity, safety before freight, whatever. Okay, I'm sorry, that was supposed to be 2 seconds. I know you guys are all like, time's up, Wilson. Time's up, Wilson. Okay, thank you. Whatever I can do to help you continue to get these goals accomplished.
Nothing like a little peer pressure here before lunch. Commissioner Uribe.
Umberto, thank you for taking the time with me, your passion for what you're doing. A couple of things. I know that when you were looking at the Oak Ridge safety area, you were talking more of West Oak Ridge. One of the things that I had talked to with Lauren Torres before she left us, another great talent, was looking at food desert areas. And what I mean by that is we're seeing a lot of street crossing to that grocery store market. And I hope that we can try to revamp some of our studies, because when you have the funding to help us get some of those points, because we're not going to be able to get the lighting fast enough. And there's nothing more scary than when you look at people crossing the street to get to the gas station because they sell hot fried chicken and they sell milk and they sell things like that. And we're going to see it more and more in disenfranchised communities because there's no grocery store. The grocery stores are gone. I remember in your district where they said whenever you bring a Publix, that's a huge, but it's also the opposite for my district that lost a Publix, So it says a lot for what is happening in that community. And food deserts, I did a story with Channel 9 recently when we talked about 19 blocks of the first food area. That's impossible.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for that, Commissioner. And certainly we would like to sit down with you and to take a look at this in more depth.
Second point, you and I discussed the new fences and gates along Orange Blossom Trail.
Yes.
To prevent people from crossing. Commissioner Scott, I don't know if you've seen them yet. You're not going to believe this. People were walking along the street as opposed to going to the crossing. I spent some time yesterday watching human behavior. And they were actually in the middle of the road because they couldn't cross. So they were walking along the side of the median to go around it. Incredible. Sometimes you get to a point where there's vehicle education, but there's also pedestrian education. And with Best Foot Forward, we have sat out on Rio Grande, we've sat out on OBT trying to teach the pedestrian, also the safety measures and why so much is being invested. And it almost, it hurts your head to even think about it. Lastly, while I'm excited that we have the second option to collect these federal funds and get them through MetroPlan, I think it's very imperative, and Byron, I want to kind of put this out there. We're 60% of the contribution financially to MetroPlan. We should be getting 60% of those projects. And I will continue to advocate loud. I know I'm chair of MetroPlan, but that will end. And we have to keep fighting for that because we put way more into that kitty than anyone else, and we should be getting our just due.
Yeah,
So
thank you
keep
so much,
going and keep
Commissioner
fighting.
Rivera. Okay,
Thank you,
you're welcome.
Humberto.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Moore?
I was just the amen corner. No. We've had many briefings, and we spent a lot of time on this. I just had a quick question about some that we haven't talked about. When it's time to restripe and resurface a roadway, if there will be any plans or a part of this Vision Zero to simply narrow lanes and add bike lanes, and have you thought about just at that moment when we're resurfacing and restriping?
Yes, and that is the perfect time on doing it. So we have been considering some of them. However, the travel lane, like for Union Parkway, yes, it's 4 feet, so sometimes the width is not there. So the alternative is, because we are going to buffer bike lanes to 7 feet, and that's what it should be. But if the width is not there, maybe what we can do is to widen the sidewalk, and that is part of the Oak Ridge projects and the Pine Hills, that we have the multi-use trail. So there is several options that we can have, but if we can accommodate it within the existing travel lane width, we will, and we're looking
Right,
at that.
and I'm looking for lower dollar things, as I'm concerned we're going to have this Cadillac plan that we can't
Yes.
fund anything. And so when we have a simple way to make something safe, we should take advantage. So how would we be able to get an analysis? Because I actually had my staff ask you, I don't usually get this specific at the board table, but we know we have major roads in District 2 that'll be resurfaced in the next 2 or 3 years. And I would love at this point to have an analysis if some of these simple, low-cost solutions would even be possible for
Very
me.
good. Okay, so we will talk internally, and we will
All right.
present a plan.
Thank
Yes.
you.
All right, we got 11 minutes to make 1 o'clock. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. The state recently had some language in legislature about speed cameras, and particular in school zones. So
Yes.
that's something that I want to talk with you about later on. But I don't have any other input other than that. Thank you for your time and
Thank you,
presentation.
Commissioner Scott. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Bonilla.
So just real quick, of course, I've given you plenty of feedback, and I really appreciate all the help that you've given me in my district. I know as far as safety, at one point I had the most constituent cases when it comes to traffic engineering. But I've had a survey that went out for Vision 2050, and what do you believe the most pressing issues that our community should address in the Vision 2050 comprehensive plan? 27% said transportation infrastructure. And so another one, expanded public transportation options was the biggest. And it's just transportation, safety was some of the biggest themes of this. And I did a word cloud of all the open question, what do you think, should be involved and stuff like that. And the word cloud came up with road, infrastructure, car. But the biggest one was car and then community.
Mhm.
So that was very interesting.
Yes,
Thank you.
so we will continue coordinating with our partners for the Vision 2050.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Humberto, and your staff and your team for this presentation. I just want to remind you, I know we discussed this, but the streets or the roads that are going to be, decrease on the speed limit
Yes,
to
correct.
always, hit
Yeah.
front, advice to people,
Yes.
and so they don't get fines without knowing.
Yeah, we'll have the variable
okay?
message boards, yes, 1 week in advance, so we can notify people, and also work with the sheriff office to give them grace. if
Yes,
something
thank you
happens.
so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, thank you, Humberto, and to the team.
Thank you, Mayor
for the
Davis.
presentation. Much more to follow as we perfect the plan. We will go into recess until 2 p.m. for this afternoon's Board of County Commission session. So thank you to all of you who have joined us virtually, on television, and here in person. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon portion of the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June 23rd of this year, June the 20th of 2023, I should say. Skipping ahead. All right, with that, we're going to start with, we're going to have Mr. Ted Kozak, our Chief Planner, present the June 1st, 2023 Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations, and you're recognized.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On June 1st, as you said, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, there were 9 cases. 8 of those cases were recommended for approval. 1 case, VA 23-06-035, Jordan Shirley, was continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, June the 16th. No cases were appealed. It is my understanding that Commissioner Uribe has requested a case VA 23-06-031, Orange Tires and Wheels, to be scheduled for a board called hearing to be preceded by a community meeting. The zoning division will be requesting that case to be scheduled. So with the exception of the BZA case that was pulled for a future public hearing, we request the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. Commissioner Bonilla was not able to join us for this particular vote. And so we'll move to the next item on our agenda at this time, and this is item A1 for this afternoon. And we're going to open the public hearing on this item and ask Mr. Brett Blackadar, the Deputy Director of Public Works, to frame this item. Mr. Blackadar, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV 21-11-061 from Iqbal Gagan. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate 4 portions of unopened, unimproved, and unnamed 16-foot wide alleyways and 2 portions of unopened, unimproved 50-foot wide right-of-way known as 2nd Street and 3rd Street, containing a total of approximately 0.57 acres. And this is located south of Darrell Parkway and east of South Apopka Island Road in District 1. 13 neighbors, which are listed in your backup information, are joining into the petition as abutting property owners. The rights-of-way lie adjacent to the residential lots located within the Orange County subdivision, or Orange Center subdivision, sorry. The petitioners wish to vacate in order to add the land to their properties. The real estate management, environmental protection, engineering, transportation plan, and roads and drainage divisions have no objections to this request. Also, all utility providers have no objections to this request. It's determined that approval of this request will have no adverse effects on Orange County. So our requested action is to approve PTV 21-11-061, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blackadar. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, or representative, if you'd like to come forward and make any comments, you can. If so, we ask you to go to the microphone. And if you can state your name and address for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is Iqbal Gagan, 11456 Commercial Street, Orlando, 32836.
All right. Any other information you want to present at this time?
No, there is no additional information. If anybody has any question, I'm here to answer it.
Okay, well, stand by for a moment. We'll see if there are any members of the public present on your item, and then we'll come back to you if there are any questions. All right, do we have any members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing on this item at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, so moved. Wilson.
Second, Scott.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Mr. Gagan, there are no questions, so
Okay.
your item has passed. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presence this
Thank you.
afternoon.
Appreciate it.
All right, so we're going to move forward then to the next item, item A2 on our agenda for this afternoon. And we'll open this item up for the public hearing at this time. And we're going to have Mr. Blackadar once again frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV 23-04016 from Carol and Thomas Etheridge. Petitioners request that Orange County vacate a portion of a 30-foot wide by approximately 790-foot long drainage easement that lies along the east property line of a vacant residential lot located in the Wedgefield community in District 5. The property lies south of Ralston Street and west of Bancroft Boulevard. The petitioners wish to vacate to add land to their property for future development. The Real Estate Management, Engineering, Roads and Drainage, and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objections to this request. Also, Ranger Drainage District has also provided a letter of no objection to this request. And it has been determined that approval of this request will have no adverse effects on Orange County. Our requested action is approval of PTV 23-04016, and I'm here to answer any questions that may come up.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward? Any comments? If not, okay, he's waiving on any comments at this time. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
No, it's,
This one,
I'll do a motion for approval.
I'll second.
I was going to say, she's not here, so I would do it, but they.
Okay, that is District 5.
I did the motion, and then Commissioner Scott did
Okay,
the second.
so we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, a second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. Okay, then we'll move to item B3 on our agenda for this afternoon. And we'll open the public hearing on this item as well. And Mr. Blackadar, this is my understanding that this item is being requested for continuance. But since it was advertised, we still have to open it up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So we have requested continuance because this is another platification, which actually we don't get a lot of. And it was determined late in the process that our right-of-way group still had some potential need for some of the platted right-of-way in the subdivision. So we wanted to give some more time to look into that, and so we'd like to continue it to the July 25th meeting at 2 o'clock.
All right, we'll take that into consideration. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion for continuance?
Yes, I so moved for continuance to, what was the date? I'm sorry.
July 25th.
July 25th, 2023.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move forward then to the next item on our agenda, and we're up to item C4. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and our Public Works Director, Mr. Joe Conkle, will frame this item. Mr. Conkle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C4 is an amendment to the Waterly Planned Development. The subject property is located at Avalon Road and Water Springs Boulevard in Horizon West, Village H. The request is a two-part as it involves adding 2 new uses to the list of permitted uses in the Village Center District. First request is a liquor store use to allow the recently built Publix to have a liquor store component, and the second is a self-storage facility. The conceptual Village Center block plan layout has been updated to reflect the location of the proposed self-storage facility, and the code-required self-storage design standards have been added to the plan. This item was continued for May 2nd board meeting to allow for a community meeting. The meeting took place on June 8 and was attended by over 80 area residents who expressed concerns of incompatibility related to the self-storage use. The property is designated Village Center on the Horizon West land use map within Village H and is zoned PD as the Waterly PD. The aerial shows the partially developed shopping center surrounded by several multifamily and single-family subdivisions. Here is the PD land use plan with the Village Center highlighted. The next slide shows the conceptual Village Center layout with the Publix and self-storage locations circled. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Waterly Plan Development Land Use Plan subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon. Julie James with Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I have the pleasure of representing Four Ways Capital Group, the developer of the self-storage facility. Jessica Eiserman is also here, and she represents Publix in connection with the liquor store use. We also have an amendment in attendance, members of our project development team, and they'll be available to answer any questions you may have. I've also just handed up copies of our experts' resumes and a complete copy of this PowerPoint presentation that we're going to give so that those can be entered into the record. Let me move forward. Okay. Let me start by thanking Commissioner Wilson and staff for helping us facilitate a community meeting with the public. We'd also like to thank staff for their work on their substantial change and concur with their recommendation of approval. We've prepared this brief presentation to address both some confusion over our application and also comments made at the community meeting and comments made in print and social media. We've applied for a substantial change determination to the Waterley Land Use Plan. Our application does not require or include a special exception or conditional use. Specifically with respect to self-storage in the village center, the code provides that the following use shall be allowed as a condition of approval or as a substantial change to the land use plan as approved by the BCC. The code provides guidance on the definition of may and shall, and I'd like to point that out. The code provides that the word may is to be construed as being permissive and the word shall is to be construed as being mandatory. Based on those rules of construction, self-storage must be allowed in the Village Center District if the BCC determines the design criteria has been satisfied. In making its recommendation of approval, your own staff determined that self-storage meets the self-storage design and size criteria set forth in the code. Staff has also determined that the self-storage has met the substantial change criteria also set forth in the code. The Village Center is exactly where self-storage is intended to be located. The comp plan provides that the Village Center will include a mixture of uses. That includes residential, both multifamily and single family. And it also includes commercial, retail, and office uses to serve the surrounding area. The only restriction on self-storage is that it meets both the design and sign criteria, which your staff has determined we do. The self-storage is going to be located behind the Publix in the middle of the commercial center surrounded by other commercial retail uses. This is a state-of-the-art facility. It looks like an office building, and all loading and unloading will occur interior to the building. This is not a new concept. That is, self-storage is not a new concept in Horizon West. On at least 3 other occasions, the BCC has determined that this use is compatible in both the Village Center and Town Center. Most recently, on May 23rd, the BCC determined that self-storage is compatible in the Town Center District. None of these projects are dissimilar. No competent substantial evidence that would support a recommendation of denial was presented at the May 2nd BCC public hearing or at the community meeting. The code clearly anticipates this use to be in the Village Center, and the code also clearly anticipates non-pedestrian, bicycle-centric uses in the Village Center as well. The only caveat to that is they're merely required to be designed to be architecturally compatible and not block both pedestrian and bike routes. Our project satisfies both of those. I'm going to turn our presentation over to our self-storage consultants, but I'd like to reserve any remaining time we have for rebuttal. Thank you.
All right.
See if I can get this to work here. Thank you. My name is Todd Lucas with Lucas Development, 1818 Lake Roberts Landing Drive in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for listening to us today. I want to talk a little bit about why self-storage is needed in this, in general and in this area. I think as everybody knows, home designs are changing with increasing prices. We have smaller, more efficient home plans that provide less space for storage of personal items. Additionally, pandemic-driven work from home is taking additional home space for work-from-home offices. Neighborhood HOAs have included more and more deed restrictions, such as no sheds allowed or limited garage spaces. Apartment living, which there's a substantial amount around this site, has garage space that's extremely limited for the renters, and there's little to no on-site storage for apartment renters. Population growth, excuse me, is outpacing all new development. Florida has 6 cities ranking in the top 10 growth cities across the United States. Number 1 on that list is the Orlando-Kissimmee metro area. Regression analysis shows that the Orlando-Kissimmee market is undersupplied for self-storage by 2,379,000 square feet. Where is it needed? These are some statistics that come out of 3 different sources cited at the bottom. Self-storage is a local service amenity for residential users. 67.2% of customers live within 2 miles of the facilities. 63.2% of those customers chose their facility based on location and convenience. There's high occupancy in the area. As we stated, Orlando-Kissimmee has been growing, and it has the highest occupancy rate that it's had over the last 20 years. There's lower turnover in these units now. Over 50% of our customers stay for 1 to 3 years, with approximately 20% of those customers staying between 7 and 12 months. And our market area is a 3-mile market area, and there are no facilities within that market area. The closest existing facility is 5 miles away. The closest proposed facility, which you approved, I believe, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, is 4 miles away. And there's a high demand from residents in areas with fast sales and lease-ups. Within a half mile of the property, there's 1,285 apartments built or under construction. Occupancies of the completed apartment communities are above 96%. And of renters surveyed, 40% of them indicated that they utilize the self-storage due to insufficient space in their homes. This is an overview of the 3-mile market. You can see located around the center of Village H, and then the location of the existing facilities and the remainder of the villages in the town center. There's 2 existing ones in Lakeside Village, 1 in the town center, and then 1 that was just recently approved in the town center. You can see that the market for Village F, Village H, and Village I is centered with our facility in the middle of that market. This is an overview of the residential units that are directly around this property. As I said, there's 1,285 multifamily units within half a mile. Currently, you have Waterley Apartments. I believe it's 280 apartments that are under construction. You have Ascend Waterley, which is 301 apartments that are under construction, opening in October. Then you have the Braxton Waterley, which has 364 apartments. They're 96% leased. They have 48 garages that are fully leased and no on-site storage. And Vintage Hills, which is 340 apartments, they're 99% leased, 64 garages that are fully leased, and 54 storage closets that are fully leased. They've also told us that they're having problems with residents who are renting trailers to store things in those trailers and parking them at the back of the property. This storage facility that we're proposing will have architecture that blends with the surrounding development, high-quality construction materials and finishes. It includes 2 retail units at street level of approximately 2,700 square feet total, and all loading and unloading activities are interior to the building. On the interior, you have multiple unit sizes and options. It's 100% climate controlled, and again, all loading and unloading activities are interior, protected from the environment, and screened from the surrounding businesses and neighbors. Our operations and management teams are professionally maintained and operated. It has real-time camera monitoring inside and outside of the building, state-of-the-art security with controlled access to all parts of the building, access control that only allows customers to go to the floor of their unit, and ID logging for each entrance and exit. I'd like to turn it over for a little view of what the facility looks like from street level.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners, for your time today. Keith Trace with Four Ways Capital Group. At our May public hearing, there were some conversations and discussion about how the facility would look from street level from the entrances of the community. So we did some renderings of the proposed facility, so you can see Publix labeled there, storage, and then the tunnel and the loading and unloading for the storage center actually happens where that storage word is, so all the traffic would go through the building itself. This is a perspective rendering as you are leaving the Waterley community going down Waterway Passage Drive, and you can see the Publix kind of right ahead, the proposed retail space that's along Waterway Passage, the storage in the background, and then the multifamily, the 4-story multifamily on the right side. This is a view of the Village Center from the entrance at Avalon Road with our proposed bank on the right, the storage facility behind it, and then other proposed commercial, retail, and restaurant buildings on the left side. This is another perspective view kind of the overall Village Center with multifamily on the left, some of the commercial retail buildings in the middle, and then the storage and Publix in the background. These are the elevation renderings that were part of the application package for the storage building itself. The 4-sided architecture with the tunnel viewed on the bottom right with that 2,700 square feet of proposed ground floor retail within that building elevation, and then some of the stone selections and color selections. And we have Publix making a brief presentation on their liquor store use as well.
Good afternoon, Jessica Eiserman. I'm an attorney with Stearns Weaver Miller. I'm here today representing Publix. Publix is requesting a liquor store. This is a traditional liquor store that would be next to the Publix main grocery store. It is the same liquor store you have seen in over 300 other Publix stores across the state. The reason why we were part of this application was a mere convenience. The two uses are not interconnected in any way or dependent upon each other in any way. It was just timing-wise, we put our request to allow a liquor store in this PD as a permitted use. We meet all of your distance requirements set forth in your code, and so we respectfully request approval of adding a liquor store as a permitted use within this district and on this parcel. Thank you.
We're available to answer any questions you all may have, and of course, we wanted to reserve our additional time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Since you had the representative representing the liquor store, and then we were talking about the storage facility, are the two adjoined? Are you all in?
We're in the same commercial center. They're not adjoining uses.
Okay.
Publix came in, the applications came in at the same time because they share the same planner. So Publix is processing for the additional package store, and then we're here for the self-storage use.
Okay. All right, thank you. You have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left for rebuttal, if there's any. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have 11 speakers.
Okay, so let's see if, I know that just from some information that was provided to me by my staff during the break, while we were on recess, a number of emails came in, and it appears that 22 emails came in, at least as of 1 o'clock today, in opposition to the project as stated, and a petition with 48 signatures in opposition. So we know that there's at least some opposition. I was not provided anything necessarily in support. So those of you who are going to be speaking, if you're unified around some type of opposition, we ask that, in deference to everybody here, you can consolidate some of your time. It is not necessary for every one of you to speak if the 11 are all in opposition. I just put that out there for you. We understand the position that you're taking. So with that, we can begin the process. And if there are some in support, certainly we encourage you to come forward as well. So with that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll call out the names and ask you to line up over on the wall there. I'll call out a few in advance, and then we'll progress through the rest of the speakers. You'll have 2 minutes when you get up to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. First up is James Grip, to be followed by Edwin Allman. And third would be Kim Herndon. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is James Grip. I'm a resident of Waterley. I just want to take the time. Thank you for having us here today. I want to address the safety issues of it. I'm a retired police officer, also military. And a lot of times in our town, we had a storage facility. We had a lot of times we had a lot of criminal activity out there. And we don't want to put something that you guys are, as commissioners, you're here for our safety and the safety of our children. You're also going to have in there major trucks coming through. People who rent these trucks don't know how to drive these trucks, and then they have accidents, people get hurt. So my point to you as commissioners is, for our safety, this thing should not be there. For the criminal activity and also for the fact that the accidents you have of these trucks coming in, it's still a residential area, and I believe that this is a bad situation for everybody involved. So thank you for your time.
Okay, respect what you're saying. Do you have any data, anything to support what you're saying, that there's criminal activity associated around storage units, similar style, or accidents, or traffic crashes, et cetera?
Say again?
Do you have any data or supporting facts to support your proposition that there's crime associated, theoretically, with a storage facility or traffic crashes or accidents?
I'm thinking from 20 years of law enforcement experience, when I worked in our town, we had the same thing, storage facility. And we'd have criminal activity out there, from drugs to actual people living in the facilities, and we actually had accidents where we'd have a lot of time. We had two major intersections. We had I-295, and we had Turnpike going through our jurisdiction, and we had a lot of accidents with people driving actual rental vehicles. And I used to driving these huge vehicles, and they have a lot of accidents.
And what community was that?
It's Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
All right. All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Edwin Allman, to be followed by Kim Herndon.
Hi, my name is Edwin Allman. I'm from 9434 Jaywood Road, which is in the Waterley community. I'm going to reiterate to what he's saying. Last year, I wrote a letter to the Orange County Sheriff Department on how many near misses the trucks were having on kids on bikes. And these were from experienced charter bus drivers from Disney driving up and down the avenues. These were experienced truck drivers. We're talking about having inexperienced people coming into this community where there's going to be restaurants, where there's going to be 3 schools that are going to be built, where they're going to be having multiple kids on bikes. You're going to have inexperienced people coming in on trucks, driving in and out of this storage facility. And when I say that this is going to be a disaster, I'm telling you that this is going to be a real bad disaster. And I urge this community to be proactive and not reactive, and to deny this petition, because there's going to be an accident. The letter that I wrote to the Orange County Sheriff Department was last year. There was multiple near misses, where I even talk about it to this day. It gives me chills. And this is going to be in an area where there's going to be 3 new schools being built, where there's going to be restaurants where kids are going to be biking to and from these restaurants, and you're going to have inexperienced truck drivers coming in and out of these storage facilities. This is a disaster waiting to happen. And without exaggeration, if you guys approve this, there's going to be blood on your hands.
Okay, I'll ask you the same question of how many near misses, how many accidents, do you have any data to support what you're saying?
Yeah, and just to we literally had an accident just in front of our community. Publix is not even built yet. And there was a major accident right in front of our community with a truck going in and out of the community. This happened, what, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, there was a major accident. So, I mean, if your rebuttal to is whether or not we have proof or not. We didn't come here with data and statistics like the attorneys with this beautiful presentation. This is all stuff that we have that from our community that we see and hear from experience. The attorneys are showing you this beautiful presentation with this beautiful picture of this community storage facility and how pretty it's going to look. But the reality is that these trucks are going to be coming in and out, and there's going to be someone's going to get hurt. And how many people here have been in storage facilities and see these trucks that people don't know how to drive, take out stop signs, taking out cars on corners, because people are not experienced truck drivers. U-Haul,
okay,
whatever.
we got it. I'm going to have to stop you now because you're out of time. All right, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kim Herndon, to be followed by Nicholas James Albertson. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Kim Herndon, 16730 Harper Cove Drive, Winter Garden 34787. Thank you, County Commissioners and Mayor, for your time today. To surmise our community meeting on June 8th with over 100 residents, the proposal to add a self-storage facility to our village center is of grave concern for reasons which include the influx of the big box trucks into a residential area, the safety of our children, and it does not meet the OC Village Plan Developmental Code to reflect a traditional southern pedestrian-friendly town, amongst other things. It is vital that the proposal of the liquor store and self-storage be separated. I don't know if that's clear. From a financial standpoint, restaurants and retail spaces would not only generate more taxes paid to the county and state, but would also create more jobs. The storage unit industry is $39.5 billion, whereas these other billion-dollar industries would much better serve our community. Mexican restaurant, 79.7. Hair and nail salon, 68.5. Gym, 33.25. Pet stores, 23.5. Chinese restaurant, 20.1. These other businesses combined would far exceed the revenue of a storage facility, which is a win-win all around. We have 3 schools roughly 2 miles from the village center and a 4th already planned. With the significant numbers of students who walk, bike, scooter to school, large truck traffic is a major safety hazard. Within a 10-mile radius of Waterloo, there are over 13 storage facilities, and a good portion of these are reporting lower than 70% occupancy based on their financial statements. According to NeighborBlog, only 10% of households rent a storage unit. This proposed plan serves to benefit the pockets of developers and primarily the apartment dwellers, not the taxpayers. In closing, if you approve this type of permitted land use in a residential area which disregards the very purpose of the Village Plan Development Code, what's to stop any type of business from violating our residential areas? Thank you.
Ms. Herndon, I just want to clarify something you said. You want to separate out the application for the liquor store from the storage unit.
Correct. They should not be considered together.
So by doing so, are you saying you support the liquor store?
Yes, sir. On our community meeting on the 8th, the majority of residents are not concerned about the liquor store, and as you've seen in the pictures, it's already there. I cannot imagine that Publix would have built that property with it on the building. In fact, they had the sign up. I don't know, Commissioner Wilson, if you noticed that and you got them to take it down. It actually said liquor store. On the Publix sign, it said liquor store, and that came down after our meeting. So Publix knows they're going to get their liquor store, and the self-storage units should not be able to piggyback on back of Publix.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I understood what you're saying. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nicholas James Albertson, to be followed by Todd Perlmutter and Cheryl Perlmutter.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Albertson. I live at 9794 Waterway Passage Drive, just a few hundred feet away from this facility that's going in. Horizon West Code states that the purpose of the village design is to promote the development of community centers that reflect the characteristics of a traditional southern town, where streets are pedestrian-friendly, where parks and open spaces and civic facilities are a focus for public activity, to enhance the character of the neighborhoods with a compact integrated community pattern which creates opportunities for pedestrian, bike, and transit use. When I hear that, I am thinking of downtown Winter Garden with all those small shops, or Park Avenue in Winter Garden. A storage facility does not fit those purposes, and you wouldn't see a storage facility on Park Ave, so we shouldn't have one in our village center. Only 131 public notices for the community meeting were sent out, despite this being the village center for the entirety of Hickory Nut Village, which is an entire sixth of Horizon West with thousands and thousands of homes. And they all have a vested interest in the development of the village center. Despite the low number of notices sent out, over 80 people showed up to unanimously and vehemently oppose the proposal. Due to the limited size of the Village Center PD and the existing development already in progress, the remaining commercial space is at a premium and should not be used for one single business where 10 businesses could fit. We want quality businesses that will enhance the village, not the first developer to come along. I'd rather leave it undeveloped until we find the right business to go in there. And there's 102 permitted uses for the PD zoning in the Horizon West Code. that don't require any substantial change. And some of those would be direly needed. Bakeries, Chinese restaurants, gyms, bookstores, clothing stores, toy stores, candy stores, ice cream shop. Additionally, you don't walk to a self-storage facility, so it doesn't need to be in a walkable area. There's plenty of nearby places on Avalon on 192 where those could go in. And I just want to say that the point of elected officials is to represent the will of the constituents, and if every single constituent that has spoken up about this is against it, I ask you to please not support the corporations instead. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Albertson. We'll move to the next speaker.
Mayor, for clarity, Mr. Albertson, were you representing yourself as an individual? Because you have on a work shirt for a company, so I want to be clear on your. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right.
Am I good? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Todd Promoter. I'm the board president for Waterley Phase 3 HOA. I live at 16892 Hypatia Alley in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. I just wanted to focus on the fact with the other speaker, I am for the liquor store. I'm not for the storage facility. I don't want the storage facility. I wanted to speak out against that. I wanted to talk about something that nobody's talking about regarding the Village Center Code. That is specifically Section E, where it says the following criteria shall be used in determining whether to approve or deny substantial change. If you look at Part 3, it specifically discusses the change shall not act as a detrimental intrusion to the surrounding area. I want to discuss that surrounding area specifically means the homes and people who live around it, and other businesses that are there. It does not mean the bears in the woods, for example. Sorry. But in addition, I want to discuss detrimental intrusion because there's two meanings for that word in legalese. One is that it's harmful intrusion. The other is that it is unwanted. We sat at a community meeting with approximately 80 people showing up in the surrounding communities. 12 speakers, I believe, spoke. Not one speaker really cared that the liquor store was going in. They were all fine with it. Everyone who spoke out against the storage facility. It is unwanted. It is an unwanted intrusion, and that should be taken in high consideration because it's written into the village code. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Cheryl Perlmutter, to be followed by Marcos Aranjo and Ava Aranjo and Tatiana Aranjo.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Perlmutter, 16892 Hypatia Alley. Most of these people know my name, and from some of them may know my face. I've been on Facebook, I've been on Nextdoor. None of our neighbors want this storage facility. I can tell you that. We'd rather go somewhere down Flamingo Crossing, down where it's a little bit busy, but the traffic can handle it and the drivers can handle it, versus every day where I go drive 25 and on my way home, and I get, tailgated usually. I can also tell you that most of us were sold in the Waterley, in the D.R. Horton Center, and there was no storage facility. There was that neighborhood center mentioned, but there was no storage facility mentioned. And if anyone of us had seen that, we definitely would have second guessed buying in Waterley, knowing that this storage facility was going to happen. Also, this storage facility, not this particular one, has been tried over 3 times since we closed in 2020. This is not the first attempt. This is not the second attempt. This is the 3rd attempt. We don't want this in our area. I know COVID stopped some building, but we don't want this in our area. We really don't. Again, we have children who are playing, people who don't drive the way they should, and we have a lack of law enforcement in our area that enforces things. If you look in our community, actually, we have many complaints because our pools and our amenities are being violated as well, and we are having problems with that as well. So add on a storage facility, and I don't see how it could be a beneficial thing to our neighborhood. Again, I implore you guys, please. We do not want this. Our neighbors do not want this. Maybe her renter who does, but I mean, I rented for ages. We paid for storage. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is it Mrs. Parmenter? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
My name is Marcos Araujo, 11135 Boswick Alley. Before my time starts, I would like to submit to the board the actual petition signed by the almost 50 residents asking no to the proposal, as well as a signing sheet that has all the people who showed up at the community meeting, everybody against this proposal as well. I also made copies of the front of the petition for the board to review. I also emailed this to all of you. I'm not sure if everybody had the opportunity to review that yet, as well as pictures of the accident that was mentioned earlier in front of the community a couple of weeks ago as evidence of, the dangers of heavy traffic in a community that hasn't even been fully constructed yet, or even with the storage. So not even taking into account the heavy traffic that will be coming. So if you guys want to review that, and I appreciate that. All right. First, I would like to thank the commissioners and mayor for the opportunity to share my concerns and concerns echoed by many other residents who are not able to be here today. I hope that you had the opportunity to review the email that I sent you, like I mentioned, showing all of the points of opposition. On the community meeting, there was absence of anybody showing up there to actually show support for this. So the target audience for the storage unit from the applicant, nobody showed up there. They said that they had surveys of 40% people that would want to use those facilities. Nobody showed up to the community meeting. As a reminder that we put this to a stop and to have this decision today because we wanted input from the community. The community had the input, and the input was, no, we do not want this. I would like to stress that we're not saying no, not in my backyard. We're just saying no, not in our community village center. Waterley is one of the largest community centers that we have in Horizon West. Our village center is not that large. So we want to make sure that that space goes for the community. We do want to have businesses that will be appropriate for pedestrians and for bike riders. One thing that I'd like to bring to attention is that Orange County Code, Chapter 8, Article 8, Division 8, Section 381389 says that commercial development within the village center should primarily be oriented to serving the residents of the immediate neighborhood. And the four criteria that for the change, this proposal goes against all that. It's not consistent with the village plan bringing heavy traffic. The building might look like the surrounding area, but it will not. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speakers.
The next speakers are Ava and Tatiana Araijo. Thank you. And will be followed by Matt Winninger.
Hello, my name is Ava Araujo, and I live in 11135 Bostuca Alley. So, I would like to say that I have no data against this, but I am a person who lives there and a child, so I kind of do know the dangers that will be with this. And I just want to say the storage area will bring a lot of vans, noise, pollution to our neighborhood, and our neighborhood was not made for this. And we did not want this. It's also in the code. So, this would also take up a lot of space.
Mm-hmm.
This would talk.
It's okay, Mom. Do you feel like that because it matters, right? Okay, just pick up your mic. Okay.
This would also take up a lot of space in our, this.
It's okay, Mom, I got you. My name is Tatiana Araujo, her mom. I live in 11135 Bostwick Alley. When I came to the U.S., the main motivation, the American dream, was not just the financial stability, because I knew that I would get that with hard work, but it was mainly to have a voice and to be self-reliant. So I brought my daughter today. She's 12. It's summertime. She don't want to be here. But she said, do I really need to go? And I say, yes. And you need to come because that matters. And we are going to fight for things that matter, especially give voice to the ones that are not here. Maybe they have limitation with English, maybe they cannot make it, but that's why we are here. The community
that was the last public hearing board, decided that we needed a community input. And the answer, like everyone was saying, it's no. We don't want it and we don't need it. And you know all the reasons why. So going back to why I'm here, we are here. I'm here to show my daughter, by example, that we have a voice and we matter. I'm here to show my daughter that sometimes, even when it's hard and we don't feel that brave, we find that courage to fight for things that we believe. And it's for the greater good, not for just me, for her in the future walking around and having fun, but for everyone. But mostly, I'm here to show you all our beautiful faces, and that we are not just a name or a number on a list, that we are the residents and we live there. We live there. So that's going to affect directly our life. So I'm here to let you guys be aware of the faces and the real people so you can make a conscious choice, hopefully a good one. And thank you for this opportunity. Wow,
All right,
that was a perfect timing.
Thank you for your presence, and the young lady, thank you for being here today. I know it's tough sometimes when you have to speak in front of others, but probably just the beginning of you doing that many, many more times in life. So, all right, and to the audience, let me just say this to you, so that we maintain decorum here when we're in our official meeting. We do not typically, for these types of proceedings, allow outward noise, support, or an opposition to be made. Okay? So that is your warning at this time. All right, with that, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Matt Waringa, to be followed by David Pugh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Matt Wieringa, and I'm an owner-resident at 10309 Atwater Bay in Waterley. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Wilson and her team for attending the community meeting on this topic, listening to our comments, and being a strong advocate for your constituents to this board. I'd also like to thank the 83 members of the community who came out to that meeting and voiced their unanimous opposition to this proposal. One after another, owners and residents expressed their concern that a self-storage facility is inconsistent with the intent of a village center district in the comprehensive plan. It's supposed to support an active, vibrant community center, and every single person who spoke voiced their objection to this plan. 0 changes were made by the applicant following this feedback. We recommended separating these proposals. That change was never put forward. It was raised in the last discussion that we have to put these somewhere, but there's a reason that the Orange County Code says that these cases are required to come before this board. It's not to see if the DRC says that they've checked the boxes. If that were true, this would just be a permit. This board is not just a rubber stamp for every recommendation. If it is, then we can adjourn and all go home this afternoon. No, we don't have to put these somewhere. We're here so you can represent your constituents and say, it doesn't make sense to put it here in the middle of a village center. My neighbors who spoke this afternoon and the 83 residents from this community meeting are giving you the reasons and the validation needed to find this project inconsistent with the area plan and the surrounding area, which fails to meet the criteria required for evaluation as put forward earlier. For this reason, again, I urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your presence as well. We'll move to the next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dave Puig. I'm a 3-year resident of the Waterley community. I live at 9436 Bolero Road. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a retired U.S. Army Command Sergeant Major of over 30 years, I take the freedoms of public comment very seriously. First and foremost, these 2 requests need to be separated. I fully support the liquor store. I am adamantly against the storage unit. I feel that we are going to be taking an unnecessary risk introducing a storage unit into our village center that includes a 280-unit apartment complex within a few hundred feet. This presents the potential of over 200 children playing in the same area that large rental moving trucks pass through. As a lifelong Army veteran, I have rented my fair share of moving trucks. I know I always feel uncomfortable driving them around. Most of the people that will be driving the middle of our village center have no experience driving a 20-plus foot long truck. Is this really a risk we need to subject our community to, knowing that there are numerous other storage units nearby? I feel that there are better opportunities for this plot of land that would benefit my village. I know the developers have checked all the check marks and that the review committee has recommended approval. What I ask of you is to take the time to ask yourself, is this what you would want in your neighborhood, knowing the hazards involved? Would you want a storage unit in the middle of your village center? Would you want your kids riding and playing in the same area as this storage unit? Would you want the value of your house degraded because of this storage unit? If your answer is no, we urge you not to subject our neighborhood to these hazards, and please consider other, more appealing options. Thank you for your time and service.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your service to our nation as well. We'll move to the next speaker.
That's the last speaker, Mayor.
Okay. With that, we'll go back to the applicant for any rebuttal comments. I think you have about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. If you'll extend me the same courtesy, I have a hand up. If you'll not start the clock running on me while I hand this up, I would appreciate that. And I also have an overhead item, if someone could. I think I have that upside down. I'm ready whenever staff is ready and the commission is ready, Mr. Mayor.
All right, you're up.
Okay, for the record, my name is Scott Glass. I'm a partner with the law firm of Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue. I appreciate everyone who has come out today to express their thoughts on this application. Just want to address a couple of those, and I've handed up basically some rebuttal because of the time limitations. I wanted to make sure those got into the record. Someone said that your job is to represent the will of the majority. And if this were a legislative action today, I would agree wholeheartedly with that. But you are not here, as your counsel will tell you, in your role as legislators. You are here in a quasi-judicial capacity, and your primary function in that capacity is to uphold the rule of law. The rule of law in this case is found in your code. People were talking about this not being walkable or a bicycle-centric use. The reality is your code doesn't require that. If you look at the first citation there, 38-1380 sub 6, which is actually labeled purpose and intent, it's to provide a system of fully connected streets and paths which provide interesting routes and encourage pedestrian and bicycle use by being spatially defined by buildings, trees, and lighting. If you look at 38-1389, you will see that commercial development within the village center district should be primarily oriented to serve the residents of the immediate neighborhood. What isn't in that sentence is that they have to be walkable or bikeable or somehow oriented to restaurants or hair salons. It just simply says it must serve the surrounding community. We've submitted evidence. Your professional staff has made a recommendation finding that this use meets that, and it does meet that. And if you look at the list of permitted uses, you'll see that clearly the code doesn't intend to limit the uses to restaurants and salons and walkable. Among the uses listed in 1389C2 are other non-walkable uses, such as furniture stores, household appliance stores, floor covering stores, funeral services, valet parking. I have yet to valet park my bicycle anywhere, let alone at a funeral. So clearly there are non-pedestrian, non-walkable uses that have always been anticipated in the village center. And among those is self-storage facilities. As Ms. Seamus told you before, Ms. James told you before, the way the code reads is if you meet those criteria, then this use has to be allowed. You are bound by the terms of your code. That is common law. It doesn't matter how many people sign a petition, doesn't matter how many people show up. I mean, the law is clear. The courts have said in the City of Apopka case, I know you're familiar with that because I've cited it to you before, that public notice of the hearing of an application is not given for the purpose of polling the neighborhood on the question involved, but to give interested persons an opportunity to present facts and evidence. I would submit to you that the opposition today has submitted no competent substantial evidence as is required for you to deny this application. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Glass, for your comments. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to our commissioners for further questions or comments. I'm going to call on you in the order in which you press your button. We'll go to Commissioner Michael Scott.
Wow, I'm never first. Never first. It's time. I like your jacket, by the way. Fifth out. All right, so thank you everyone who has spoken today. I've read as much as I could prior to this meeting, and I'm going through the information provided here today and the information you just presented, and I'm looking at the code, so I'm referencing, and so what you say is accurate, but the comments before questions. It says to serve the residents of the immediate neighborhood. Now, from my vantage point, it seems like the residents of the immediate neighborhood don't want it, at least the ones that are speaking, right? And then you reference that we are here in a quasi-judicial capacity as opposed to a legislative. One thing I would like to make clear that whatever role we sit here in this seat, whether it's the mayor or the commissioners, we get this power from the people that vote for us, and we're supposed to act on their behalf and in their interest. And that's also balanced between your interests, because as a business, it's a delicate balance. And so I don't want you to lose sight of that, knowing that, well, ultimately we represent the people. When you look at our org chart, the person at the top is the citizens, and then the mayor and the county commission. So I just don't want you to lose sight of that. My question is, so when you, let's say this moves forward and it isn't, it doesn't meet what financial expectations you have, what happens? Do you sell it? Do you plan on holding this in entirety? Because I've seen instances where there have been self-storage, and I have a significant amount of them in my district and more coming up, where you'll see it'll just say ABC Storage. For whatever reason, it isn't financially feasible for ABC to do it, and then it's DEF Storage and so forth and so on. So I guess my question to you is, do you, if this moves forward, do you plan on owning this entirety? Like, what happens if it doesn't meet the expectations? That would be my question. I guess what I'm getting at is, let's say it doesn't meet your expectations, you don't sell it. Like, is there a possibility that just this abandoned building sitting here because no one wants to use it? You didn't, you've invested this money, you're not getting the uses that you thought you would use. Maybe it's 50% or 25%. So now you're looking to sell it or vacate it, right? What happens? Because then we have to look in repurposing that, or that's what I'm getting at, basically.
Mr. Trace will answer your question, but for the purposes of the record, I just want to object to the question because it's not a criteria in your code for consideration of this particular application. No offense is intended. It's preserved for the record. It's just not a listed criteria.
No, I understand, and you have the court reporter there. What I'm asking, I'm trying to understand the totality. So the questions, I get what the record is, but I want to understand it, and I want to make sure I make a well-informed decision. So that's the basis for the question. It may not be a legal basis, but I want to have a perspective. People build things to make money. That's what it is, right?
Absolutely.
And if it doesn't make money, then they look at other avenues. That's just the fact of business. And so I really want to understand, if it doesn't work out, what is the plan?
Understood.
Is that fair?
And I'm not.
And I don't take offense at all.
I'm not an investor. I am a resident of Orange County, so
Right.
I'm one of your bosses as well.
Yes, sir.
And I'll turn it over to Mr. Trace.
Thank you.
Attorney's always got to say something. Appreciate the question. Great question. As you can see by how code is written and the limited areas that this specific use is allowed within Horizon West, whether it be in the corporate campus mixed use and then also in the village center, it's only allowed in a couple spots. And based on the barrier of entry of going through these public hearings and all these proceedings, and then very limited areas within a 40,000 unit massive neighborhood of Horizon West, it's not going to be oversupplied. A lot of times when you have issues like that, you have an oversupplied submarket with 8 storage units, and those all being a lot of times the old school single story, non-air conditioned. This is a very well built block building. It's not like it's going to deteriorate like a lot of the others that then go into disrepair and then become something else. This is something. There's already plenty of demand, as we've stated before, with a regression analysis, and then also limited areas for it within Horizon West. So there is no plan to repurpose this. We do have retail frontage on the front, and because of the plate height with the drive-through corridor, more of that first floor could turn into that. Granted, we have to go through changes and everything through DPs and everything, but at least it is built with that facility to be able to do more uses to it.
Thank you for that question. And again, I just want to be clear, I'm not easily offended. I just want to understand. So that's the basis for the question. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. So definitely, I want to ask legal, because the way I'm reading this, the following use shall be allowed as a condition of approval or as a substantial change to the land use plan as approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The way I'm reading that is, and the way I'm understanding, it's just, we don't have to approve this. We're not forced to approve this. This is just how you go about getting this approved. This is how I'm reading this, is through a condition of approval or a substantial change. Doesn't mean that we have to approve this in either of these ways. It just means that this is the process.
You're correct, Commissioner. This is not an automatic. The uses listed here in section 1389 for the Village Center District include, of course, self-storage facilities, liquor stores, and that section specifically states that these uses are allowed either as a condition of approval or as a substantial change to the land use plan as approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So again, it's not an automatic, and with respect to whether that type of use or this type of use that's being proposed should be allowed or not allowed, they are subject to the criteria that have been set forth by one of the speakers. There are 4 criteria, and I'll just remind you that those criteria to be used in determining whether to approve a substantial change include, number 1, the change shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan and/or specific area plan. Number 2, the change shall be similar and compatible with the surrounding area and shall be consistent with the pattern of surrounding development. Number 3, the change shall not act as a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding area. Number 4, the use shall be similar in noise, vibration, dust, odor, et cetera, other characteristics that are associated with the majority of uses that are permitted in the zoning district. So those are the criteria you're looking at based on the testimony evidence that was presented today.
Okay, thank you. Well, from looking at this village center, it just seems, this is my personal opinion here. It just seems out of place to have a storage unit right there in the middle of this village center. And from the description of the comp plan of what this is supposed to be, seems to be like a beautiful, I guess they kind of described it as the winter garden, but this is not looking like that. I don't even see any green space, and do you see any green space there? I don't see any green space, like, I don't, it just does not look attractive at all, like putting this storage unit right in the middle of this village center. Does not look like Winter Garden at all, or anything like it's supposed to be intended. And, you know, and some of the reasons that were given by the applicant of why a storage unit is needed, with the plan, the Vision 2050, or the need of the county is more housing units, not more storage space. And then we have, you know, of course, we're always looking for more jobs too, not less jobs. And this, you know, storage unit doesn't bring more jobs, brings less than what a typical commercial use would bring, which one of the constituents brought that up, and that's true. And then, you know, and then there's, I'm just wondering what the benefit of a storage unit is, because I don't see any benefit that was presented. And from what, I mean, there's a whole TV reality show on storage units, you know, people being evicted out of their storage units, and the storage, everything in there going up for sale on auction. So, I mean, there's a business out there to, you know, repossess a whole storage unit, everything in it, and sell it at auction, and people making money off of that. So, I mean, I just don't see any community benefit of a storage unit. And then someone else did mention, like, living in a storage, people living. Yeah, there's been an increase in people living in storage units because we have affordable housing problem. So why build a storage unit and land that could be better utilized for either jobs or, you know, housing units, which both are needed in Orange County? So I don't see any benefit to the community for this storage unit, either this neighborhood or Orange County as a whole. And, you know, if the comp plan says to serve the surrounding community, I mean, what best to determine that than the very community that's going to be in right there, and they're saying this is not going to benefit them. So it's not going to serve them, it's not going to benefit them. I mean, I just have to say I just have to say, in another note, I'm just very surprised by all the storage units that are being approved across Orange County that doesn't have the same restrictions that Horizon West has, because of the detriment of storage units really to a community and to the county. So that's my statement. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe this question is for the commissioner or someone. Is there any other storage unit around this area?
So there's an approved storage unit in the town center, which is a more commercial use of the whole, again, entire village of commercial use, which is, according to the original site plans, surrounded by some medical offices and across the street from a hospital.
And that's how far from this one?
I was going to say.
3.2.
Yeah, and then right across from the 429, there's one that was also part of the original Hamlin commercial plan, which it's been there since I can recall. Like, it definitely didn't come through while I was here, but and it's right across 429 from that one, or not too far. So 2 or 3 miles.
Okay, another question. Can the liquor store and the storage be separated or no?
I mean, that's I think, you know, when I'm...
Okay, you go ahead. Thank you.
I was going to say, if anybody's done with questions, I'm going to make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then that would be,
Commissioner Moore.
We haven't heard much from staff, and so I wanted to ask the question, John. How does staff evaluate this, and what did staff determine this followed our codes, and what was your final determination?
Commissioner, I may look to Joe Kunkel with respect to the DRC decision and considerations.
I can take a step back and take a shot at sort of framing the codes and why, just a little bit more about how the codes are sort of in play here. So Commissioner Wilson had mentioned the town center, the storage units up in town, the storage facilities up in town center. That's actually governed under 3877.1, which has a whole separate code section. What we're referencing here is the village code, which is in 1389 C2. And so within that code framework itself, paragraph B has a list of permitted residential and non-residential uses. Self-storage is not in that list of permitted uses. There's a list of prohibited uses, that's section C. And then you get to section D, which is a list of uses that are either a condition of approval or would be approved via a substantial change. And self-storage and the liquor store are both within section D of that code. And just to note, in terms of referencing the design standards, there are design standards within section D as a footnote, specifically pointing back to self-storage. I think self-storage and I think one of the other ones, you can just get to the section at the bottom, service bays, are so like an auto repair type thing. Those are the only two uses in that substantial change section that have specific criteria. So, in terms of, then you get into section E, which is the criteria for the substantial change. And that's what Mr. Princell read earlier. So again, you've got a list of permitted uses, prohibited uses, and then uses that are subject to conditions of approval or a substantial change, and then which this request is. It's a substantial change to the approved PD. And then you get criteria relative to that consideration by the board for that substantial change.
And what does the code say about the requirements of a substantial change?
That's what Mr. Princell just read a few minutes
You
ago.
read it.
about
Well,
those
could you
four.
read it again, please?
The code says the following criteria shall be used in determining whether to approve or deny a substantial change. Number one, the change shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan and/or specific area plan. Number two, the change shall be similar and compatible with the surrounding area and shall be consistent with the pattern of surrounding development. Number three, the change shall not act as a detrimental intrusion into the surrounding area. Number four, the use shall be similar in noise, vibration, dust, odor, glare, heat producing, and other characteristics that are associated with the majority of uses currently permitted in the zoning district. Those are the
Okay,
four
so
criteria.
that's what you're referring to. All right. And then,
Commissioner, I'm sorry, but your question was to staff on the
yeah,
consideration.
but hold on, because I've got it. So you said something about the code for the different villages. So were you intimating there's a different code then for these other villages that have storage versus this particular village?
I was only attempting to draw a distinction between the village center, between town center and its code, and the village center codes, which are basically everything but town center within Horizon West.
Okay, so there's a difference between town center and village center, and how do they differ with regard to storage units?
Well, I think we just went through
It requires a substantial change?
the requirements of the village center code. Within the town center code, Mr. Princell, I don't know if you want to address obviously this request is not within the town center of it, but Mr. Princell, I don't know if you want to address
Yeah, this is only pertinent with respect to the village center district,
Okay.
not the town center.
Okay, all right, so we had to understand that distinction. So now I'm ready to hear what staff determined at DRC. Thank you so much.
So, Commissioner, at the DRC, we look at the code and we look at what's approvable, what's prohibited, and then what would be approvable subject to an approval by the BCC. Inside with that, we also looked at the criteria that were identified as Mr. Weiss had mentioned, that there was two land uses that have specific criteria on how the land use request needs to be presented. And we look for those items to be included in their documentation. So what we do at DRC was it's within the village center code. It would require a substantial change, so that means it needs to be a recommendation from staff, and it meets the criteria that was identified as far as the appearance of the land use. So they met all the things that were identified in the in the county code for this particular item. And so then we discussed that at DRC, and it was found to be consistent, and so then it was approved to recommendation.
So the process is, you found it consistent with our code, but because it's a substantial change, then it comes back to the board for this whole community process. So it's almost kind of, it's a two-step process.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, all right. Then the next question, this is not, I mean, we're all sitting here with several court reporters, so this is a tough day, and it's we're in a quasi-judicial setting. And so I know how important it is. I've been through this a number of times on the other side. I was on the other side of suing this board before I was here. So I'm having a hard time with the evidence piece presented against this. That and I know the mayor was asking about that. I wasn't really hearing evidence. And so I'm concerned, I guess this is for Joel, with the evidence that we're hearing today, because obviously if we deny today, we're going to be in a lawsuit. And so talk to me a little bit more about what substantial evidence, good, competent evidence would be against this being compatible.
Well, competent substantial evidence is not a petition that's signed by a number of people who may be opposed or in favor of a project. The competent substantial evidence would be in the form of testimony that's presented at the public hearing. And of course, today we've heard from 11 or 12 folks who have spoken as to why, explain the reasons why they don't think that this particular request meets the criteria. And it's really up to the Board of County Commissioners to decide whether the reasons that they have given, the explanations they have given why they don't think it meets the criteria is sufficient enough to carry the day, so to speak, to support their position that this particular request for self-storage facility should be
But in a
denied.
court, and I understand because we're a public body, but in a court, what would a judge require? What is their definition of substantial competent evidence?
They're looking for testimony and statements from people who actually show up at the public hearing that explain why a particular request should be denied or why it should be approved. It's really, it's up to the board as the judge, so to speak, to make the determination in this quasi-judicial proceeding whether what you've heard today from the folks that are opposed to this request, in favor of this request, is enough to support the board's decision. And again, it's really something for the board to decide whether you're satisfied with the testimony. You think the witnesses and the folks that showed up here today were presented credible testimony, and that the reasons they gave why the request should be denied is enough for you to be comfortable with making that decision along those lines.
And then we have to be fiduciarily responsible, if we end up in a lawsuit, our cost there, and how long that's going to take as well. Well, I have to tell all of you, both sides were a little insulting to me, I felt. I mean, I got to tell you, the attorney, you were lecturing us, and then we were up here. I've got a gazillion storage units near my house, and I ride my bike near my storage units, and I have to live near storage units. So to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know. This is tough. I think, this board's going to do it our very best we can based on evidence. So thank you. That's all my questions.
I think one of the follow-up questions, Joe, is without a change, what other uses could be available? In other words, could a multifamily residential go in the same spot?
I don't think the layout of the community would be able to support a multifamily in that rectangle, but there are a number of other uses that are identified in the county code, 100 and something uses. I think someone said I never counted them. But I know there's a whole lot of other uses that can go in there as far as commercial uses for a village center, a gamut of various types of activities. And I think counsel for the applicant, mentioned a funeral home. I've never seen that on a village center, but it may be a usable or an approvable use. So there's a wide gamut of uses that can go in that space.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with much of the comments I've heard. although if part of the argument that we've heard at this point for this quasi-judicial hearing is that by putting the storage unit there, it would make the community unsafe. And then there were those who supported putting a liquor store there. And while I respect the gentleman's history and experience of being a law enforcement officer, I too was a law enforcement officer for nearly 40 years and responded to all types of crises and casualties. And I find it remarkable that one will argue against the storage unit in favor of the liquor store because as a street cop, as a supervisor, I tended to respond to far more incidents of injurious types of behavior around liquor stores as opposed to a storage unit. I have to call you on that one. So I was looking for some kind of credible support for what was being said here in this quasi-judicial. Although I also believe that in terms of the proposed use, there are some challenges, I think, there for those who have to live in the area. I do respect what they have said, that it's a community that they live in, and they get to shape and make decisions around what that community looks like. And so they're weighing these options, and so the board still has to kind of wrestle with the decision whether or not it meets the code, doesn't meet the code, what are the options for the landowners to develop their property, and where do they head from here? And then some of what we do today, if not all of what we do today, has to be defensible. And so I was looking for an opportunity for those who were presenting to help us help them if this is something that they want to us to disapprove, help us, provide us with all of the information about which we need to make decisions that we can defend in our public roles. And sometimes when the decisions we make cannot be purely emotional decisions. They have to be based upon some criteria, some fact. And so we are still, I think, getting to that. So this is why I asked you the question, what are the options? There's something else could go there as well. So I just say to everyone sitting here, help us help you. So when we ask you for information, we haven't sworn you in and put you on the oath that what you're saying is absolutely the truth. So that didn't happen here, which if we found ourselves in court, sometimes people have the opportunity to modify, what they have said when they're not under oath, and there are consequences for not being completely truthful about what you're saying, one way or the other. Commissioner, I'm going to go to Commissioner Scott, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Wilson. And
just a quick point of clarification before, because I want everybody else to get their questions out before I make a motion, but I just wanted to say that this isn't a either or. The liquor store is part of the Publix plan, and so it was just sort of a package. I don't think that was, and there was actually a resident at the community meeting that came forward that there was a concern about how close it was to the schools, and that there was some language also in our code that prevented that, that setback from the school.
Yeah, I just wanted to, early on, I asked a question when they were presenting, it almost appeared that the presentation was being done in tandem in support of one another when the representative for the liquor store got up, and we had just heard from the attorney representing the storage unit. When the optics of that appeared that they were working in collaboration, And so I was trying to understand what we were seeing here, and that was the purpose of my questions at that time. So with that, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Wilson. My question was really kind of that, and if you could, so Waterly, if you could again just kind of state, and maybe I missed part of it or in plain language, just the reason for both applications. I understand Waterly represents both organizations, but I think beyond that, I didn't get that. So if you can kind of parse that out for me, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Again, Keith Trace with Four Ways Capital Group. The reason both of these came together is one can't go through the process while another one is in permitting. So both of them wanted to go when we were about the same time, so we worked together to do the liquor store and storage at the same time because it's about the same thing. It's a substantial change to add these two uses with design criteria, so we presented them together. As they are proceeding, we obviously see that there's challenges with both, and there's questions about them. But we didn't want a 6-month delay from one application to the other. We didn't want to pick who's going to go first. Of the liquor store go all the way through while the storage is held up till that gets approved. Then we can go to DRC with the second substantial change. So because they were both going at about the same time, we progressed them at the same time.
And so I'm clear, because sometimes what you put out is not what other people receive, so I want to kind of restate, at least in my terms, what you shared. You're pretty much saying, from a business standpoint, logistics, timing, finance, it just made sense, let's do this together, as opposed to making the process longer, additional cost, additional staff hours. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so you guys submitted a 29-page document. 2 of those pages speak to Publix. Given that there are court reporters here, I just really would be more comfortable with this just being discussed just separately, just to keep it clean if it does go to litigation. Also, Commissioner Moore, since you said something, I'll be more direct. I'm usually more customer service. Tone and tenor. If you were trying to understand like the logic behind my questioning earlier, the logic was if I was sitting in that side, I would have took offense. Obviously, we're not in a court of law, although this is quasi-judicial, and it really is a balance when you're an attorney and as your focus, you have to present this stuff to us as it relates to codes and different applicable laws and Florida statutes, but also our power is derived from the people. And so if I'm someone that's sitting in this seat, I would want the same respect and consideration, tone and tenor that we have with us. Because, I mean, again, we're only here because of the people. And so while I said I was not offended, if I was sitting in that seat over there, I would have been offended based on how it was delivered, tone and tenor. You don't, like, you have the code. It's like, okay, forget what they said. You have to do this. We have to balance it all. And so that's what we do, and that's certainly what you do in your roles in serving your respective clients. But I'm just not comfortable with these things being at the same time. I just think it'd be cleaner if they were considered separately, especially if it leads to litigation. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. We're going to go back to the district commissioner. I know you were probably at the community meeting, so we'll hear from you.
I was, and I do want to thank everybody involved. I want to thank the information I got, the applicants team, both projects, and from all the residents that we've had engagement with, and everybody that's reached out. It has been a very informative and illustrative process, and I would encourage anybody who hasn't been in this area to take a ride out there. I think, and this is what I articulated at the last public hearing, it was a little different than any of the applications I've seen come in, at least in the Horizon West area, for some kind of use like this, because the access isn't off, 192 or 50, or you have to go into the neighborhood or into the side. So it's tucked in and on the inside, and when you look at the concept plan on the right side, it literally says pedestrian gate. And so, hearing sort of concerns about the safety, hearing concerns about what that was going to do as far as the ingress and egress and people crossing, I think legitimately there was a lot of issues. We went out, we let the applicant present and try to answer some of those questions. I would say that, ultimately, I think they have a vision for something that potentially felt dangerous, felt like a risk. So, based on that, the evidence that we've had here, all of the testimony and evidence that we've had presented today, I am going to make a motion, but I want you all to hang in there with me for a second because it's a long one. But this is going to have to be because there's two things. So, just hang in there. All right, so first part is to approve the use of a liquor store on parcel 13 of the Waterley PD, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. The second part is to deny the use of the self-storage on parcel 13 because such a use does not comply with the criteria for a substantial change found in section 381389 relating to the Village Center District, including that such a change wouldn't be consistent with the comprehensive plan and wouldn't be similar and compatible with the surrounding area or consistent with the pattern of surrounding development, and that it would be a detrimental intrusion. With the denial of the self-storage, the following amendments to the conditions and revisions to the plan need to be made. The first one is strike the use of self-storage from condition of approval number 10. The second is remove self-storage from the development program summary on sheet 6 of the plan. The next one, amend the concept plan shown on sheet 6A of the plans to remove the self-storage building. The next one, delete the use of self-storage as well as the design criteria for self-storage from the note on sheet 8 of the plan. And then delete the self-storage conceptual elevations shown on sheet 8A of the plan. And last of all, the revised plan must be submitted and reviewed by the DRC office for compliance with this motion.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
If she just can clarify the first parts of the motion, not the back, just restate the motions. Just the first parts.
Okay, so the first part, to approve the use of a liquor store on parcel 13 of the Waterley PD, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. The second part, to deny the use of self-storage on parcel 13. Do you want me to?
No, that's good. That's what I need. Okay.
So,
the clerk get it.
yeah.
All right, we have a question, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, Mr. Prinsell, it seemed like there were multiple aspects to her motion, and there were some things I could agree with and some things I didn't. So what would your recommendation be from a parliamentary procedure?
I suppose you could make a motion to amend and then see what happens with that, Commissioner. But the motion that she's made, as I heard it, there's two parts to the motion. First of all, of course, is the motion to approve the liquor store use. The second one is to deny the proposed self-storage use. And the other comments that she was making about the conditions of approval that are in staff report are pretty much necessary to kind of clean things up, so to speak, if the board agrees with her motion to not allow the self-storage use. So,
and so then with a motion, with an application that had the liquor store and the storage unit together, it's okay? It's
yes.
Consistent to approve one and deny another?
We think it's appropriate because they are separate and distinct uses that are being proposed as part of this substantial change request.
Okay.
So you could make a motion to approve one and deny the other.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Is there a possibility, and how would it work if we decide to vote separately on each?
It may not be necessary.
Yeah, let's just see if this passes. We have a motion already in a second.
All right.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right.
Aye.
You're late.
You're aye. Okay. All right. The motion passes 6-1. Thank you all for your presence this afternoon. We're going to move forward.
Mayor Demmons?
Yes.
Who voted no, please?
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll move to item C5 on our agenda. We're going to open the public hearing on this item, and we'll have our Director of Public Works, Mr. Joe Conkle, frame this item for us. You'll recognize Mr. Conkle at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing C5 is an amendment to the Hollywood Plaza Parking Garage Plan Development. The subject property is located on I Drive in the I Drive Overlay District. The request is to increase the approved development program to add 1,490 square feet of restaurant uses for a total of 12,981 square feet of restaurant uses.
The property is designated commercial on the future land use map and is zoned PD as the Hollywood Plaza Parking Garage PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with tourist commercial uses. Here is the land use map with the PD land use plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve Hollywood Plaza Parking Garage PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 6, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Is the applicant on this item present? And if so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? So please come to the mic.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. My name is Trip Cheek with the Winder Wheel Haynes Law Firm. With me is Joshua Wallach, who is with the applicant. The purpose of this is fairly simple. It relates to the parking garage structure that has been constructed for a number of years. On top of that parking garage structure, there's essentially a two-story restaurant space. It's only one story in structure, but the height of it is, I think, higher than this room by a fair amount. There's a mezzanine in there. There's now going to be a new tenant, what the request is to allow the mezzanine use for restaurant and to actually expand the mezzanine just a little bit for a little additional space for seating. The only reason that we're here, because this doesn't affect the outside of the building or anything at all, is because this is a PD. It was approved as a planned development, and that's got square footage approval specific in it, and so we need some additional square footage in order to go ahead and make this restaurant use. So we need to exchange the PD to add a little more restaurant use, and that's really the extent of the request. I can answer any questions that you might have, or Mr. Wallach, I'm certain, can answer questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Stand by. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Scott, would you like to offer a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second, Uribe.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, which is D6 schedule. Thank you for your presence. D6 this afternoon, I understand that this item has been canceled, and consequently we will not be taking any action on that item. So we'll move to item E7 at this time, and we'll open this item up for public hearing at this time. And Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, is going to come forward and frame this item. Mr. Sorensen, you are recognized at this time.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a future land use map amendment adoption hearing. The request is to go from planned development medium-density residential commercial office restricted to senior adult housing for the multifamily component to planned development medium high-density residential commercial office and removing the age requirement. So the acreage of this property is 202 gross acres and 60.89 net acres. The proposed use is 1,354 multifamily dwelling units and 263,480 square feet of commercial and office uses. Also associated with this request is a text amendment to Policy FLU 8.1.4 to establish the maximum intensities and densities for the development. This is the fourth public hearing, and we have not received any state or regional agency comments. The subject property is located in District 4. This is a zoomed out aerial of the subject property. This is a zoomed in aerial of the subject property. It's just north of the Orange-Osceola County line and east of Orange Blossom Trail. You can see here in this map, the property is split up by Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 3. And this is the development program for each of those lots, the current development program versus the proposed development program. You'll note on Lot 3, the age restriction for the multifamily will be removed, and the multifamily uses will be non-age restricted. In total, this is the current development program, close to 1 million square feet of commercial uses and 200 age-restricted multifamily units. The proposed is 263,480 square feet of commercial and 1,354 non-age-restricted multifamily units. The current future land use map is PD, MDR, commercial office, senior adult housing. The proposed future land use is PD, MHDR, medium high density residential, commercial office with no age restriction. And the existing zoning is PD. A community meeting was held on Wednesday, May 18th, 2022, with 25 residents in attendance with general concerns of traffic, noise, and impacts on schools and wildlife. 898 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency adoption hearing on October 20th, 2022, there were no speakers present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map and text amendments, and the Development Review Committee is recommending approval of the substantial change to the Tupperware Heights plan development, subject to 22 conditions of approval, including 5 waivers from Orange County Code regarding setbacks adjacent to rights-of-way. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? And if so, would you like to come forward there?
Abdul Al-Qadri, Harris Civil Engineers, 1200 Hillcrest Street, Orlando. Here to answer any questions. I agree with staff.
All right, well, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. At this time, we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that at that meeting, besides the traffic and the wildlife, they also were concerned about the Orange Avenue widening. You remember that they said about that? Okay. And that was also in process or taken care of. And so saying that, I would like to motion for approval with all the conditions.
Second, Uribe?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, sir, for your presence. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is item E8 at this time. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen will ask you to frame this item once again.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This again is a adoption hearing for a future land use map amendment. The request is to go from activity center mixed use to planned development commercial high density residential for a property that measures 53.88 net acres. The proposed program is a mixed-use development of 200 hotel rooms, 470,000 square feet of commercial retail uses, and 2,882 multifamily units. There's also a waiver requested from Orange County Code to increase building height to 300 feet in lieu of 60 feet. Also associated with this request is a text amendment to policy FLU 8.1.4 to establish the maximum intensities and densities for the development. This is the 4th public hearing, and we have not received any state or regional agency comments. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it east of State Road 535 and south of World Center Drive. The yellow dotted line indicates a extension missing link of South I Drive, which would be required to be completed through a road agreement if this project is approved. The future land use is activity center mixed use. The proposed future land use is planned development, commercial, high-density residential. And the zoning is planned development, the International Drive Commerce Center, PD. A community meeting was not required for this request. 624 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency adoption hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map and text amendments, and the Development Review Committee is recommending approval of the substantial change to the International Commerce Center, PD, subject to 23 conditions of approval, including 1 waiver from Orange County Code regarding building height. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? I see him coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Ewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. Ms. Wilson could not be here today. She had a conflict, but I am here along with the engineer record, and we concur with the findings in the staff report, and here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jules. Then stand by. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
So moved.
Second, Gomez.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Mr. Jules, for your presence today. We're going to move to the next item, which is F9. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, once again, we ask you to frame this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is an adoption hearing for a future land use map amendment. The request is to go from parks and recreation open space to low-density residential, which allows single-family development up to 4 units per acre. The acreage is 40.12 gross and net acres, and there are no wetlands on site. The proposed program is up to 125 single-family homes. This is the 4th public hearing, and we have not received any state or regional agency comments. The subject property is located in District 4. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it north of South Alafaya Trail and east of Northampton Avenue. The existing future land use is parks and recreation open space. The proposed future land use is low-density residential. The existing zoning is PD within the Stony Brook Plan Development. A community meeting was held on December 14th with 60 residents in attendance. A concern of stormwater management was expressed, but otherwise residents were seeking information on how the golf course would be redesigned. 1,466 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,000 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 34 emails in opposition and 151 emails in support of the request. At the local planning agency hearing, there were no speakers present to speak in favor or in opposition to the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map amendment and ordinance, and the Development Review Committee is recommending approval of the PD substantial change to the Stony Brook Plan Development subject to 19 conditions of approval. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present or representative?
Good afternoon. I'm not Jim Hall. I'm Hal Cantor with the law firm Lowndes, Drozduk, Doster, Cantor, and Reed, 215 North Eola, Orlando, just like Mr. Hewells, just like Becky. And I'm here representing the owner of the golf course. So first, let me do this. Let me get this going. What am I doing wrong? All right, he's setting me up. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is introduce into evidence, and you'll see the list as soon as the PowerPoint comes on, of what I'm introducing. I'm going to give this to this gentleman here and hope he will take good care of it. And basically, these are all public documents except for the 3 resumes of the professionals that are associated with this project. So what's this project about? Well, actually, we're here because of you, Mayor, and because of you, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, because in a prior effort, you advised the people in the community to get together and work something out. It took 2.5 years. Others will talk about that. But the goal of the community was to incentivize the golf course owner, my client, to improve the course, pay off the debt, and create economic incentives to continue golf operations. Also, to provide for improvements to Stony Brook infrastructure, provide revenue source for golf course operations, and provide a funding mechanism for Stony Brook HO Homeowners Association. Golf course operations, as you know, are failing around the country and in Orange County, and the ability to have them pay for operations paid for is huge. So they entered into agreement, the Homeowners Association and the developer. These are just a few highlights. It's like a 30-something page agreement. It's got a lot of stuff in it. But we are required to maintain a 72-hole, 72-par golf course of approximately 6,800 yards. All debt on the golf course will be paid off on sale of these lots that we're talking about. There'll be a maximum of 125 low-density residential homes. The average price, and they'll be required to be a member of the golf course, not a member of the Stony Brook Association, but a member of the golf course, which will pay for operations. Minimum sale price of the houses will be around $750 or more. There are 4 golf holes that are impact. It'll take 6 to 12 months for the construction. It's complicated because you have to redesign the course and manage the water on the course in such a way so the course is still a good course. And then you have to make sure your construction works together with the growing period in order to have a course be operable. The access to the property is off of Northampton Avenue in front of the gates to Stony Brook. There's no vehicular access to Stony Brook to the enclave. There's a recorded covenant that once this is done, the golf course remains so in perpetuity, so no other people like me coming up here and making requests. And we are providing $15,000 to their engineer to review the stormwater plans. That's not to design the project, but to review it. And the homeowners association gets paid about $5,000 per lot from the proceeds. Now, you've received a lot of emails or a number of emails setting forth a bunch of information. I'm going to talk a little bit about them now. I'm going to have my stormwater engineer, Jennifer, talk about that later. But the existing stormwater ponds are not being filled and we're building houses on them. They're being relocated and reconfigured. They're not being eliminated. They'll actually be expanded. There was allegations that Orange County would start discharging effluent into the Eastwood stormwater ponds. Why is that relevant? Well, we have the same managing partner of the 2 golf courses, same managing partner, different entities, different ownership interests internally. Stony Brook has a robust and comprehensive stormwater maintenance program. Now, why is that interesting? It's interesting because they don't have flooding problems. Even during Ian, they did not have flooding problems. Now, a lot of people are saying, where are the lot designs, where are the streets? That all comes during the preliminary subdivision plan stage. You have a code. We are following your code. It starts off with comp plan, then zoning, then preliminary subdivision plan, then platting. We are not halfway through this process. So all these issues about what the lots look like, how does the stormwater work, how are you dealing with floodplain issues, all of that is subject to a huge array of regulations because that's how it's set up. Not just here, but in 477 cities and counties in the state of Florida. It's a best practice method, and we are following it. So we don't even have the right to develop after you rezone. Your conditions of approval already provide we have to obtain a bunch of other permits before we can proceed. There's an issue regarding Orange County utilities and the wetland system. They've written a letter about it. It's and said you're incorrect. The flows bypass Eastwood, which is the group that's raised the issues. And the big thing to tell you is that you're not able to discharge more water off your project after development than before development. So we will retain water on our property that serves our property. It won't flood anyone else. So I will end my part of this with making two questions and 2 comments. I would ask you to ask speakers, and they'll probably tell you anyway, where do they reside? Why are they making the points they're making? Are they residents of Eastwood? Are they residents of Stony Brook? Where are they coming from? Does the person who's talking to you, second question, have the education, the training, the data, the licensing, the work experience to be given credibility in terms of competent, substantial evidence? In other words, are they subject matter experts? You have subject matter experts. That's your DRC. That's your staff. Some of these people sitting over there. And finally, trust your technical staff. Trust your subject matter experts. If you have questions, ask them. We're going to tell you from our perspective. We want you to ask from your perspective, from your consultants, what the facts are if you have any question. I'm going to now end my presentation, ask to reserve the balance of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, you got about 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. for potential rebuttal. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 26 speakers for this item. Now
Okay.
So I will start calling out the names and ask the folks that I call out to line up on the other side over by the microphone area, and then state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes for your presentation. If you're ready, Mayor, I'll start.
We're ready.
Ready? All right. So the first speaker I have is Lori Ingram, and the second speaker is Kelly McGranis, and the third speaker is Jennifer Lane. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Lori Ingram, and I live at 14765 Baltus Roll Drive in Orlando, 32828, and that is in Eastwood. And I'm here to request this board to seek other options and vote no on the current Stony Brook Enclave proposal. I understand the strong desire to approve something to save the golf course. I would like that too, but it still needs to be done responsibly. This substantial change in land use should at least have valid densities and a notional concept of home parcels and roads. The county's own process states that density calculations need to use the net acreage, not the gross acreage. But this proposal, much of it uses surface waters and emergent wetlands, and it's not using the net acreage. The only plan presented is 125 homes and 40 gross acres. That's it. The quantity of homes seems arbitrary and baseless. The serious risk of filling in ponds and moving them and building in floodplains and near a floodway, the canal that divides the two parts, were not discussed, and all of that is deferred. Hope for the best. By approving this amendment, you will be setting a dangerous precedent that Orange County landowners can now change the land use map from parks and open space to residential with no real plan, just because they want to, and any number of dwellings that they pick. And that's what's happening here. And valid density calculations are the only criteria that you have today to approve this change to low-density residential. If you approve this today, then you'll be setting an example for any landowner. We'll be able to do this from here on out. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to the next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Kelly Macagnano. I'm a resident of Alafaya, specifically Eastwood, but I am here representing Alafaya, not Eastwood. If you would give me a moment, I'd love to address Mr. Cantor's questions on my qualifications prior to my time starting.
Not necessary.
Okay.
Just get straight to it.
Today, you're voting on a land use change request for Stony Brook Golf Course from recreational to high-density residential for Stony Brook East and Alafaya. The outcome of this vote is going to set a precedence, the precedence of that we will incentivize a current absentee landowner and negligent developers. What is decided today is a clear picture of what an absentee landowner is able to get away with, all while directly impacting the safety and well-being of our community. Alafaya has over 100,000 residents, and there's one main road in and out of multiple communities. Because of that, Golfway's turned into a parkway with severe traffic issues. Every crosswalk that our children are used to go to school is already being flooded with stormwater and traffic. The BOCC now wants to add more residential housing, but has no plan to ensure the safety of its current residents. Orange County has failed to plan for continued development. The developer and the landowner continues to fail to plan. There are no plans for the creation of more wetlands, no plans for the creations of more schools and overcrowding, and no plans for severe traffic issues, and no plan for more emergency services or stormwater management. Mr. Mayor and County Commissioners, something occurred to me yesterday after I received a call about 3:45 p.m. by a member of your planning board asking if I needed anything cleared up before I spoke today. And it occurred to me that you're basing your approvals on your planning committees and DRC approvals. Right here, I have a statement of findings from the Army Corps of Engineers that specifically negates this landowner's plan to redevelop and is still considered plan that was approved on September 19th, 2021. In this statement of findings, Colonel Terry L. Rice of the Army Corps of Engineers specifically states that there was to be no plans for Phase 3 because it would be detrimental to our stormwater management. This document exists for Stony Brook too. We just don't have it yet. And I urge you not to make a decision until there is a plan, an adequate plan to ensure our safety.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure that'll be addressed later. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jennifer Lane, to be followed by Noah Emerson and Adam Scott.
My name is Jennifer Lane. I live at 503 Fitzwilliam Way, Orlando 32828, and I am donating my time to the next speaker.
Okay, so just by process, if there are others of you who are donating time to a speaker, you don't have to come to the mic. Just when the speaker comes forward, just make sure that Mr. Conkle knows that you're donating time, and that way we can work efficiently through the process. So that is welcomed if you all want to kind of combine your time for one speaker. There's a process that we go by to do that. Okay, so
ma'am, you're donating your time to Noah Emerson? And, all right, thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else donating their time to another speaker? Mr. Adam Scott. And you're donating your time to? Okay, Ms. Emerson. Okay. And, sir, you're donating your time? Okay, also. Did you get his name, Joe? You have a card?
Yeah, that's Wilfred. Wilfred, all right, I have you here.
Okay.
And Adam Scott, I have you here.
And was there one other person?
Jennifer Lane, I have you here. I didn't get the name.
Okay, I think there was one other lady that was there that stood briefly. Okay, your name and who are you donating your time?
Right. And did you fill out a card?
Okay, so if you'd be kind enough to fill out the card just so we can document who was given time. You do have to be present here in order to donate your time to a speaker. Okay. All right, so do we have it all? Those are the ones who are donating time. No one else. Yes. Okay. All right, sir. So you're recognized.
I have handouts for everybody. This is a petition I'm handing out. So,
your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Noah Emerson, 14729 Baltusserell Road, Orlando.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay, all right. I am the vice president of the Eastwood Homeowners Association, and I'm here to state my objection to this proposal as vice president. While serving residents in my community, I understand how important it is to have all the information about an item that I'm about ready to vote on, okay? With this, without this, how can I know what I'm voting on? So, is it safe? Is it best? How much is it going to cost? All of those things. So in February, our attorney provided a letter for you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, stating our board's objection to this proposal. for one thing, there's not any details. There's not sufficient details. And another thing is our attorney uses the county's own comprehensive plan where he cites flu policy 1.4.2 and neighborhood objective 1.1. It's clear a land use change which could adversely impact existing communities is not compatible. Flu Objective 8.2 and Flu Policy 8.2.1 go on to emphasize compatibility as a fundamental consideration in all land use changes. According to Orange County Land Development Code SEC 38-1207, alterations to a land use plan must submit plans and support the data. Up to this point, there have been no specifics to this proposal. It goes on to state, when amendments are requested to the land use plan, the overall project shall be evaluated with the proposed amendment to determine its compatibility with the remaining portions of the PD. How is this possible when the overall project remains a loose concept only? So I know that they're going to say, don't worry, all the details are coming later, but it's not, that doesn't matter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Emerson. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Angela Emerson, to be followed by Kurt Ardeman. Ms. Emerson, I have 4 additional speakers for a total of 6 minutes. Is there an Evelyn Stoka? I'm sorry, Evelyn, are you here? I have a card for Evelyn. And I'm sorry, Evelyn, I can't read your last name. No?
All right, Ms. Emerson.
Right. So Emerson, I do have 4 additional speaker cards for you, so you have a total of 6 minutes.
Okay. Ms. Miles, are you over there? He's doing double duty today. All right, so Ms. Emerson, you're up.
Hi, my name is Angie Emerson. My address is 14729 Baltusrol Drive. Original engineering reports prove that the golf course lands by me and Stony Brook were created to make this land developable because it was mostly swamps and wetlands. It provided the necessary platform for stormwater management, soaking up water to allow for the construction of homes here in a river basin. It provided wildlife corridors as development continued pushing east into previously zoned ag land. The amendment places communities in District 4 at risk of flooding. Here's an example. Stormwater from Eastwood must flow through Stony Brook, and you can see that on the map. Our systems are connected as we share the same tributary. In the 1990s, a stormwater permit was issued to the developers of Stony Brook. St. John's assigned the highest level of permit to this project, wanting to protect this environmentally sensitive area. They wanted to make sure the homes would be safe during a 100-year storm. After all, hurricanes are a part of our climate. Please view this map. Next slide, please. Oh. You can see here that Eastwood lies upstream from Stony Brook. Stony Brook with its stormwater discharges lie south, downstream, as well as a strip of land, a conservation tract, which serves to allow us, the sewage treatment facility next door to us, to deposit their reclaimed water into the river. During storms, this sets up, for Eastwood, a phenomenon known as the backwater effect. Let me explain that. Backwaters when water levels get higher upstream, where we are, due to an obstruction downstream. And one obstruction can be faster and higher drainage rates during a storm. During hurricanes, that's exactly what is happening as the EWRF and Stony Brook rapidly drain. This causes the water upstream to slow. The river water's levels rise, making it look as if the river is flowing backwards into Eastwood. We cannot drain and we get submerged. As seen on this map, engineers for the Stony Brook community carefully calculated drainages to help prevent backwater from occurring. The discharges of the EWRF have grown over the years as their capacity has grown. Their discharge skyrockets during hurricanes. They cannot help but pick up stormwater with reclaimed water on their pathway to the river. The enclave, with its roads and rooftops, will create even more stormwater, being so very close to the river. Original designs of our stormwater system did not plan for these additional discharges during storms, and therefore new changes will serve to only worsen this backwater effect. The enclave's pre-development process was quick. At the last planning and zoning, Mr. Pena noted the lack of subdivision plans and wondered how the proposed 125 homes would fit even on such a small amount of acreage. Acreage still required to manage existing stormwater as well as newly created by the development, while at the same time being surrounded by an easement, wetlands, and conservation. The attorney for the developer could only respond, "It's complicated." Well, yes, it is. Could this be why they have no plans to present? Without plans such as lot lines, roads, etc., what basis do their engineers employed have to claim feasibility or safety? Isn't it a conflict of interest for these engineers to even admit when a proposal may be ill-advised? How can unnecessary calculations be done, like the one that I just mentioned, without any facts or figures or specifics? It may be tempting to vote in favor of a proposal when it appears the project has resident support. But let me say this, all the Stony Brook residents you see here today point to one thing. They are counting on the promises that are made to them. If these promises have no substance, this should be diagnosed before a permanent land use change is voted. This helps to protect everyone. We must remember, if this is approved today, the landowner walks away with a land use change forever. He will develop the land and he can even sue for it, regardless if it's safe for residents or not. Stony Brook residents are angry because they're afraid of the future of their golf course and community without this deal. They have watched how the landowner destroyed our golf course in Eastwood and wasn't stopped. He made us an example for a reason. How can we excuse what he did in Eastwood as a financial hardship when he never even tried to sell? Even worse, he destroyed his own asset. He still retains it while absorbing legal expenses to sue Orange County. How could St. John's justify granting new permits when the applicant is currently non-compliant with permits that he holds right next door? How is it even smart to begin disabling a portion of Stony Brook's stormwater system to reconstruct it when our system has known problems? Orange County Public Works saw for themselves a collapsed underground drainage pipe. The stormwater system on the applicant's other golf course is neglected, aging, and not receiving maintenance. The large lake which sits between our two communities elevates during rainy season because the golf course owner has stopped irrigating and no longer pumps the lake for water. All this lies just north of Stony Brook and should point to imminent danger for all of us during hurricanes. The area under the proposed development, I would state, is a major cog in the wheel of water management in this river basin. Orange County cannot afford to get this wrong, so please vote no. And I would say you can check the monitoring records of the facility and see for yourself that during large storm events, their discharge into their wetlands and then the ultimate discharge into the tributary are much greater because they are picking up stormwater. They can't help it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Kurt Ardeman.
Mayor, Commissioners, before I begin, I think Brock Young was in the audience. He was not able to give his time to me, so he's here, and he would ask that his time be given to me, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioners. Kurt Ardeman, Fishback Dominic, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. I have the pleasure of representing the Stony Brook East Master Association, and this has been a long process on behalf of the HOA, and it's 1,357 homes and their residents, but it's been very productive. As you may know, a portion of this golf course was previously sought before you as an apartment complex, and you all, as a commission, denied that application. This proposal before you now for single-family residential high-end homes is completely different and much more beneficial, not only to the residents of Stony Brook East, but the surrounding community, including the folks that are here that are objecting to this from Eastwood. Once you all approve this, assuming you do, there is a binding agreement already crafted that we spent over a year working on to be able to come here. That binding agreement does a whole lot of things. The applicant's attorney did mention that, but some of the important things are the golf course owner is required to spend in excess of $1.5 million to renovate, reconfigure, and enhance this golf course. Number two, the golf course will continue in perpetuity. So you won't have to worry about the owner of that property or any future owner of the rest of that golf course coming back to you later and say, oh, by the way, we want to change again. And probably very important to this, which a lot of people really miss, is today is a hot topic. Oh, we got 125 more homes. Now we can't approve that. It's too much of an impact. Well, many of you here may remember what happened in Windermere Club. It was the same situation with I think it was a 155-acre golf course. The golf course went into disrepair. It went under. He came in and asked for a change to allow residents and homes on that property. Well, the commission rightfully denied that. So there's no golf course and no homes. It's still in a natural state, let's call it. Multiple lawsuits, millions of dollars invested in that overall issue, and you can avoid that future problem now. Yes, it takes some temerity to stand up and say yes to more development, but this development is as limited as we think we can get by with preserve the golf course in perpetuity, get benefit not just for the Stony Brook East residents, but also for the Eastwood and other residents, notwithstanding some of the objections you're hearing. It's a permanent restriction. That will be a recorded document once the commission, assuming you approve that, gets this approved. Needless to say, the board, the HOA board, approves and requests your approval for this land use, but it also gives assurances and commitments by the developer for this permanent help. This is no precedent. It's a legislative decision. Your approval will not set any precedent. It will solve all kinds of problems. We respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ardeman. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Joyce Bartlett, to be followed by Kevin Kelly, and then followed by Kathy Troyer. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Joyce Bartlett. I live at 14716 Chadbury Court in Stony Brook. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings and commissioners. I have been a resident of Stony Brook for the last 23 years, and I am highly in favor of the land use change. This development will be very beneficial to the future of Stony Brook, as well as the golf course. I feel this land change will be favorable to our property values, as well as keeping a viable 18-hole golf course in East Orlando. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bartlett. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kevin Kelly.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kevin Kelly. I was born and raised in Stony Brook. Actually, I spent countless days on the golf course playing. I would hate to see that dissipate into something as Eastwood is now, and I feel that this movement and development could potentially save that and keep, again, an 18-hole golf course in 32828. Thank you guys so much
All
for
right,
your
Mr.
time.
Kelly, are you any good?
I would not say that, no.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
It's more about the laughs and the fun for me.
Mr. Kelly, could you state your address for the record, please?
14155 Baroness Court, Orlando, Florida, 32828.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Kathy Troyer is next, followed by Bonita Kelly, and followed by Curtis Stanley.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Troyer. I'm a resident of Stony Brook. My address is 2451 Brixham Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32828. My husband and I moved here just 3.5 years ago, so unlike a lot of these residents, we're fairly new in the area. One of the reasons that we did move to Stony Brook was because of the golf course, and we would like to maintain that golf course if at all possible. We feel that it helps with our property values, and it's a source of entertainment for many people. We were extremely impressed during Hurricane Ian with the flooding situation, the non-flooding situation, in Stony Brook. I am not an expert in the field at all, but I have confidence that our board is going to, do everything possible to have the same type of drainage system in the new area as we have now, and we have had zero problems. I was very impressed with how, everything went during the hurricane. So I would like to request that you vote in favor of this project, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your presence. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Bonita Kelly, and I live at 14155 Baroness Court, which is in Stony Brook. And I'm here today to support the reasonable solution that our board has negotiated over the past 2 years to save our golf course. I have been a resident of Stony Brook for the past 23.5 years, and tennis and golf are a big part of my life. I'm here to plead with you to please vote in favor of this plan to save our course and maintain the beautiful surroundings of our community. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and Kevin Kelly is a terrible golfer.
Okay. That sounds like she's related to Kevin somehow. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Curtis Stormley, followed by Tim Sherry, Shauna Sherry, and then Scott and Stacy Hefner.
Hi, my name is Curtis Stanley. My address is 2519 Windsor Gate Lane. I am a resident of Stony Brook. I moved in there just over a year ago. I am not a golfer. Probably played once or twice in my life. However, I bought a home on a golf course. I would like it to remain a golf course. I've attended a lot of the HOA meetings over the last year and a half. I have an interest in that. And I've seen the HOA talk about what it took to get an agreed decision. There were a lot of discussions, and I got to see and be part of that by giving my own input, and et cetera. I think having an agreement where not only the residents and the HOA and the golf course owner have come to something that's agreeable by everybody, it's a win-win and can most likely prevent and would prevent what happened in Eastwood. I drive past it every day. I see, to refurbish that of what it has become would be astronomical. I don't think anyone would undertake that to make it a golf course again. And this agreement could prevent that, and it could be a win-win for the association, the residents, and the golf course owner. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Tim Sherry, 2531 Windsor Gate Lane, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I just simply want to say I am for this proposal, and I hope that you will be too.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sherry. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and other community members. My name is Shauna Sherry. I reside at 2531 Windsor Gate Lane, Orlando, Florida. I'm a Stony Brook resident. I'm also here to show my support for the golf course, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sherry. Next speaker, please.
This next speaker is Scott and Stacy Hefner, to be followed by Kate Erdman, Christopher Davis, and Jim Warsdale.
Sorry, Stacy's not here, so.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Scott Hefner. I live on 2509 Northampton Avenue, the main drag going into the gate there, the boundaries that you saw. I've been a Stony Brook resident for 18 years. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I've been over every inch of it. We love our golf course. I'm a horrible golfer also. The golf course owner has put and fixed up a lot of money. Now, you know, COVID, that's all you could do. Was one of the few things you could do is go play golf. And the course is looking great. He's done everything he said he's going to do. And our board, Stony Brook gets voted one of the best communities in America every year. And our board is spectacular. They like each other, they communicate, and they listen to the residents. So this proposal is a win-win for everybody. Unlike the apartments, it's going to integrate. It's going to be seamless. You're not going to know that those houses are there, except they're in the community. No kids from Eastwood are going to get run over by cars going to school. We don't even, there's kids, again, I'm not an engineer, but redoing the ponds would save stormwater and save less water going into the thing because it all flows south. And I've been there 18 years and never seen any flooding. So it's going to also help us with the previous owner used to have brunches on Sundays. He had a clubhouse. They had fish fries. Now, this owner has gotten the clubhouse all redone. It just needs this extra bit for us to come together as a community again, because we used to know each other. And again, things happen and we do know each other, but this will help our community come together more, see each other more, and I think it will be a better, and it's going to improve every bit of Stony Brook. It's going to put money into our community and help every aspect of it, not just the golf course. So I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hefner. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Kate Erdman.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kate Erdman. I live at 321 Fairway Point Circle. So I just want to get started by saying you're asking where the experts are. It's a very condescending tone because I actually come from a civil engineer family. We are heavy construction people. And my father built a beautiful subdivision up in New Jersey on wetlands 30 years ago. So I kind of do know what I'm talking about. But more importantly, I am the person who got flooded in Eastwood. And I got flooded in Eastwood because of the golf course owner not maintaining his golf course. And those flooded and collapsed tunnels are a direct result of why my house got flooded. 40 years ago, there was a master plan that was put forward in front of the planning board. Then there were three things that it was going to do. It was going to preserve green land, it was going to build a recreation center, and we were going to have the homes. But more importantly, that golf course and that green space was used as part of a flooding, to negate the flooding so that the residents of the communities, Stony Brook and Eastwood, would be protected. There's a weir or a master lake system that is put into place. When the owner of our golf course decided to stop doing business, he turned off that irrigation system. By turning off the irrigation system, there was no pumping done in Eastwood. And our lake system, which is part of the master lake or the weir system, whatever word you want to use, was compromised. In addition to being compromised, Stony Brook, when you guys were going through, we had a serious problem of water backflow, which Angie brought up earlier. But more importantly than that, 40 years ago, there was a master plan for green space. The more you build, the more the ground surface is covered. That water needs to go someplace. It's great to say that, oh, don't worry about it. Just let us build 125 homes without any type of plan, and we're never going to come back. That is baloney, and you guys know it. And Eastwood is a perfect example.
All right, Ms. Gertner, you're out of time. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Chris Davis. I live at 2319 Brixham Avenue in Stony Brook, 32828. We have extensively gone over negotiations with the owner for these properties. As an association member, I had original objections to apartments, multifamily homes there. After much negotiation, where I think both sides negotiated in good faith, we finally came to an agreement with the owner for Stony Brook with specifications and penalties that would ensure that he cooperated in spirit as well as written contract to the building of this 125 homes. I thoroughly believe that it's preemptive to say that this is going to cause further problems because the plans, yes, have not been made yet, and there will be, you're going to have a checkoff list as things go on to say this either meets construction or it does not meet construction details. I'm fully in support of the agreement that we have and that Stony Brook, that we go on and continue this operation. If at any time it does not feel right, you always have the right to say no at a later date. But as of today, I think that you should agree to the redistricting of that property, okay? And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Warsdale, to be followed by Prashant Peter Patel.
Thank you.
Colonel Kennard J. Lafayette, and then Stephanie Chandrarankan.
My name is Jim Warsdale, 2000 Stonecross Circle. I am in Stony Brook. We lived there for over 23 years. I want to say that they were talking about the hurricanes, and in 2004 we went through 3 hurricanes. I live on the 7th hole, which backs up to a lake, which also backs up to Eastwoods. And during the 3 hurricanes, and even every hurricane we've had since then, we have never had it where the lakes have flooded over or we had a problem with any of the drainage in Stony Brook. Now, Stony Brook's lakes they have where they're all connected together. So if one lake gets big, the other one gets smaller, and it seems to have worked through the years. So I mean that part of the hurricanes and stuff, Stony Brook has handled them well. Obviously, Eastwoods was there first. Stony Brook was second. Avalon, which is thousands and thousands and thousands of houses, is in the same chain coming out there, and when that was built, nothing was said. I don't see a problem with the county's going to look at everything that's done. Everything's going to be done by code. They're not going to do anything that's illegal. We have the contract we have is probably as tight as any contract can be for an HOA dealing with and I understand it. I appreciate what the Eastwoods people are saying. We opposed the apartments. I was part of that group. And when we did, we actually had Skype calls once a week, and we actually had some of the board members from Eastwood on our calls to go through any of the issues that they saw because their golf course had been shut down and they had dealt with this guy before. So we appreciate it, and part of our plan and our agreement had to do with our communications with the Eastwood people and their concerns at the time, which we made sure was put into our contract when we put it together to assure that our community was protected. So I support it, and I thank you. You did the right thing 2 years ago when you said no apartments. Now we're coming back. They got 125 houses that don't back up to any of the other houses in Stony Brook. It's a really good plan, and it's going to be managed by the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warsdale. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, dear Mayor and Commissioners. I am Prashant Patel. Many of you know me personally and as a president of Indian American Business Association Chamber and also as a chairman of Children's Safety Village. Today, I stand here as both a homeowner and a vice president of the board of Stony Brook East community. It's a vibrant and a beautiful community. And per your direction, we work diligently towards a resolution to ensure and preserve and ensure the long-term viability of the golf course and preserve the golf course. and we are back after 2.5 years with a real solution. So I request you to support the residents of Stony Brook East community and vote in favor of proposed amendments. And I appreciate all the board members and Stony Brook residents that we worked very diligently to make sure that we come up with a real solution that can help everybody. And from your comment, it looks like we're doing a good job as a board member as well. So thank you very much for that. And I'm here for any questions, but I strongly advise you to vote in favor of this proposed amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Prashant Patel at 2553 Corbiton Court, Orlando, Florida, 32828, resident of Stony Brook community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patel. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and also council members. My name is Colonel Ken LaFate. I'm a longtime resident at 2746 Windsor Gate Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I am glad that we're back together again. It's been a long time coming. Back several months ago, many months ago, the mayor told us, get together, you HOA and your residents, and come up with a resolution. And here we are. We're back again. We had an opportunity to sit down, as many have actually mentioned, several times to come up with a resolution. Not only did we come up with one, we came up with a resolution that we presented back to the council. That resolution basically said, we have a way of going forward. We have a way of actually looking at what the council members have presented to us in terms of their expertise that sit on different boards, as far as the engineers, looking at the water drainage. Water doesn't drain up, going up to a place. It drains down to a place. So my point here is we have done a lot of due diligence. Your council and your members have done a lot of due diligence. We are confident that our board has worked with the golf course, whereas Eastwood has failed on all accounts to work with us and also the golf course. And it's really a shame because we put our hand out to Eastwood on many, many accounts. And what do? They go back and look for how can we stir up the pie or stir up the water here and delay? How can we put another thing out there for the board to look at to delay? How can we do something else to prevent someone else from doing some good work in the community? Well, we're tired of it. We need to move on. Eastwood, I'm sorry, but we still want to work with you. We really want to work with you, but you have to come to the table. You just can't sit back and cry wolf and not do anything. Thank you very much, City Council members and Mayor, for your time.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Next speaker, please.
After Ms. Stephanie is Robert Gus Valentesis, and then George Collins.
My name is Stephanie Chandrasekaran. I live at 14202 Nottingham Way Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I am a resident of Stony Brook. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I am the president of the Stony Brook East HOA. I represent 1,357 homes in Stony Brook. I also stand here representing the hard work and cooperation of dozens of people in our community. This process hasn't been easy. In fact, at some points we hit a wall on communication. In the end, we pushed through, we worked together, and we got it done. In January 2020, the golf course owner stood before you with an application using a smaller section of land to build apartments. You all understandably denied that application due to resident complaints. Mr. Mayor, you yourself acknowledged that golf courses are failing and our difficult situation was becoming more and more common. This board instructed the HOA, the residents, and the golf course owner to work together and come to a mutually agreeable solution. We left that meeting and got right to work. First, we met individually with the homeowners that were speaking at the meeting. We wanted to see what they felt would be a reasonable solution. Then we formed a golf course committee that was made up of a representative of each village of Stony Brook. They met weekly for over a year and conducted a survey of the community. They learned two things. The community wants our golf course to remain open and viable, and the community does not want the HOA to maintain that neutral stance. Our community has weathered many hurricanes in its 20-plus year existence. As I recall, at no time did we have any issues with flooding or drainage. We were fortunate. Our self-maintained and regularly inspected system performed beautifully. Stony Brook does not have a drainage problem. We live in Florida, and we are all concerned about drainage. Because of that, our agreement states this: the golf course owner will hire an engineering firm to ensure proper stormwater drainage. The county will have its own experts studying the stormwater drainage. And the golf course owner will pay for us to hire a third set of eyes to look over that stormwater drainage. I ask you vote in favor of this application. It has been actually 6 years since the very first talks of the apartments, and I would like to move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presence, Madam President. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Gass, and I live at 2351 Hedgegate Court in Stony Brook. Until this past April, I was the Stony Brook HOA president for the past 4 years, and now I serve as the secretary on the board. I'm here to voice my support for this land use change. As mentioned already, the HOA board worked with Stony Brook community to identify any and all concerns with the development just outside our gates and address them with the agreement we now have with the golf course. The highlights of the agreement, to recap, are paying off all the debt on the course, renovating it to its former glory, providing ongoing revenue to the course in the form of golf memberships from up to 125 new homes in the proposed development. This is what ensures the golf course stays in good shape. Deed restrict the remaining land so that no more development can occur ever again, thus maintaining our green space. All the terms and conditions of the agreement run with the land, so no matter what happens or who owns the course, no one can benefit from this land use change without upholding the agreement. Now, I know you're hearing pushback on this project from residents on the next community over with concerns about water management. There have been multiple meetings with county engineering staff to address these concerns, and there was nothing found to stop the Planning and Zoning Committee from voting unanimously to approve this project. So I urge you, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, likewise, to approve this project by remembering your instruction to Stony Brook residents and Stony Brook Golf Course to work together to come up with a mutually beneficial agreement, which we have, respecting your county staff experts who say there are no water management issues, and trusting the county's own process, which will ensure that any other environmental issues will be addressed at the appropriate time. Please approve this land use change. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Valentassis. I live at 2654 Fawn Lake Trail, which is in Stony Brook. And I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of the rezoning. We believe that the negotiations that we made with the golf course owner is a very favorable negotiation and could be used as a model for other communities that are facing similar situation. One of the things that I've heard this afternoon was concerns over drainage. And I can tell you this because I was the director who developed Stony Brook. I was involved in the development and the building of all the homes within Stony Brook. And drainage was a big concern to us, especially our golf course. Because at the time, the competing golf courses, Eastwood, Icana, and Rio Pinar, in the summertime would flood. And we wanted to make sure that our golf course, for marketing reasons, did not flood. So we spent extra time and spent a lot of due diligence to make sure our community did not flood. That being said, part of the negotiations that we worked out with the developer was that he would reimburse us for expenses to review his drainage plans. Because we also are very concerned, we don't flood now and we never want to. So you can rest assured that once the preliminary site plans are developed, we will hire our engineer and we're going to look at them with very scrutiny eyes. We want to make sure that we never flood. So I ask you now to approve the rezoning so that the work can get started so we can see a preliminary subdivision plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is George Collins, to be followed by Tony Gregory and Eric Grimer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is George Collins. I live at 2585 Corbyton Court in Stony Brook, and I support the plan for Stony Brook. My family and I have lived in Stony Brook for 15 years. We live on the golf course, and we love looking out at the golf course during the day and having coffee and watching the golfers play and thinking about one day maybe I'll start playing golf. But we haven't decided to do that, but we enjoy watching them. My grandson lives over in Eastwood. My family has lived there for about the same amount of time. So we're over there a lot, and we know many of the neighbors over there as well as in Stony Brook. And it's nice seeing him play golf and come by our house. And we enjoy that our family in Eastwood can enjoy our golf course. Our hope is to work with our Eastwood neighbors in the future. I think there's some good possibilities if this plan is approved that perhaps I served as the chairman of the Parks and Recreation Board in Orange County some years ago, and we need more park space. So perhaps a consideration for the board would be to and work with Eastwood on using that golf course for a future park. I see a lot of our neighbors in Eastwood walking back there, and I'm not sure how safe it is, and I'd like to see it maintained better, and that would be a real plus for the Eastwood community to see a nice park there and the recreation for the kids there. So I look forward to seeing this happen. I appreciate your vote for this. And also, Commissioner Cordero, I enjoyed talking with you about this, and I appreciate your support and the vote of the commissioners and mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Collins. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Gregory. I live at 2474 Ridgemore Drive in Stony Brook. I've lived there with my family. Heard speak today. We were here a few years ago, Mr. Mayor, and when we left, you did say, get together and come up with a plan. I think it's clear that the members of this community have done that and are trying to solve their own problem before it becomes a problem similar to Eastwood. It's a minor adjustment of 100 homes in a world that you're approving thousands at a time. It's a minor adjustment to solve a problem of keeping that golf course viable for the property values, the enjoyment of the residents, not just of Stony Brook, but of our adjacent neighbors of Eastwood and Avalon, and to keep that vibrant. I've come to a lot of these meetings over the years through my service. I don't see many people taking time off work or coming from their business to support something. People usually come out when they're opposed to it. So the fact that everybody here from Stony Brook, this is our backyards. We want this because we see the bigger picture. We don't want to become an Eastwood and have the challenges that they're facing. So let's fix this now and let's get it done because East Orlando needs to continue to keep green space, and this is a solvable problem. And we did what you asked 3 years ago. We're back today. We'd like to have it solved. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Eric Rimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. As a chapter lead of Orlando YIMBY, I make it a point to appear before you all in support of housing abundance in my backyard that does not contribute to suburban sprawl. As a resident of the nearby Avalon Park area, the proposed 125 detached single-family homes loosely fit that criteria, but I want to talk about what this could have and should have been. This parcel was previously before the Commission for a market-rate multifamily project, but an army of local residents amassed to protest its approval. The reasons? The usual suspects of historically inaccurate biases against multifamily housing, declining property values, crime rates, and incompatibility with neighborhood character, even though multiple apartment complexes are located nearby. It was NIMBYism, pure and simple. And unfortunately, this YIMBY was not around to offer my support, however futile it may have been. Despite the lack of evidentiary basis for any of these arguments, the board denied the application and urged the developer to seek a compromise with local residents, which brings us today. It is universally accepted that we have a housing affordability crisis in Orange County and that low supply is a primary catalyst. We cannot allow our housing policy to be dictated by local residents who now that they have a nice place to live in a wonderful location, attempt to pull up the ladder behind them and prevent others from enjoying the same quality of life. With Vision 2050 and its core principles of increased density in all urban corridors under consideration by this board next month, hyper-localized opposition to additional housing is not going away. The same goes for the promotion of alternative forms of mobility that will, by necessity, slow down cars in the name of safety. The drivers will come for that. If we're going to fully implement the vision of Orange 2050 and alleviate the housing shortage, this board must be ready to stand against NIMBYism and do what is necessary for a sustainable and affordable future in Orange County. It's too late for this project, and I'm certainly not going to advocate against the construction of these additional 125 homes. But I am going to say that we need to do better the next time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grimmett, for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
That was the last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, I see someone raising their hand. That might mean, did you fill out a speaker card?
Okay.
Okay, so if we have, for public comment, come forward.
Go ahead. Could you state your name? I'll see if I missed it.
You might not be able to read it. Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue, Orlando. I'm an activist. It's a real shame seeing this. You got two communities headbutting. Developers set up this really bad antagonistic situation. That's real shameful, and that's a bad thing that we have to deal with in this community when a developer does that, sets up. This area historically has been a forested wetland. It was all forested. The lakes or borrow pits that they were dug so they actually could develop and take that dirt and fill it high enough. So then you have drainage issues. You know, water flows downhill. We saw an example of that on Rouse Road, where Rouse Road flooded all those homes. That's a flooding event. Not really. It was a flooding back in its historic area, and those homes got flooded because I went and checked our new county park on Rouse and McCulloch. That didn't flood. It stayed within its bounds. So the issue is, how do we deal with this stormwater? Orange County is studying that right now. We have a countywide system going on. If this developer is not coming forward with the golf course issue on how to deal with it. Last week, we had a presentation by Lee Constantine at the CRC talking about what they did up in Seminole County with the Rolling Hills Golf Club. The county bought it. The community helped buy it. You know, it was open space. It deals with the whole drainage issues up there. You know, does it pay for itself? What he said was they got a 75% increase in the home values of the homes just around that whole area. So it's been very cost effective. So my thing to you all is we might consider just buying these things out and turn them into open spaces because there's a drainage problem out there, just like what you saw in Rouse Road and down by Avalon, down by Moss Park and over in District 1's area too. So it's a big problem that we have to deal with. Either say no to this or delay it until the developer comes with specific designs on what they're going to do with that property. Because you saw that property, it's all lakes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Staccato. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time? Okay. Then we're going to move to rebuttal comments by the applicant or representative of the applicant. You have about 8 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Great, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Jennifer Stickler with Kimley Horn, 189 South Orange Avenue, civil engineer. We've had a lot of discussion today, so we put together this brief PowerPoint that I'm going to try to get through in the next 8 minutes. I want to walk through the criteria that we're being held to, the general basics of how stormwater ponds control discharge, how the project fits into the overall basin and the FEMA floodplain, which was discussed, as well as the project site in relation to the Eastwood development. So one of the comments that we heard today was how we can, as engineers, comment on the proposed development that's before you today. And so, let me click. It's not moving. There we go. So we're bound as engineers by code, right? So I've included here the Orange County Code, portions of the St. John's applicant handbook that we are bound to, and these are only portions of code. There's a whole lot more, but this is the portion in regards to water quantity. We're also limited to water quality as well, both with St. John's and Orange County. And finally, this is a Florida statute. This is the conditions for the issuance of permit. Please pay attention to the fact that we have to prove that we will not cause adverse water quantity impacts to receiving waters or adjacent lands. We're held by that as part of our design. Orange County is held by that as part of their review. St. John's is held by that as part of their review. Each of those are reviewed independently of one another with our stormwater calcs and design. So in summary, we cannot increase post-development discharge coming from this site. So how do we do that? Stormwater ponds, it's been discussed a lot in this hearing so far. We have existing stormwater ponds on site. The proposal will be relocating and or reconfiguring, but we are not removing stormwater ponds. The way stormwater ponds work, as you can see here, water goes into the stormwater ponds. They're specifically designed that as those stormwater ponds raise in elevation, there's what I'm showing on the right side of the screen, which is a control structure. Those control structures are designed to limit that discharge rate. We modify weirs, we model it so that we can see what that discharge rate was in the pre-development so that we can slowly release any stormwater to match that pre-development and or less than that pre-development rate. There was discussion as far as the floodplain is concerned. So we've outlined our site here. The hatching is showing the areas within the current floodplain maps that's being utilized for floodplain. There was a comment regarding the golf course being used for floodplain. You can see here it is not hatched. The golf course is not being used for flood storage. Some of the ponds, the pond on the right side of your screen, is being used for floodplain storage. Any fill of that floodplain storage has to be mitigated for on site. We cannot decrease the amount of floodplain storage that's being provided on site. We have to provide it as part of our criteria and Orange County's, what we call as a cut for cut mitigation. We pay attention to volumes that might be displaced, and we make sure that we're accounting for that. So some of the things we looked at. This is the drainage patterns in the area. Again, this is what you just saw on the previous, but this is showing how the drainage patterns are occurring. The main canal, I'm not sure of how to point. Let's see. There we go. So there's that main canal there. The channel. This is where the proposed development connects to the channel. I want to point out that of the total basin area going through this development, this proposed development is 1.6% of the drainage area that is flowing through this. Okay, now next we looked at the channel elevations. All of this was part of that stormwater report. As you can see here, we're showing channel elevations throughout that channel that I had just outlined. 57.1, 62.1, here's Eastwood, 63.4. There's over 6 feet in difference between the channel elevations between where Stony Brook is, where this project would be at the conveyance point, all the way up to where Eastwood is at. 6 foot in elevation difference, meaning it's taller than me. That area would have to raise up. Stony Brook would see it first, but they're not seeing any stormwater issues. Again, stormwater does flow downhill. That's 6 foot in elevation difference over a mile away. Finally, in closing, I think we have one more slide in here. We also looked at, again, the stormwater and the floodplain maps. We looked at the existing drainage reports. We paid attention to the fact there's a cart path here at elevation 60.2. The modeled 100-year elevation, so that 100-year stage that this area was modeled for, goes up to about elevation 59.8. In this general area right here, thank you, 70.4 is that road elevation, the 100-year 65.1. Any stormwater is going to look for areas to go down and easiest path to get out. It's going to pop over that cart path before it backs up into the Eastwood community. So basically, in summary, based on everything that we've heard, the extensive research from both my staff and also Orange County staff, the drainage concerns within Eastwood appear to be independent of Stony Brook, and this proposed development that's over a mile away will not cause stormwater issues for Eastwood. That's all I've got.
Frankly, I think you guys should take a victory lap because you have brought together this community with a developer, with an owner of the golf course to come up with a solution to a problem. It solves a problem for Stony Brook, it does not create any problems for Eastwood, notwithstanding communications to the contrary. We have
a document presented and a statement made regarding the Army Corps of Engineers and reportedly a conclusion by someone within the Army Corps of Engineers that additional development would cause flooding, I think was the assertion. Can you all speak to that?
You want to speak to it?
I just want to ask the question. I believe that document from the Army Corps of Engineers, wasn't that in relation to Eastwood, by the way?
It was the Eastwood
Development.
presentation
That's what I was
that
trying to follow.
that was made, yes.
Yeah. Again, so any stormwater, we are held to that pre and post that I was trying to explain in my presentation. So discharge, we cannot increase the amount of stormwater leaving our site. So that code that I was showing earlier was illustrating that we are held to that multiple facets of different municipalities. So as far as the discussion of no additional stormwater will be added, that is exactly what we're held to.
All right, thank you very much.
That's good.
If nothing else from the applicant, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We do have questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you. Hal, if you can, just a couple point of clarities that I wanted to hear. With the new proposal, the 18 holes are still going to remain 18 holes, correct?
18 holes, par 72, 6,800 yards.
Okay.
I'm not a very good golfer either.
Ditto. Also, we heard, I was reading through the petition, and it says that you guys will be filling in 2 lakes. Is that accurate?
Sort of. If you go back to the picture, this gets you into what a developer really do. If you go back to, the picture of the parcels, you know, it was a kind of odd shape. On the left-hand side, or the western side, there are 2 ponds. On the eastern side, there's 1 pond. What we don't know is how much are we going to fill in all of the pond, most of the pond? It's not as simple, and we could fill in all the ponds so long as we find compensating an area of uplands to compensate for what we take out of the water. Because whatever you take out of one place, you got to put somewhere else. And in addition, when you develop, you got to put in more. So we have, I don't know, 170-acre golf course. Is that about right? So we have the acreage to put it in places, but it depends on geotech, depends on gravity, depends on those things. So I'm not avoiding your question. The easy answer is yes, we're going to fill everything in. And if we do, then we have to compensate for it. I just can't tell you that's exactly
Correct.
what
Yeah, I understand. Are those man-made ponds?
Yes.
Okay, so these are not wetlands?
No.
Because it did further to make sure. Okay, and then, and just to follow up, because there's also been a lot of things said, you know, whether you guys are just going to be able to do whatever you want. But I just want staff to confirm that whatever ends up being the final PSP and so forth, it would have to be compliant to EPD and wetland requirements, correct?
Correct. That would be evaluated.
Okay. And then also, I know many of my colleagues and we were passing out a map, because our map that we received from Orange County does not match what was being said publicly here. Yeah, and so, do we have any, and if I could,
She's referencing the utilities map that shows the water, which way the water's go.
yeah, because the water scope on what was presented here publicly and what we have received from Orange County are clearly not the same. It does fall more in line of what you've attributed to in your presentation, but do we have staff at all to confirm the accuracy of the flow of water? Because you've got a lot of residents here that are very concerned. I mean, they're thinking that that map that was shown by a resident was accurate as opposed to the map that Orange County has shown and briefed us, utilities have shown and briefed us to be accurate.
Yeah, I think they're 2 different things. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't have that map, but if I understand what the question is, utilities, and Orange County Utilities, I believe, is here, and they'd be happy to speak and correct me if I say
Yeah, I'm
anything.
asking staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I was asking staff. Because what was presented to us is not what we've received from Orange County Utilities. And so,
Commissioner, I know Utilities and Public Works have been collaborating on sort of the water flows, and we've got folks from Utilities, Public Works, and Stormwater Management that are here. Ed Torres, I don't know if you want to speak to some of the graphics or some of your team members that have been developed and ultimately shared with the commissioners.
We have that map that we can show
he's going to show.
in the screen. But what I saw from the developer and the map that we show are indeed similar. They are the same.
No, not you, one of the residents. When, I'm sorry, is it Angela?
Maybe Angela's.
Angela's map is not, does not share, is not similar to the map that you guys have provided us in utilities with the flow of.
I would have to look at it again, but what I remember in this version of the map that I saw today from them, it looks similar, where it was going east, and they showed the main tributary going east into the Big Econ River. So I thought that all three looked the same, but I would have to see that map again.
Okay, my concern was just because some of the flow concerns that we've heard, it seems to have gone back and forth, because there were residents that are concerned about their neighborhoods in is it Eastbrook or Eastwood? Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
So we have seen very, we have heard very different statements over time, but I think today the map showed the same directions, and the flow looked the same. And again, civil engineer with a little bit of drainage background as well. And again, Eastwood drains, south into, downstream, and Stony Brook is downstream from Eastwood.
Eastwood, yeah.
And they all drain into the Big Econ, so.
Okay, and I think you're qualified, right? How he's qualified to? Good, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, so there's so many issues to unpack with this case, and I appreciate all the involvement. We've had so much engagement, and this is not my side of town, but I do understand the concerns on all sides, and I feel that there's understandable distrust in the process and in what the sort of underlying motivations are. And I want to say that in the best possible way, because I know we have to go through these stages of development in order to get things done, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding when I hear from the Stony Brook residents, and we've gotten a great amount of information, that they feel very assured that they're being promised open space still, that they're going to get this certain amount of open space. It's not going to be what it was, but it's going to be the open space that's part of this negotiation. As I read what we are sending in, after, if it's adopted, I don't see anything articulating that. And so I heard someone say it runs with the land, and this would be some protection in perpetuity, but where is that articulated in this application or in a place that we'd be able to then sort of understand better what their expectations are going forward?
May I answer your question? Commissioner, you may not have had the opportunity to review it, but there is a 37-page document that I have presented at every public hearing that is the agreement that identifies those kinds of things. So
I guess my question is, how is that tied to this adoption? We are looking at something that removes an open space requirement,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So this is telling the underlying maps that we then rely on no longer is open space required.
Okay.
How are we assuring residents who believe, based on your agreement that you're saying, how are those tied together, that we now have something that may be helpful and enforceable?
Okay, I think I got it. So when we had the agreement in the summer of 22, I think, was it?
June 28, 2022.
2022. So we had no plan at that time. We had discussions, we had concepts, we had ideas. So then we had to ultimately file an application with Orange County for, comp plan is kind of simple. PD is not as simple. So with respect to the PD, the modifications to the PD are exactly what you're talking about. For example, The lot sizes are identified. The heights of the units are identified. And all those kinds of things that PDs do, where they set forth standards that you have to meet, are the way you accomplish the goal you're talking about.
No, I understand a PD. I think what I need to find out is what reliance right now we're being asked to evaluate an underlying land use, a future land use amendment, right? So what reliance do I have? Because the PD comes next in that process, right? You get your rezoning, and then a PD comes, and then we get a PSP. So for me to understand a little bit about how we can move forward or are being asked to move forward on reliances that we haven't gotten to yet before us as a body, I just want to find out how that's tied.
Well, you do have the PD in front of you today. The PD the comp plan has been processed, and the PD has been processed. And there is a staff report, which you also have, or were delivered, that I've also put in evidence, but the staff report is exactly what you're talking about. And so you're not doing one thing today, you're doing two, comp plan and PD amendment.
Which has in it what you're saying is memorialized and articulated assurance of the open space that's been described here in the way that the residents are describing the open space.
Right. And we all went a step further in this regard. While it doesn't directly involve Orange County, I don't know, is this agreement reported? I think it is.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll address it if you
Okay.
give us just 1 second. I think we can answer your question, Commissioner.
Okay,
So Kurt Ardeman, to address your question, Commissioner, here's the agreement, a copy of the agreement. It was dated June 28th, 2022, between SBEGC, the owner of the golf course, and the Stony Brook Master Association of Orlando, Inc. It provides that it will be recorded prior to the sale or closing of the development. So this gives the association, the neighbors, the residents that assurance. I just asked Hal, if for the county purposes, and I want to make sure he's in agreement with this, if the commission wants to make a condition to this approval, that this agreement be recorded prior to any sale or further development of the property, I think they can. I'm just not the applicant, so I can't do that. But if they were to do that, that would give the commission the assurance that this agreement that we've negotiated over the last couple of years would be effective and implement all of the things you've heard today.
Yeah, I fully expect. it to be
Okay, I think
recorded.
that Kurt just tied up that little bow for me. So let me ask Joel then if that's, if as far as the ability for us
to reference that particular agreement between the two parties. Is there any objection on that part?
None.
Okay, so let's include it as a condition of approval, and that we'll just need the a copy of the agreement for the record, and also a description of the agreement. It's dated June 28, 2022, between the two parties that Hal just mentioned, the HOA and the developer, or I'm sorry, the owner of the golf course.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, thank you. That's exactly, we got to it. And then, I additionally wanted to see utilities, I think was in the room there were issues that I think are unrelated to this, and I just want to make sure that we're being in the water issue, right? So I know that Eastwood, they have struggled terribly with this water, but I want to find out just a little bit more about, if you could, that map and how that relates to the water reclamation facility, and whether this that we're reviewing today in particular has any relation to that. Because I feel like those are separate issues, and I know we're working on the stormwater. I know we're making sure that we're being really careful about our water reclamation. So I want to make sure that we're being, hashing it out here to the public about this issue distinct.
Again, Ed Torres, Utilities Director, Orange County Utilities. So we have been answering questions from the residents at Eastwood for a while now. This started with the first assertions that had to do with EWRF itself, the plant, and the development of the plant, the construction of our Eastern Utilities Operations Building, and the fire training facility. And the initial assertions had to do with the stormwater from those developments that were supposed to be causing drainage problems in Eastwood. We were able to provide information showing that those developments are in a different basin altogether. You can see running north-south, that pinkish magenta line is the basin divide between the Little Econ Basin, which is on the west side, and the Big Econ River Basin, which is on the east side of that line. All three facilities that I mentioned, the Eastern Water Reclamation Facility and the improvements therein, the Eastern Utilities Operations Building that it hasn't been built just yet, but we got all the permits and we're about to build it, as well as the fire training facility are in a different basin. They're in the Little Econ Basin that flows first west and then north. You can see the Little Econ on the left side of the map. Running north, Little Econ eventually meets the Big Econ in Seminole County. So the next question had to do with the wetlands that are part of our system at EWRF in areas on the southeast side of the map, on the bottom right. And those wetlands are part of the EWRF system. Half of those wetlands were man-made, and half of those wetlands were existing wetlands. There is flow that goes through that, and those wetlands are indeed now on the Big Econ side of the basin, on the east side of that basin divide. And there is some highly treated reclaimed water that goes through there, which is beneficially reused for hydrating those wetlands. That's part of our permit. We have used that. We have provided that information to some of the folks that were asking for that information. We provided a letter from Tim Armstrong, which is my deputy director in the department, facilities. But that highly treated effluent, again, goes through that wetlands. Those wetlands eventually discharge into the tributary that goes into the Big Econ River, just as the developer showed in terms of the flow of the water and everything else. Our maps, as you can see, the flow arrows there show the same situation. Stony Brook, as you heard, they don't have flooding issues. That is downstream from Eastwood. And then, again, that flows southeast, the main tributary there, and eventually reaches the Big Econ River on the east side. And the Big Econ then flows north and away. So the perplexing thing about this whole discussion is that actually Eastwood flows north to a different tributary from here. So the discussion has been a little bit difficult to follow if you know the area. But those are the issues that we have been dealing with. A later issue came about with regards to a reclaimed water pipe that was designed to serve the Eastwood Golf Course. That pipe has been out of use we don't have any records that was ever used. We wrote that pipe has not been used. We then provided pictures that we capped it just for that extra assurance, and we have provided that information as well.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies. I would like in a very succinct manner for both parties, whoever wants to be the appropriate party. On one end, you have the residents of Stony Brook saying that they reached out to Eastwood and they did not respond. And so I would like to know how many guys reach out to them. And then Eastwood, whoever you want to come up, did you guys refuse or I'm just trying to, if this is a community thing, I want to make sure there's communication. So I want to hear from both sides, again, in a succinct manner, how many times you did reach out or did not reach out or did not receive a response. It doesn't have to be long and robust. We have several other cases, and in my case, I have an HOA meeting to attend after this meeting. So if you could just give me the highlights.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to address the map real quick. The map I got was from the state.
No, you have to answer my question. I want to make sure I observe Mayor
Sure.
Deming's rules and be consistent. Just
By the
answer
way,
question as
the
asked.
community of Eastwood actually was working together with Stony Brook when they were facing the Eden Apartments. We were supporting them because the residents there did not want that portion of the golf course developed because it was going to be visible by some homeowners. And so they organized together and they reached out to us. We worked together. It wasn't until the landowner used us as an example of mistreating our land because we didn't spray it with Roundup. We didn't do everything that was done to our golf course. So what happened is when the Eden Apartments didn't happen because the residents of Stony
Hold on.
Brook and us got together.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I would like you to, I don't want the backstory. I want to know yes or no, and if so, how many times. Did they reach out to you specific to this project? Not the apartments, I'm talking about this
No.
iteration.
So are you saying did Stony Brook reach out to us?
They're saying, and I think it was Colonel, you don't have to speak, Colonel, but they said that they reached out to you all, and that isn't the first time I've heard that. So I'm just trying to
No.
understand what, if any, communication occurred as it relates
No.
to this iteration of the park. Not the apartment complex, but specific to the 125 single-family homes.
No.
They did not reach out?
No.
Okay.
Nobody reached out to us.
And if they would have reached out, what would be the person or email or phone number? What would be the way to communicate with you all? Would it be one person, a group?
I don't know how to answer that because if they're making the assertion that they reached out to us, then I don't know how you want me to answer that.
I guess what
all I'm saying
so
is that
how did you
from-
guys put it this way? How did you guys get to when you talked about the apartment complex? How did they reach out to facilitate that communication?
I actually attended a meeting with Maribel there, and
You mean Commissioner?
Commissioner Maribel was there in Avalon back when they were fighting those apartments. So
And
there
y'all
were
exchanged
several other
information.
residents from Eastwood in that town hall meeting, I believe they called it.
Okay.
And we discussed these issues together with Stony Brook.
All right. Thank you for your answer, and I appreciate it.
I'm Vice President of HOA, Eastwood HOA.
Hold on, just come, so for the record, just come to the podium, please, sir.
I'm Vice President of Eastwood HOA. My name is Noah Emerson, and I want to answer your question directly. We, in fact, tried to get into the Stony Brook informational meeting when they were explaining all this, and we were refused. Those people would not let them, we physically were stopped from going into their meeting.
Can you give me like a month and a year? You don't have to
This
say
was last summer, 2022, when they met.
And so last summer, you attempted to engage them in conversation in regards
Yes.
to this particular project.
Yes.
Did you make any additional
Yes, sir.
attempts?
Swear on a stack of
No,
Bibles.
you don't have to swear. I'm just saying you made
Yes.
additional attempts, and how were those attempts made?
That was, we tried to go in and talk.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is, so I receive what you're saying. You're saying last summer you tried to attend a meeting. You were physically barred from attending that meeting. My subsequent question is, what additional attempts did you make? Did you do emails, phone calls, or you just left it at that?
We took that message loud and clear. This was their little thing, that us, at that point, it was like, you are not allowed.
Okay, all right.
So-
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it, ma'am. I'm good. I understand.
I was just going to tell you, I was in contact by email several times with two people that spoke today.
Okay.
And so, yes, I reached out personally. They actually reached out to me after I spoke at the BOCC about the
Okay.
drainage issues.
Okay. I want to allow Madam President to speak.
Yeah, but for the record, we were not offered $5,000 per lot like that. So we're going to get zero out of this. Stony Brook stands to gain money on this deal. We were offered zero, nothing, nada, nothing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Before you speak to your attempts, again, could you be concise, but also go ahead and address what he said as far as them being physically blocked from a meeting, and then go into my original question.
What was that?
He said they were physically blocked from a meeting last summer, so.
I believe you may have attended, it was an actual private membership meeting of our HOA. It's just we don't have the meeting space to host a meeting, so we had to use the elementary school at Stone Lakes, I believe it was held. If it wasn't, it was Avalon, but we used the schools when we have to have a large membership meeting. And that's not, even, it's not open to renters, it's homeowners in the community of Stony Brook are
Okay.
open to that. We
That
had
was
a-
the, so there was, there is, so the
It was a
restrictions are not
sign-in.
specific to him or them, it's
Nope.
just a part of you guys'
It-
process?
It was a
Okay.
sign-in process.
Now,
Okay.
how often, and again, just, it doesn't need to get,
Yeah, I have very specific
Highlights.
answers for you. So in May of 2022, at the direction of Commissioner Cordero, I reached out to Ernest Tucker. He was on the board at the time. I had a phone conversation with him and asked him if he would be interested in having a conversation to hear what the plan was, what we were thinking in Stony Brook. He said absolutely, he was excited. I guess he spoke with another board member, I don't know, but then he took it to the president, Jeff McCall, and the vice president, Noah Emerson. I have an email dated May 17th, 2022. I'll be happy to put it into the record. And it says, meeting to discuss Eastwood Golf Course. Good evening, Rob and Stephanie. I'm not sure I've met you. Rob, my name is Jeff McCall. I am the current Eastwood HOA president. I've included my VP, Noah, on this email. Noah's sitting here. One of our directors reached out to me last night in regards to a request from Stephanie to have a meeting regarding the golf course. We appreciate the offer, but at this time, we are going to defer to our legal counsel. We will pass on this request.
and did the legal counsel reach out to?
We had
Ma'am,
a community meeting.
ma'am, just, I appreciate your input, but thank you.
We were following the directions from
Okay,
the commissioner.
let us try
We
to,
did reach out
let us
in
try
May
to
of
move forward. We'll
Okay.
take up, we
Thank
took up a lot of time with that. And
I'm
we
good,
still
ma'am.
have work to do, many other hearings this afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Hopefully you heard enough from them at this point. I want to just make sure we remain productive with the remainder of our meeting. Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I want to say first.
Let me do something also. If, I think I closed the public hearing. If not, I'm going to close the public hearing because it was kind of right after we heard the rebuttal, and then we kind of went into some other questions and answers. But at this time, we have officially closed the public hearing portion, and just want to make sure that at this point, the remainder, the balance of the conversation is between the board and our staff, not other members of the public. Okay, and so the district commissioner in this case is Commissioner Gomez Cordero, so I'm going to go to her for a potential motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Now you have to work with me, like with Wilson and the one before. Okay, so I want to say first, thank you to the Stony Brook and Eastwood residents that are here. Beside or whatever we decide here, I have to say thank you for taking your time and being here. It's important for us to know what's going on over there. I want to say to Stony Brook and to the developers, thank you for getting along, and engaging in that conversation, that relationship, which was requested by us in 2020. So, and I know it has been a long time, but that's how it is. Okay, so saying this, I want to address some of the things that came up from our Eastwood residents. And one of them, they wanted to know if it's required for the developer to provide a plan of development prior to approval. And I think that was answered. Was it answered? Did you, right? Okay. Okay, so that was answered. They stated, I have been having a lot of meetings with Eastwood and different other members of the community, as Timber Spring, Avalon Boulevard, Eastwood, Alafaya Trail. And they have a lot of concerns related to drainage and flooding, which is not new for our staff, because they know that. And I have to say that the concerns and all these worries come because of all the things that are happening right now, the weather, everything, hurricanes coming, raining and everything. I want to say as well that in Eastwood, and I have been a witness of this, and I know some of you know because I send you pictures as well, because the residents send me pictures of, it rains in the afternoon and it floods all the way in Avalon, in that area. So it's concerning, okay? It's concerning, and we know that. So because we know that and we care, that's why we have been doing meetings and meetings and meetings. Because I want, that the community get together with the staff so that way their question could be answered, because I am not an expert. And I am happy to say it, and I know that we are not, but we have the people that are here that are engineers and expert in all of this, stormwater and everything. Okay, so saying that, I wanted to also check in regards to what Angie said about the backwater effect. Was that discussed with them also, Joe?
With the Stony Brook folks?
With the residents in Eastwood when we had that meeting?
When we had the walkthrough meeting, we looked at a number of different locations, looked at a couple of different pond locations, and looked at two of the sites that had some specific flooding associated with Ian. They had some concerns with the water elevations inside some of the ponds. I don't recall us having a specific language about a backwater effect. I don't recall that particular term or that particular discussion exactly. The main concern was the discharge from Lake 21, and when you look at the maps on the Eastwood Stony Brook border, there's a discharge point there, and there was concerns with the elevation of that lake, and that lake either not drawing down or just being high.
Okay, Tim, is Tim around? No?
Tim?
Tim?
He's in the back.
Our Tim, did we respond to that in one of our meetings? Sorry to bring you in.
Thank you, Commissioner. The question was about Lake 21?
Yeah, the backwater?
Not the backwater, ma'am. We didn't respond to that. We responded to the Lake 21 and the reclaimed water pipe that's been out of service for quite some time, and what Mr. Torres alluded to.
Commissioner, you may want to note that we are making a requirement over here. Hi.
Okay.
We are making a requirement that they do have to do a drainage analysis and design prior to the preliminary site plan, which is the next step. That will look at that to ensure that there's no impacts from their additional development or their new development. So that is a requirement that we're making to get to the next step in the development.
Commissioner, let me just clarify that point. There have been some preliminary discussions between staff and the applicant team about the ability of this project to bring that drainage information forward at the PSP stage, which of course is a public hearing before the Board of County, before the Board of County Commissioners. So that's something that I think the applicant may be willing to proffer, and it might be able to speak to as well.
Okay.
But we have language. I think we reached agreement for the board's consideration today to that point.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to hold on that. Ed, you mentioned about a pipe not in use. Could that be causing any problems in Eastwood?
No, that's the reclaimed water pipe that we discussed. That pipe has not been in operations for 10 years that we're aware of, and we have no records of it being ever used.
And also, I think it was Angie who mentioned something about underground drainage pipe that she said that they have in Eastwood.
The emails that I have seen were related to a reclaimed water pipe that was to serve the Eastwood golf course based on an agreement that was done in the early 90s or mid-90s.
Okay.
No drainage that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Laurie, she mentioned something about density net gross acres. Who can respond to that one?
Commissioner, some of the correspondence that I saw, I'm thinking what maybe the petition was alleging that there were wetlands on the property, and therefore the gross density, the gross acreage and density calculations couldn't be confirmed relative to net. We have been able to confirm, staff can clarify if necessary. There are no wetlands on the site, so the gross density is the net density with respect to this particular request.
So there's no wetland on the site?
There are no wetlands on the property.
Okay. And I don't know if this is for Joe. Joe, why it is that Avalon and all that side of Eastwood and so get flooded for, little rain coming, I don't know.
Well, we've been looking at those occurrences, Commissioner. I know that either the HOA maintenance representative had contacted us when, the occurrence occurred. And I know that we had our roads and drainage staff go out and respond, and I know that we went out and we looked at cleaning out any culvert that was down on Gulfway Boulevard, as well as some of the other areas where they may have experienced some flooding, and we will continue to look at that and see if there.
So, so Hall, is the applicant here or no? The developer, is he here or no?
No, he was unable to.
Is there any,
Play like I'm 9 feet taller than him, because he's a great big guy.
oh, okay. So, going back to what Commissioner Scott brought in, will there be any possibility at all that the same thing that the developer did with Stony Brook happens with Eastwood? And this is what I'm saying. I mean, maybe, but it's related, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm the commissioner of the district, and really Eastwood is looking terrible. You know what I'm saying? So,
Commissioner, let me tell you what happened. When I originally got involved in this project, with both projects, I was first involved with Eastwood. And we had a plan to keep that course in effect, keep that, to redevelop the site in some ways. It's similar to what we're doing with Stony Brook. But Eastwood had passed a resolution by their board that prohibited them from communicating with the golf course owner. Not only that, when I tried to communicate with the lawyer at the time, was there something we could do? Could we talk about this? They said, no, they're not allowed to. So if I'm representing someone and I want to make negotiate with them, maybe I can't make a deal. If they won't talk to me, I have no choice. And that is why Eastwood is the way it is. And no other reason. So we didn't have a choice. So we had to take a different tack. Because I remember the community meeting. I was sick, and I stood up there before 1,000 people, and they beat me up, but I took it. And they had a lot of good things to say. These people are well-meaning people. They have a problem. I'm sensitive to their problem. But if they won't communicate with me, and they wouldn't at that time, I can't help them. I can't. And my client was frustrated. So we said, what can we do? We adopted the plan that we have today, where they said, okay, well, we've got this acreage. We're just going to limit our development to this acreage. It's already low-density residential. And Eastwood, at that time, Stony Brook was engaged in a dispute with Eastwood about the apartments. And so ultimately, because of I'm going to tell you, because of folks like Stephanie and others, they were persevered and pushed it they did the communication. They deserved to get the benefit of their effort. And we trust them.
So Hall, I have Ms. Kate here. Ms. Kate, I want to see you later. I want to go to your home. You were the one that was flooded. She said that the pump stopped and was not, one of the ponds there. So is that because that's part of
you're talking about well,
that's not part of.
No, that's Eastwood, not Stony Brook.
I know,
But
yeah.
When the golf course closed, they quit irrigating the golf course. That's true.
So I do think part of what Commissioner Gomez-Cordero is asking is, now that we've gotten to this point, are the representatives of the current Stony Brook development willing to at least meet with Eastwood to present what may happen, depending upon the action today?
Sure. We always will. I mean,
Okay, so Commissioner,
we'll go
is
anywhere
that
and
the
meet
question you
anybody.
were asking?
Are you talking about I need to understand, Mayor. You're talking about the Stony Brook developer, because that's different from the Eastwood developer?
Yeah, the Stony Brook.
I represent both of them.
Because I think part of what was said, at least in the questions by Commissioner Scott, it was that there hadn't been that Eastwood was saying they were prohibited from going into the Stony Brook
Private meeting. Yeah.
Okay, it was a private meeting, so I'm making the assumption Commissioner Gomez Cordero is trying to create
just
some
want-
communication.
Yes, Mayor, because it's the same developer, it's the same owner, it's the same golf course owner. And, having a community like a pretty community, because this community is awesome. Everybody decide to live in Eastwood or in Stony Brook. Everybody love that side of it, but I don't know, me as a commissioner, I want us to all work together to see how we can, check on it. I know that, what they thinking, Eastwood is, if it's approved, well, pricing him, but we abandon here. Like the vice president said, we get zero, they get it. So it's because it seems like they didn't follow, the good relationship engagement that happened with Stony Brook is not happening with Eastwood.
We'd be glad to meet with them.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what else. I
Okay,
can
we
tell you.
gotta keep
Okay.
moving forward.
We do,
Okay.
Mayor, but this is
Commissioner Bonilla,
Because I was the only one here at that time, and I don't exactly remember, maybe John Weiss can help me remember, but there's a lot more details to what happened back then. There was even something happened that they were supposed to give the opportunity to the residents to purchase the golf course, and something just went wrong. So there's a lot more to the story.
let's not go back over that.
I'm not saying that we're gonna go over that
Right
now.
now, it's illegal
Listen, I don't want us going over all of that.
I'm just letting you know.
We're trying to get
Yeah.
the action before us.
Yes.
Let's move forward.
But I'm
What is the
saying
action?
there's
Is
a whole
there,
other thing.
is there a motion? Okay, let's get to that. Let's keep moving.
Okay, I will keep moving, but this is my desire. Before I get into the motion, whatever decision is made, I would like staff to continue the engaging the community as we have done with Eastwood regarding the drainage, the flooding concerns they have. I would like the staff also to inform us about the county, about what the county is doing to prevent and avoid any flooding event on that east side, on the east side, okay? It's just to keep us informed, because that's some kind of lack of information, okay? I would like to coordinate a community meeting with the residents, Public Works, Utility, Planning, Environmental Development Services to address all these issues and concerns. And also, to provide at the meeting the videos and links. You remember the workshop that you presented to us, John, that was presented to us about the stormwater and all of that?
Commissioner, you're making reference to the two work sessions that we held with the
Correct.
board back in May.
Correct.
May 2nd and May 23rd, well, about
Very
3 hours in
informative,
total.
yes.
What we had talked about briefly yesterday was, talking to Mr. Kunkel and some of our public information team in Public Works to help synthesize that basically 3 hours of work sessions into information that you as all the commissioners can share to respond to and maybe even be proactive with your residents when you hear those residents say the county's not doing anything about flooding and about stormwater. We have a plan, and that was a very detailed plan that was laid out to the board just last month. And so we want to help you get that word out. And so Mr. Kunkel and I have had that conversation, and I think in the next few weeks, we can definitely prepare some information, maybe for you to push out via your social media. And Commissioner, we're certainly happy to support your continued engagement with East Orange County residents, more focused on stormwater and some of the things that may be a little more nuanced within that particular basin.
So John, saying that, when can we, if I ask you, I want to continue this for July 25th, can we have a community meeting to inform everyone about all of these things that we are talking right now? Just to make, this more, comfortable for everyone.
Commissioner, I think definitely by July, we could have some information and some links to videos, for you guys to put together. I don't think the logistics of a community meeting, and then even, again, it was two very extensive presentations that Mr. Placidar and Kunkel and the whole rest of the team put together to synthesize that down to another community engagement would probably not be practical or
August?
feasible.
Maybe August?
Commissioner, it'd be difficult for us to give you a specific timeline on that right now. It could be several months.
I second it. Yes, you second my continuation, but I want to continue it for August. So let's see if we can make it to.
Commissioner, what's supposed to happen between now and then? Have a community meeting?
Yes, I want to, based on all the issues that was brought up here, there's a very good a workshop that we received that's talk about all the stormwater and everything that Orange County is doing in regards to, you know, the workshop that we received. And I think it's important for the community to receive that information and know, you know, so we could all be, you know, prepared and have the communication together on that. I am saying I'm continuing it just because of.
She made a motion, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I made a motion, there's a second.
Call the question, so she got time.
Okay, I think I'm the chair of this body, okay? You all can't kind of talk back and forward. There's a formal way to make a motion. Is make a motion if, this was the recommended action. I want you to be clear in what it is that you're making a motion to say, not just, I made a motion. The motion has to have content to it. So what is the motion?
I am making a motion to continue this case for August. When is the next one in August?
August 8th and August 22nd. There are two board meetings scheduled. August 22nd, though, it does have here on long range that it's light.
Late afternoon. I think there's I think on the afternoon, the 22nd, there may be some off-site commitments for a few of the commissioners.
So August 22nd?
No, I think that day, I think there's a potential conflict with maybe several of your calendars on that date.
So August 8th?
She's going to make.
Those are the two dates in August that the board meets.
Mm-hmm. So what are the dates?
What are the two dates that?
Again, in August, you have August 8th, and then you have August 22nd. And again, I believe there may be a conflict with several of you in the afternoon of August 22nd. We were trying to keep that afternoon light.
Oh, yeah.
What is the date that you recommend? If we can't do it in August, what is the appropriate date that you recommend?
The following board meeting would be September 12th.
September 12th? And by.
Okay, so I'm hearing some consternation, at least coming from the applicant regarding meeting a legal timeline, and I'm not sure what he's referencing there, but can we do it on August 8th? If the 22nd is problematic, is the 8th available?
From a BCC scheduling standpoint, certainly the 8th could be available. Commissioner, my understanding is your expectation is that staff would have a community meeting and bring a lot of information forward at that community meeting, presumably sometime in July then. Next month with all the other, again, the budget discussions and staff projects and everything else. I mean, those were very extensive staff presentations, and dialing that back to something that could be presented to the public in a more localized narrative. It would be an effort for staff by that period of time. But Mr. Kunkel, ultimately, I look to you and your team.
But we have the information already. We just have to put it together.
I see Mr. Prince Hill. I see you hit your button. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in from the county attorney on something.
Yeah, Mayor, one question we had was whether the continuance would be for a decision only, because we've, of course, heard testimony this afternoon. And would that be a continuance for decision only? Now, with respect to that time period, that Hal Cantor is referencing under the statutes, we're supposed to be making a decision within 180 days after receipt of the state's comments on a proposed comp plan. I'd have to check if Jason is aware when that 180-day period expires, but obviously August 8th is sooner than September 12th on that 180-day period. But it can be extended by agreement. The 180 days can be extended by agreement with the applicant.
Okay, so my motion is, again, Mayor, my motion is, go again?
Yes,
Okay.
and
My motion is to continue this case for August 8, 2023 at 2 p.m. with the condition of having that community meeting and bringing that information that was brought in to us about drainage and all these issues that came up today. And it will be for decision making on August 8.
For decision only by the board? Okay.
all right, so now we have a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second, Scott.
Oh, she already second.
Okay, we didn't have a proper motion. Okay, it didn't have the content and the detail in the motion. We have a motion now and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Okay. We have one no. Okay, Commissioner Moore is voting no. And so the motion passes 6-1. Okay. All right. Thank you all. All right, we're going to move forward now to item G10 at this time. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Sorensen, I'm going to ask you to come forward to frame this item as well. And for those of you who are leaving, we are still in session, so we ask you to respect the decorum as you quietly leave. Okay, Mr. Sorensen.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next case is also an adoption hearing for a future land use map amendment. The request is to go from rural agricultural to planned development, medium high density residential, along with the urban service area expansion. The request is to develop up to 360 multifamily dwelling units and to allow for up to 10,000 square feet of institutional uses, including churches and ancillary uses for the church. Associated with this request is a text amendment to Policy Flu 8.1.4 to establish the maximum intensities and densities for the request is a text amendment to establish the urban service area boundary expansion. This is the fourth of 4 public hearings, and there were no state or regional agency comments. This subject property is located in District 4. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it just north of Simpson Road, north of the Osceola County, Orange County boundary, and also west of Bogger Creek Road and west of New Creek Avenue, just outside of the urban service area. This is a future land use map currently showing the property as rural. This is the proposed future land use of PD, medium high density residential. The existing zoning of A2, Farmland Rural District, and the proposed zoning is PD. There are 9 waivers associated with this request for building height up to 4 stories and 70 feet, for parking area setbacks, elimination of the wall along the right-of-way and single-family properties, parking reduction, and building setback from Simpson Road. A community meeting was held on January 11th with 22 residents in attendance expressing concerns for flooding of Boggy Creek, increased stormwater runoff, and traffic. 524 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency adoption hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map amendments and text amendments for the urban service area expansion and development program, and approval of the associated ordinance in the Simpson Road multifamily PD zoning subject to 16 conditions. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? And if so, please come forward. Mr. Rosh, we recognize you.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Eric Rosh, Inspire, 4767 New Broad Street, Orlando, Florida, 32814. I know it's been a long afternoon, so I'll withhold my presentation on this one and reserve any time I have left in case there is anyone to speak. Just want to say thank you to the staff for their support on this request. It's been great working with them on this, and I'm here for any questions as well as the rest of our team. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. With that, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to Commissioner Gomez-Cordero for a potential motion.
It's so moved.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, H11. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next case is an adoption hearing for a future land use map amendment. This request is to go from rural agricultural to commercial, along with an urban service area expansion. The proposed use is C1 uses. The zoning is already C1. Associated with this request is a text amendment to establish the urban service area boundary expansion. This is the fourth of 4 public hearings, and we have not received any state and regional agency comments. The subject property is located on District 4 along East Colonial Drive. It was the site of a gas station. This is the current future land use, showing it as rural and just outside of the urban service area. This is the proposed future land use of commercial and also bringing it into the urban service area. And the zoning is already C1. A community meeting was held on January 12th with 3 residents in attendance who did not express opposition to the request. 357 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency adoption hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map amendment and text amendment for the urban service area expansion. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I am Joseph Kovashesh, Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive. I agree with staff comments. I'll just highlight that the current C1 zoning has existed since 1965. The property was given a rural residential designation under the 1980 growth management policy and included in the rural service area. Gas station, regardless of that, was built in 1985, operated until 2019. In 1991, the Orange County Comprehensive Plan continued to give the property a rural designation, designating it rural agriculture despite the commercial zoning. And the property lies just outside the USA, the urban services area. So the applicant requests, again, that the county extend the USA to cover the property and that the amendment be adopted to have the future land use match the zoning, which has been in existence and used for approximately 40 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner.
I just have one question. It's quick. It's quick.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Jeez. What are you planning to do on this property?
Commissioner, there are no current plans. The intent so far has been to get the future land use to match the zoning to entertain new uses. The gas station itself was closed down in 2019. Some of the infrastructure still exists, but I believe the gas pumps and tanks were dismantled. Site is approximately, it's just less than 1 acre of net developable area. But beyond that, there are no definite plans for future development at this time.
All right, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a motion?
Motion for.
Second, Scott.
Okay, I'm going to give it to Commissioner Uribe on the seconder. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to the next item, which is I-12. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This is a small-scale future land use map amendment adoption hearing. The request is to go from medium-density residential to medium-high-density residential, along with the rezoning request to go from R3 multiple family district to PD plan development district. The proposal is 266 multifamily units. There is a waiver from Orange County Code requested to increase building height to 55 feet 4 stories in lieu of 40 feet 3 stories. The subject property is located in District 3. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it east of South Orange Blossom Trail and south of Redmond Street. This is the future land use map showing the property as medium density residential. The proposal is medium high density residential. The current zoning is R3, and the proposed zoning is planned development. This is an image of the land use plan showing entry off of Orange Blossom Trail and showing the designation of medium high density residential. A community meeting was held on March 1st, 2023 with 2 residents in attendance with concerns for traffic and compatibility. 313 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,300 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor and 1 response in opposition to the request with concerns for water runoff, traffic, and increase in density. At the local planning agency adoption hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map amendment and approval of the associated ordinance and PD rezoning land use plan subject to 22 conditions. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant on this item present? There he is. Come on, Mr. Malinowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Rick Beldocki with Avcon, 5555 East Michigan Street, here representing the owner, who is also represented by Saul Perez in the audience. We concur with staff's report and appreciate the staff working with us. We understand some of the issues. We understand there are wetlands on the property. We will be working closely with EPD on those. We understand Lake Bumby is an impaired water body. We'll be working closely with your stormwater management group to make sure we meet all those regulations. We are in the process of getting an arborist to look at the trees and see which ones of the large oaks are healthy that we can save. We know there's a private lift station on the property for one of the adjoining properties, and we're working with them to make sure we maintain that. And we are here to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beldocki. If you'll stand by for a few moments. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Uribe, would you like to offer a motion?
First, I want to make a point and just make sure Mr. Baldocki's in agreement. We are still discussing the height situation as far as, I know we're not at that step yet, but I know that some of the residents that are beyond the apartments that are behind us, but more to the right, we're concerned about the height being so close and looking into their neighborhoods, and you are still open to that discussion with our office, correct?
Yeah, as far as the building placement on the
Yeah.
site, yeah.
Can we work closely on
We can
that?
work closely through the development plan. That still has to come back here, so yeah, we're
Clearly.
glad to work with you and the staff to find the most suitable arrangement of the buildings.
Perfect. With that, I'll file a motion for approval.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move then to the next item on our agenda, and this is item J13. And we'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This case is a future land use map amendment, a small-scale amendment. The request is to go from neighborhood activity corridor to planned development commercial, as well as a rezoning to go from neighborhood activity corridor to planned development district. The proposal is a 103 resident transitional housing recovery treatment facility. That facility is actually existing today. In addition to the request is a text amendment to policy FLU 8.1.4 to establish the development program. The subject property is located in District 6. This is an aerial of the subject property. Again, the facility is already in use. It's a non-conforming use. The applicant is desiring to construct a new facility to house the homeless veterans. So to do that, they have to go through this process to become a conforming use. The future land use is neighborhood activity corridor. The proposed future land use is planned development commercial. Current zoning is NAC, and the proposed zoning is PD. This is an image of the land use plan showing the subject property and the entry and exit points. There are 6 waivers requested associated with this request. The first 4 waivers are for building setbacks. There is a building height waiver to do 45 feet in lieu of 35 feet and a parking reduction waiver. A community meeting was not, no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency adoption hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency is recommending adoption of the proposed future land use map and text amendments and approval of the associated ordinance and PD rezoning land use plans subject to 14 conditions. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? And if so, we invite you to come to the podium.
Hello, everyone. Jeffrey Smith, RSNH, 301 East Pine Street, 32801. And I don't have anything to add. I concur with the staff report. I have a owner's representative with us here, Todd Dixon, too, who also concurs, and we're here to answer questions.
All right, then stand by, sir. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. Commissioner Scott, you're the district commissioner. Do you have a potential motion?
Before I do, just a quick comment. So, Commissioners, Mayor, I had the opportunity a couple months to walk the property. And basically what it is in a nutshell is the veterans are there, they're sharing, it's co-located. So you have 4 people in one unit. This will allow them to have their own space. And obviously help with mental health when you're going through something. You may not want to have a roommate or something like that. And so I'm excited to what they're going to do, particularly as it relates to veterans. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second,
Wilson.
I was like rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Who did that?
I've never seen, a board where they're so eager to make the second. Does that mean you all want to get out of here quickly at this point, at the end of the day? Okay, the seconder, I'm going to give it to Commissioner Wilson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. With that, I think we've had a full day. We do not have any other items on the agenda for this afternoon. A lot of work still yet to be done on various items. So no further business, and we stand adjourned.